Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup. Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais t'es, jamais fine. Gros pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
Obviously, there's some history in the game between, obviously, my old teammate I also won last year with, Savage. It was definitely a bit of a pressure game for me, for sure. But normally I deal pretty good with the pressure, and I think I showed that in the server.
Wrapping up day one of group stage, I mean, the favorites that you knew were going to win. You have your Falcons, you have your FaZe Clan, you have your Dark Zero, you have your Wild Card. All of these teams mentioned were going to be teams that should be expected to come out of the group stage to be then qualifying into those playoffs. Jumping into today of our semifinals in the upper bracket, my favorite game by far, and the one that you want to watch, has got to be Wildcard versus Team Falcons. Joom versus Adrian, two defending world champions here at EWC, to see who's going to put themselves in their first spot in playoffs.
Winning EWC once is awesome, but winning it back-to-back would just be, I think, like crazy.
Welcome to the second day of groups here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Ed. I'll be your host on the B stream, and joining me on the caster desk we have Dave and Jesse. Guys, I feel like it's positives only today. We get best of threes again. It's upper brackets. We qualified teams to the playoffs. It was a good day.
Absolutely, and the vibes here at the Esports World Cup are absolutely exquisite too. I'm watching Call of Duty in front of us, Tekken over to my left, and then the best esport in the world happening right behind us soon. It's a beautiful day for some Siege.
No keys getting crushed today, so I feel like it's going to be better for the spirits of these teams, but everyone wants to compete, and everyone wants to punch their ticket into this next round of EWC.
Exactly. It is great for the spirits, great for the mental as well, that we will have all of our teams staying in competition today. The winners of each match today also get like 4 days off in total. Yep. That's a really big gap to rest, but also prepare for the playoffs coming up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's so important to be able to be rested and ready for those single elimination best of 3 games. Those matches have everything on the line, so winning today gives yourself a huge advantage in terms of prep.
When we talk about 4 days off in the middle of a tournament, I feel like that can be a lot, to really handle, especially teams just getting cold. And I feel like a lot of times in these tournaments, you see the teams who are able to keep playing and stay consistently in this game do better. So I have to see how this affects teams.
Okay, so it could be a positive, but it could be a negative for certain teams as well coming into this competition. In general, let's have a look at how this whole competition works, though, because we will have to get rid of some of the teams at some point to come down to just the Esports World Cup winner, because 22 teams is a big Siege tournament. So once again, a reminder of how this tournament exactly works.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege returns to the Esports World Cup for another year of intense FPS action. The teams that qualified directly for the main event group stage have been split into 2 groups, the play-in teams joining them to make 8 teams in each group. Those teams will play a double elimination bracket, with 4 teams from each group advancing to the playoffs. In the playoffs, second chances are gone as lower bracket is removed in favor of a single elimination competition. Teams will battle to make it to the final, with a 3rd place match also set for the final day of the tournament. Opening matches in the play-in stage and group stage will be a best of 1. All other matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the grand final, which will be a best of 5. There's a lot of Siege to play here at the EWC, and the stakes are higher than ever, so sit back, relax, and get ready to be entertained.
And there's a few things that make EWC unique. We saw that yesterday, of course. Teams that come in here as the defending champions, they get this extra insignia on their key of their token of participation. The same for the Club Championship defenders as well, Falcons in that case. And I saw that yesterday, and I kept thinking to myself, at any point in this tournament, one of these 2 keys is going to have to get crushed. Like, I wonder what the extra side effect of that little insignia is going to be with the crusher.
Yeah, it's going to be so high pressure when those teams that we've seen do such amazing things in the past can come together and then maybe fall short just at those final moments. And for the team that beat those champions, that's got to be such a huge accomplishment.
No, of course, 2 Falcons obviously being one of the favorites in this tournament too. A lot of pressure, especially having Joom looking. You said in his interview he would love to go back to back, but obviously going back to back, that's extremely hard. So we have to see how they do here.
That's what we'll keep our eyes on. As you can see in the bottom here, we've already finished our play-ins, moving into our groups now, of course. That is the most important thing that we're doing here. I'm just glad to be back with best of 3s, right? I mean, yesterday was a day full of chaos, some very close games, some really fast games as well, but best of 3s will always show the better team coming up top.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, best of 3s, especially when they're promotion games, like this is what's going to send you on to the top 8. This gets you involved in the club championship as well. You start acquiring some of those points so that you can represent your club and have that overall Esports World Cup success. So there's a lot to play for today.
And best of 3s also offer in a different level of chess too, making sure you can actually get good maps for yourself. Because a lot of the times you see teams kind of have a good first map, but then the other 2 maps favor the other team extremely hard. So you have to make sure you get a balanced map pool to give yourself the best chance across all 3 maps here.
And especially once you get to that top 8 as well, the prize pool will be a big talking point too. The money's going to increase substantially going in from there. Looking at our screens here as well. If you were to just fall short of playoffs, moving into playoffs would almost double the prize money that you get with your team. That's incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, teams have already locked in top 12, if I'm not mistaken, because they've gotten here the second round of the upper bracket. So they've already secured themselves 35K. That's not chump change by any means, but getting to the upper echelons, $750,000 for first place. Everybody wants that.
Yes, I remember when I was on M80, I was going into the semifinal. I was preparing for, I was never too focused on the money, but I remember Diaz talking about it's an extra like 25, 30 grand if we win. And I was like, wait a minute. I heard it out the corner of my ear. And I'm like, say that again for me. And I was like, okay, let's go, guys. Let's do this.
It is a lot of money, of course. Life-changing money for our players here. Now, let's have a look at those groups then and see what we're dealing with for this group stage here at the Esports World Cup. We already mentioned it. Certain parts of the bracket inside these group, I think it's safe to say, look tougher than other sides of the bracket. I mean, we're looking at that one with MAT Falcons over there as well.
Yeah.
And then looking at where teams will be dropping down into the lower bracket as well. You can face some really tough opponents.
Yeah, there's going to be some really scary teams already in the lower bracket. I'm glad you mentioned M80. They had a really tough opening game up against the Falcons. Didn't fare so well in that matchup, so they're going to be playing down in subtle lowers. We've got some other real threats playing down there. And so for today, the teams that lose, if they aren't successful in this matchup, they have to be really careful because there's some excellent teams waiting for them in the lower bracket.
Of course, there's excellent team all over the board too, but I feel like there is an advantage when you do knock a good team into the lower bracket because it's just a less chance you have to face them in the end of the tournament too. So it really does put them just through the thick of things here.
Yeah.
And just in case you missed our first day of groups yesterday, a lot of action went down. We captured them all together in the STC highlights of yesterday. Taking a look at the action, we had basically everything. We had a 7-0, we had an 8-7, we saw a 1v5 clutch. So much entertainment in our games yesterday.
I mean, that Siege is just one of the most entertaining games, especially on LAN.
Right.
The game plays so clean. These players show up so well. And you really just get to see such a mix of the styles from region to region here. But then obviously you see how the game's the same too. Everyone kind of has the same idea, but you really get to see just different influences, how they actually view it. And it's just a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, you're seeing the highlights of that 7-0 you mentioned and CAG versus All Gamers. We're getting to watch CAG now play against Dark Zero, so I'm really excited for that game. It felt like we're starting to see some of the heroes of the tournament starting to emerge, with Chibisu having a massive impact in yesterday's matchup. Virtus.pro also extremely successful. This game was a lot closer than the scoreline suggests. It ended up being 7-2 for VP, but so many clutch rounds, so many rounds that came down to the final seconds where it could have gone one way or the other. It just goes to show in Siege, like, sometimes the scoreline doesn't show just how close the matches actually are.
No, of course, the rounds can be really tight, but then in the 7-0, you see it can be a complete stop. So it really just does depend on how just intense these rounds are.
Now, speaking of this game, this was close. I mean, it said it in the scoreline, but even inside these rounds as well. Some incredible individual moments to really help these teams to get through it, at least on the side of GK. And then they played that super high-intensity match yesterday. They'll have to do it all again today in a best-of-3 later today on our second game of the B streams. Let's have a look at the schedule then for our matches. It's not just any opponent that GK is going up against either. It is Furia here later on the B stream. And then starting with Dark Zero and CAG by Veril going up against each other. These two teams have never played against each other before. Dark Zero come in here, of course, as a defending major champions, winning that trophy in Salt Lake City recently. And CAG by Veril, they've been crushing quite some keys in here. They've been making it really close against big teams, but a great one so far.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that first matchup, you might look at it on paper and say, well, that should be an easy stomp for Dark Zero, and I think they will be the favorites for a lot of people, but CAG by Veril have upset so many teams already at the Esports World Cup. They're looking very scary with what they've shown so far, so don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, I'm really glad for CAG finding that footing again because they have really been struggling over the last year since Reload.
Certainly.
And I feel like they've been taking great steps, but to beat DZ is taking another step up in that echelon, so I feel like it's going to be a great test to see where they are as a team.
Yeah, let's start talking about Dark Zero as the first roster inside this matchup. We already said it, the defending major champions coming into this one. Their first game yesterday against Secret was a rather easy one. I mean, that Secret isn't the same Secret as we saw win the Esports World Cup last time around. But for Dark Zero, in case you're not familiar with them, my favorite thing about this roster is the brotherhood, right? They do everything together, whether that is singing Justin Bieber songs before you dive into a game or meditating together. They all do it together and they have that team spirit. I feel like that's such a big thing that's going to help them through a lot of hardship.
No, exactly, and I feel like that's really the main thing about their team is they really practice that you don't really rise to the occasion of the game, that you sink to your level of consistent practice, and they really focus day in and day out, making sure they're in tune to their fundamentals. I've been experienced with in their practices this season, and I see how hard these guys work day in and day out, how much they really respect each other. Looking at the aura from Alonso coming in with the shades on, wow, I love that. And these guys, they're really just skilled, and they're really coordinated. And I feel like this roster has really meshed together, and they play a really interesting style of Siege, and a really together style of Siege is very hard to play against because they're very in tune with themselves, but they can also adapt to you extremely quickly.
I feel like they've proven to themselves as well that they can be not just a good team, not just a top 8 team, but the best team in the world as well. For so long, this core on Space Station, even Astralis before that, they would have deep runs, they would have successful moments, but it would just fall short at the last moment. Even that Astralis core back in Charlotte, I hate to bring it up, Dave, but sometimes you saw these players struggling to get past the finish line. Now that they're major champions, now that they've lifted that trophy in Salt Lake City, who knows what the ceiling is for this team?
Of course, and even with them after that major win, most teams feel like they reached that pinnacle and they think that, it's going to stay there, but they know that they have reset, and they were really making sure they were able to get back on top of the fundamentals to actually come back and get stronger and keep growing as a team. Because, when you win a championship, you still have to wake up the next morning and you get reset. You're with everyone else after that. So you really have to make sure you're not hanging on to that high and you're able to come back down and keep pushing as a squad.
It's really easy to get complacent if you've already won such a big trophy quite recently. We did not see that from Dark Zero at all. They were flawless to the group stage of NAL for a very long time inside of Stage 1 NAL. But for their opponents for today, for CAG, I think it is really important that they have to keep in mind that this is going to be a very different game than what they played yesterday. We saw it in the highlights just now, a 7-0 for CAG. I mean, Sharif was, 11-1 at some point. They were making very quick work of their opponents. And as we said, crushed many keys, but this will for sure be a really good test for them.
Yes. And of course, to yesterday's game, they were able to really telegraph and pinpoint what all gamers wanted to do against them. With DZ, it's going to be a little bit harder because they really do like to make sure that you're thrown off by what they're going to do. So CAG have to be making sure they're not biting on the wrong plays and they're staying in sync here and not getting really separated, because it's easy to kind of let yourself sink out of this game, especially in best of threes. It really tests the foundation of your team and making sure you can hold up and you're a brick wall with any struggles you run into. So they have to make sure they can stay in the game and stay flowing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad who really struggled at Salt Lake City. They didn't have very strong performances at the last international event. For a couple of years, they've been having some weaker performances, and because of that, even after topping APAC North, they had to play through the play-ins. But the surprise of the tournament so far for me has been the fact they made it out of that crazy battle, getting top 2 in those play-ins to make it here to the top 16, then a 7-0 to start things off. Obviously, this will be the toughest opponent that they've played in quite some time, but with how they played so far, with the results that they've given, I don't think CAG should be afraid of anybody at the Esports World Cup.
Of course.
Well, they are only representative from APL North. They'll feel that pressure to keep the region, of course, satisfied, but also for their fans, right? There's a lot of people out there who are always ready for a CAG, and they'll be looking to do that inside of this best of 3 as well. Always a lot of surprises that we see from CAG. And speaking of the map pool as well, my main concern with this is that we've already seen so much from CAG. They really had to dig deep in certain matches, close to one series to really pull that one through. For Dark Zero, on the other hand, they've not given away that much yet, and only the first best of 1 they played.
Yeah, and Dark Zero have a crazy deep map pool as well. They play so many different maps here, so it's going to be really tough, I think, for CAG to navigate this veto and try to find some way to come out on top.
Yeah, speaking about Dark Zero's map pool, I was in their practice room yesterday seeing them print out all their strats, and they're actually complaining to their assistant coach that they have too many strats. Like, Alonso, can you please calm down with making so many strats? So their bag is extremely deep. Even if they have to play maps over again, they have so many different setups, so many different attacks they can do, and they're really prepared, because preparation is key at these events.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the benefit of having such a deep support staff too, right? I mean, we all talk about Call Out and the culture he's brought to the teams that he's been on, but everybody in the back lines as well put in so much work to make this team as good as they are.
Of course.
Yeah, we mentioned Alo's aura, as you said, coming into today here, walking in. Let's have a look at the map feature then for this matchup. We mentioned it. CAG have showed us a lot already. They pick Lair in this instance.
Yeah, a bit of a bold pick, I have to say here, Dave. Lair is a really strong map for Dark Zero. I believe they're 6-0 undefeated on this map. It's also a good map for CAG. Don't get me wrong, they love playing on Lair, but it really feels to me like they haven't managed to find a map in here where they have a lot of success on and DZ were struggling with.
Of course, these are all 3 strong maps for DZ right now, so I feel like for CAG it's going to be a very uphill battle, especially with DZ starting on one of their best maps, like you said, 6-0 on it, and starting on the defensive side. It really allows you to set that foot in the map and just get the momentum flowing early, especially.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's not so bad for Keg. Like, they are good at all three of these maps, and that's kind of what we wanted between these two teams. I would rather see a series where all three maps are strong for both sides so that we can see the best of both teams, rather than like, okay, map 1 heavily favors this team, map 2 heavily favors that team, and then it's only till map 3 that we get something close.
Very true.
This might be a 2-0, but if it is, I expect both maps to have very deep score lines. I want to see some 7-5, some overtimes. I'd be surprised if we get like a 7-0 or a 7-1 on any of these maps.
Right. Do you feel it's more likely for it to be a 2-0 for either teams, or for it to be a 2-1? And should we have a 2-0 or a 2-1? Who do you think comes out on top? Also, given the map veto.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say really close 2-0 for Dark Zero, okay? Because DZ, they're going to be the favorites. They've shown so much less just through this tournament so far, and I think they are really comfortable on both Lair and Bank. If there was one map that maybe leaned heavily for one team or the other, I'd say a 2-1, but I just feel like CAG, they've got a mountain ahead of them to try and take down Dark Zero on 2 of their best maps.
I'm going 2-0 DZ.
Okay, so we're agreeing on the desk. I mean, of course, I do think it's fair to say that Dark Zero will come in this one as the upper dog inside this matchup, right? Keg have already shown us a lot. Yes, they fought really hard, but this will certainly be a different kind of test for them going into this matchup. We do have a little bit of more time before we dive into our games, before our players are fully ready to kick this match off. So that means we can talk about this matchup a little bit more in the context of continuation in the tournament, right? We mentioned it. The winner gets 4 days off. They go to playoffs. They get that part of the club championship. They get a big part of the prize pool as well. But for the losers, it gets a little bit rough. If you drop down to the lower bracket, the way that the bracket flips from here on, you have to play against the winner of M80 versus Liquid. So good luck with that one.
Yeah, very tough. But again, here, if you want to be the best, you have to beat everyone here. And I feel like M80 and Liquid both getting off the kind of slow starts right now, not looking the strongest. So we have to see really who matches up well in that matchup right now. Because I feel like Liquid having, like we said, talking about the club championship, have a lot of pressure on the club championship. And plus from their fan base, it's like, they want to see that from them. And I feel like M82, they do really hold themselves in high regards. You know, I was talking to their CEO, Marco. He really feels like this is one of their tournaments to win. He's really rooting for them, thinking that they're a LAN team. So I'm really excited to see what they can do here.
There's also like maybe a trap, right? I think Dark Zero will make top 8 and stuff, but if we wanted to theorize a little bit, if they lose this game to Keg, if they somehow manage to have an upset where they lose to CAG, they go down the lower bracket, they face M80.
They struggle with them.
That's an opponent they've really had some problems with domestically. We've seen it through the NAL. M80 have gotten some strong victories up against Dark Zero, so even if the tournament so far hasn't been great for M80, that's a matchup that might favor the team in green. There's a world where Dark Zero go out in groups.
Yeah, very difficult here, especially it's just very matchup heavy Siege, and I feel like the game internationally kind of changes a little bit, so I feel like we have to see how that'll influence their matchup if we do see that.
For sure.
And then speaking of the game that's currently going on the A stream, Falcons versus Wildcard is a pretty good game as well. We get to see Joom going up against Adrian. I was telling to James a little bit about it, and he asked Joom as well. The last time he had gone up against Adrian was like 2 years ago when Adrian was playing on G-Who. Some European fans will know that team, of course, and have seen him compete through Southreach. So getting to see former champions play against each other, and the nature that has gone and spread out over 5 different teams with our technical, EWC Championship defenders, it's incredible. And I'm excited to see, one of them knock out one another. That's not going to be the case for this one because it is an upper bracket game, but the stakes will be really high in this one, and especially that kind of revenge feeling, that, enemies instead of friends feeling will be big for this one too.
Yeah, well, it's really cool because Secret, obviously a great year last year, won the Esports World Cup, second at the 6 Invitational, but in the offseason, they really broke apart. Different players went to different teams. They've now kind of spread themselves across the globe to North America and sticking around in Europe, but the fact that every single player from that former championship roster has returned to Esports World Cup in some capacity makes it really cool. We've got a very high chance that somebody will repeat as a 2-time champion here at the Esports World Cup, so following the story of Secret throughout this tournament has been really enjoyable.
And I feel like, too, you saw Joom talking about the pressures it can feel, and I feel like a lot of people can let that influence them worse and kind of feel like they have to do more and kind of get out of their player. But it was really important to stay calm and realize that it's just no bigger than any other game. And the most important thing is staying in sync with your team, and what's going to happen will happen.
For sure.
Time for a hot take. Of the former defending champions, maybe on the new roster or their current roster, who has the least like chance to win it again, and who has the biggest chance of winning it? Is it Falcons? Is it MAT Wildcard?
I think Secret's the lowest chance to win.
That's not really a hot take. I feel like a lot of people will agree with that, unfortunately, but yes.
As for the most, I feel like Falcons or wild card? I mean,
I say wild card Falcons because wild card's been beating them recently over the last year. So I feel like if Falcons still struggle with that, it could be the wild card win. But if Falcons have really been coming into this tournament working on the things that wild card has been really exploiting over this last year, then they could do well.
Yeah, I think the Falcons are just a team with so much legacy behind them, especially with the history here at the Esports World Cup. You know, that organization is used to being in finals at this tournament at this time of year. So we definitely expect to see Falcons showing up and having big moments. And even though Salt Lake City wasn't a great tournament for them, they still got top 8. It wasn't horrendous, but they definitely had higher expectations. I'm thinking this might be the time where we see them step up, bring this new roster into an international stage and showcase just what their potential is.
I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate there, because if we talk about Falcons a little bit more, sure, they'll feel a lot of pressure, of course. You know, for some of these players, it is in their home country. They will get to play in front of their home crowd again. Talking about EWC last year when they had such high expectations with the club championship behind them, right? That was a big thing too. They bombed out of the tournament. It was a very rough one for them. Very early exit. Didn't get what they wanted from it. This time around as well with their club championship. Yes, they are currently leading, but we are in week 5 of the entirety of EWC, and their gap to Na'Vi, as far as it was yesterday, was only like 150 points. So that is the difference between finishing a tournament in first and finishing a tournament in second. So they must feel that pressure from the club as well, right? Falcons is a big club. They want to win this club championship again, and especially within seats, they will feel like they have a really good shot at it. It's just that you hope that it doesn't create extra or too much pressure for the players.
Speaking to them yesterday too, after the game, and actually sitting with them watching the VP game, you know, they seem very relaxed, seem very calm, and I feel like they're a very experienced team, especially their coaching staff, Julio, Stuflex, really are able to keep the team calm, and obviously, you know, they're really focused on what they can improve on, and they seem very relaxed. You know, they're all really much veteran players, and I feel like they're going to be able to handle the pressure, and they're just going to really be able to enjoy being in their home country and playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a team with maybe last year's EWC aside that doesn't that has short tournament runs, right? Like, they're used to making grand finals. They're used to playing on the biggest possible stages. They don't let those nerves get to them until maybe they play in the grand finals and they lose to teams that they're expected to beat. But that's okay, right? The journey to the grand finals should be successful for a club like Falcons. So I'd expect them to have some big results. Even if this game versus Wildcard happening on the A stream doesn't go their way, they will be favorites in the lower bracket. They should be expecting to make a deep run, and they should be hoping to get, I think, top 2 at a minimum.
Well, that's something that we'll look forward to on the A-stream. Of course, with Falcons going up against Wildcard, we will focus our attention back to Dark Zero going up against ag.al inside a best-of-3. Let us remind you of the stakes. The winner gets to play in those playoffs. 4 days of guaranteed points for the club championship. Guaranteed big part of that prize pool as well. The loser will have to play against the winner of M80 and Liquid. The stakes are high. We've seen incredible performances from all players across the board on both these rosters. We talked about Sharif a little bit already. We talked about Anaton, you know, a lot of shield pressure as well. On the side of Dark Zero, who's going to counter that?
I mean, the thing about Dark Zero is they have such a skilled lineup. I mean, you can look at everyone here. Noor is going to be very influential on the lurks in the solo place, making sure he can actually influence the round. Nick Jr. is really just that backbone. You know, he's very, call him the postman, call him the mailbox, whatever you want to call him. You know, he's going to be there for you. One of the top competitors in the league. Kino being one of the best shield players in NA, really just being that Swiss Army knife or whatever you need. J9, I don't even have to mention him. Just one of the best players, you know. I feel like he's just staple. Fultz, I call him the OG. He's been around for so long, going all the way back to the invitational roster with SSG. You know, he's been around the game for so long, and I feel like they're just such an experienced team, and they're really able to play just a perfect style of Siege, honestly.
Well, we could mention every single player on the side of Dark Zero, I feel like, with their star quality, but the same could go for CAG as well. We've seen them have great moments so far inside this tournament. They'll have to once again do it here inside this best-of-3.
Indeed they will, and Dark Zero versus CAG by Veril. This is the match to qualify towards top 8. 2 titans of their regions. The best team coming out of APAC North versus probably the best team in North America, at least as far as international results go, the reigning major champions. Dark Zero will be the favorites in almost every game that they enter through these next couple of weeks. But Dave, here on Lair, CAG's map pick, what do they need to do to break through from Dark Zero, especially looking at some of these operator bans?
Really make them uncomfortable. I feel like the key thing about this top level of Siege is being able to make sure your opponent has no idea what you actually want to end the round with. So making sure you're keeping them on the back foot and unaware with what pressure you're putting, because all of that is giving them a read to where you want to end. So they really have to make sure, because you saw in that game yesterday how well CAG could play when all gamers were literally telling them exactly where they wanted to go, exactly where they wanted to push. You were able to read into that. So CAG need to make sure they can hide their initial plans and really seal that in with their pressure and make plays to make Dark Zero very uncomfortable here. We're going to see Ops coming out first. Well, mibr, Tachanka, you're going to see Nick Jr. and Tachanka a lot. Tachanka being one of the best operators and him being extremely lethal with that Tachanka gun too. We're going to see the Goyo coming out, the smoke, a lot of denial here, especially with the Wamai. CAG need to make sure they're really smart with their time right now.
This Mira pick is kind of interesting too. We don't really see Dark Zero run a lot of Mira on this top floor. They obviously love the stall potential of Goyo, Smoke, Tachanka. That's a combination they've run many times, but the Mira might be a bit of a new look that CAG won't have been expecting from some of the practice that they've been going over. Looking at this first attack, Dave, they're going to try to be making some kind of an entrance. I like Zaka here on the Rara as well. This is a strat we've seen be kind of popularized recently from some of the top teams.
Yeah, the Roar is really good just to be able to cut the doors off right now, especially since it's so quick now. It used to be a little bit slower.
Right.
And now the best part is how slow it is for the defense to actually open the door back up, that it really gives you time to be aware of that. Good to see the Dangles coming up below too. The Grimby's going to be good for the Ops extension. They're going to have the Ace here, so we're going to have to watch for that. Going to be low breach. They have 2 impacts to stop that right now, and the Lamindis to counter. So CAG are going to have to be careful here with their Ops clear on this mirror right now.
Oh, and already the Tachanka player coming out. You said it, NJR, probably the best Tachanka player in the world. He's facing some pressure from down below. He's got to be careful about where he's standing. And Jane, I know, will actually be the first one to go down. They're inside of Ops, fighting in hard. They're getting a lot of these frags, but Faults, the captain, is there from behind to be able to make sure that it doesn't go unpunished. Operations control under the hand of CAG, but Dave, it was expensive.
Yeah, a lot lost, no breaching left. It's going to be a difficult round, you know. It's going to end probably in the display side walk here. Great kill from Chibusu right now.
Just on
2v3.
the bathroom window. Pino and Faults, the last 2 alive here from Dark Zero. They've got so much time, 90 seconds up. The mask wall will remain closed, but what's the win con for Dark Zero?
Win con for Dark Zero is to try to get this into the end round right now, not bleed a pick back and try to play for a kill here. The Damo Shack's good to go right now. Faults needs to help Pino on this top mess position. He's going to get Grim beat. He's going to get pushed back. Looks like they're going towards the top green side right now. I wonder if they have info here. They're already close on B door. They're going to look to double up through here.
This is what you wanted to see, right? CAG not being obvious with where they're pushing from. This is a good example of that. Pressure towards Ops, pressure towards display. Now they're here in the storage hallway. They're starting to use some of these Goyo canisters, though. The stall potential on Dark Zero is really strong with their lineup.
Yep. Group staying below right now. CAG really don't know where they want to end right now, going back and forth here. And this is a hard... Oh, they might get a kill on Ops side. Running through. Bolts gets out here, okay?
They spot Kino's position. They've got him on a ping. They might not know exactly on Faults, but yeah, they track him on the Damo, so they'll apply this vert pressure over towards the hatch. They want to be able to take down Faults, but he's just moving a little bit too quickly there on the top floor. Kino still inside a bathroom. Close angle with this shotgun. Faults does find that frag with a TCSG, but it's immediately traded back. Close with the shotgun. Kino doesn't lose those fights often. Takes down one, and it's a 1v1. Didi, the captain of CAG, completes the plant, and now it's going to come down to one final fight, and Didi does it better. Hits the headshot, and CAG, they go up 1-0.
Very clean round right there. Very nice. They were calm in the end round. They were still a little bit split up right there. Could have gotten bad, but that was a great round from CAG.
Yeah, really good job, I think, getting those early picks over towards Ops. They didn't stall out when they saw the Tachanka, the Mira window. They did a great job, again, of keeping their final position really hard to predict from Dark Zero 2. So a good start from CAG.
Of course, and you see right there walking through the flames, taking initiative. That's what they're going to need to do on this attacking half to really throw Dark Zero off here.
I like it from DD too, being able to step up and get those 2 important kills. This guy was the coach of CAG for a little while, and he moved to the player position, and he's had some games internationally where he hasn't dropped the most kills. He's missed some shots, but I thought he was great here today. All tournament long, he's been putting in work for these guys.
That's fine. I'll do it myself. Gonna be seeing the default bunks extension right now. Should have at least one site player right now. The Warder and the Soul is coming out up top. You're going to see the smoke too, just to be able to deny the top side split and the site side plants right now. Bringing the Nook. Going to want to see how they use the Nook to walk. Probably might do an Ops walk here. Their might's going to be good to just get the wall open. They're going to have the Sens too, because you usually like to use the Sens inside the site to cut the holes up top off to counter the Warden out here. But they're going to be bringing the Soul's impacts to stop that here, and the smoke canisters will help with that.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Shoereap wants to do with this Nook, because I feel like it's not an operator that we see too often at all in Siege, but on this map in particular, he might be trying to come in maybe through the armory side and make some kind of a play on the main floor.
Especially since the silent step was gone. That used to be one of Nook's best abilities. Gonna be doing a fast site walk right now. Probably gonna do an early side OPK into a plant.
Thinking this one might end kind of early.
Yes,
of course.
it will, Jesse.
Everybody from Dark Zero except for Newers extending on towards that top floor. So Newers is going to have to be really good as the solo anchor player. This is how most teams play this bomb site now, with only one player on site and everybody else coming up top. Sharif has moved his way through, past a couple of default cams, making his way towards the A door.
We'll see him on this.
They might see him. That's a good point. The Solus up above will be able to track that gadget if Sharif has it active. So he's walking forward now, makes his way into sight. NJR's not using it, but they've just watched the vert angle. So that's the game given away. NJR, not a kill, but you stopped that shenanigan.
Exactly. Very good cover from the top side right there.
And now NJR will be aware of the Nook's position. He's going to use this gadget to make sure that he doesn't creep in from any other angles. There is pressure on the top floor. Of course, the key of this bomb site is to be able to force that plant down while you're still pressuring up above. You can also see teams go for full top floor clears. Do you expect to see that out of CAG this time?
They're looking to go for the site ISO here, so I feel like they're going to have to kind of cut off their initial plan right now and work something here. Going to open the green wall right now, working Nuker in the site. Nuker needs to play his life here. Using the smokes to stall out, going to be very good. Shirip going op side, right, or lower med side. Drone on Fultz right now. Should be a kill for Shirip if Fultz doesn't win this.
Fultz needs to be so good. They've got perfect information. A pre-fire comes through. Shirip does not lose those. Excellent play on the Nook to get the man advantage over for CAG. Now they can start working more of these picks up on the top floor. J90 ready for the Nook play, but he also loses the gunfight. Not able to hit the head. Back-to-back headshots. Zaka with one to NJR. It's all falling apart for DZ on the top floor. Newer is now desperate to peek out of sight, try to work a pick back for his team, but he's being caught on a drone. The information is flowing from CAG outside the breach. They've got Anaton watching Newers, dealing him down to 1 HP. Kino's fighting for his life on the top floor. Will take down Zaka. Bit of an isolated fight for Keg. They've got to be careful they don't give up too many of these picks, because things can start to spiral out of control fast when you're up against Dark Zero. But Shu what a tournament he's having. A triple kill on the round, finally downed by Kino here in the 1v4. No doubt one of the most clutch players in the world. Kino has a lot to do in this one as DD starts to plant. The position's being held by Anaton with the shotgun. Kino's shotty is better. Still more angles to push past. This sends walls, makes it so awkward to know the player position's on the attack. Kino makes his way down, just misses the head. That's going to make it really tough in the 1v2. And DD with the final frag once again. It's 2-0 CAG.
Great round from CAG right there. DZ seem a little split up right now, giving away a lot of isolated fights here. I'm looking to see them kind of consolidate here, because CAG is just working very slow from outside the building. Shroop's really the only main piece inside the map right there. So they're just giving away these free bodies right now. Like to see DZ tighten up here. Early timeout coming out.
Wow, call out already. Yeah, choosing to make this timeout. Down 2-0 early on the defensive layer is not a position that I think Dark Zero expected to be in. If you're call out, what's the main thing you're telling the guys right now?
Honestly, what I just said, they're giving away kills extremely split up right now. You expect to see them fight together and really make pressure on CAG here. Sparky also giving info into CAG.
Of course, Sparky, the head coach of CAG, the Italian coach coming in here for Cyclops. Sparky, fun fact, was born on the exact same day as Newers, May 28th, 2003. That was exactly 1 year after J90 was born, May 28th, 2002. So 3 people in this match sharing the same birthday. Dave, you don't see that too often.
You don't. ED looking very locked in right there.
Again, DD's got so much experience as the coach. He's now the ag.al for CAG, so he does a lot of that calling. He's been good in the late rounds so far for Cyclops, to be able to get them this 2-man lead. Is there any individual you're looking to step up on Dark Zero to maybe contest DD's success so far in the late round?
I think in the late round, it's going to be onto NJR and Kino here. And I think for their opening game, it's going to be onto Newers and Jay. And I know they really shut down Shirip here.
Yep. Well, we will go down to the bottom floor. Some teams run this as a secondary, but I feel like it's becoming more common to run bunks as a secondary, and this is a tertiary. How do you feel about this site overall, Dave?
This site, it gets very difficult because if you give a lot of space on the top, it becomes easy for the team to split horizontal side. But then if you play too hard horizontally, the vert's very oppressive on this map too, especially with the ram coming out.
Yeah.
And if you have these info ops up, the clear becomes extremely strong because you have the Dokubu, you have the Deimos to track people, and then you can honestly run a slow clear, and then you have a great late round execute with going through the backside here.
Well, it's an early lead for CAG. Dark Zero, again, undefeated on Lair, 6-0 record this season. Cyclops themselves, though, they've played this map 10 times already, Dave. They've only lost it once. Many of those matches, of course, against lower-level teams down in APAC North, but still, they are comfortable on this map. They've won it many times already this season. 7-game win streak currently under their belt, so looking to extend that one to 8 here at the Esports World Cup. And also, the map that they sent Shopify Rebellion home on, so don't count that out.
Okay. Shopify's a good Lair team, too, here.
True. Going to be a full map clear coming through with Chibisu already starting to call on J90. There's really nobody up here, though, that trying to find. It looks like everybody from DZ's playing this pretty safe.
Yep. Not going to tank the call, J90. They put early stock pressure, too. Going to have to look for that late round. You see Fold holding that gap early here. Kino, he has popularized the staircase here on the filter side playing it. No Azami here, but they have the Omai to help protect him.
That Azami clip from a few months ago was crazy. Anatol's job, as you said, will be to push this guy back. Kino's been finding so much success in this position, but with the shotgun, it can be kind of devastating. He's got a thorn in pocket, too. If Anaton starts to approach him and he starts to make some of that noise, they're going to hit him with a Dokkaebi call pretty quickly here, shooting out that thorn trap. One more still in the pocket of Kino. Here comes the call. Here comes the blitz. That's just going to force him back, but Newers is playing with the Nitro. He takes him down, and that's going to be the shield off the board.
Wow, that's a great play right there from DZ.
Beautifully done. Where did that C4 even come
through
from?
the floor to the left here.
Oh, wow, yeah. Beautiful.
Those holes right there.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah,
that angle for the Nitro.
Try that at home, guys.
Perfectly played. This is the problem with DZ. They've thought of every possibility. They've got so many good strats under their back. Drone hole here giving some information too. As we see Zaka finding this pick back up on defaults, equalize the numbers down to a 4-on-4, and PAG going for a bit of a pivot. DD, the captain, trying to push a little bit more on the south side, get some pressure over and towards Garage, but the team mostly outside of the building, trying to decide where they want to finish. Newers doesn't want that smoke.
Yep. That's info. Good jiggle right there just to help NJR know where he is. DD operating alone outside right now. Look like we're going to go garage side here. Walking in Shirip.
NJR is the first one into some trouble. He's sitting here in barrels in a bit of a rat spot. And I'm not sure if they've droned him out. They certainly haven't. If he's feeling confident to play this position, if he gets behind them. Yeah, J90 trying to draw that attention so that they're pushing in deep. NJR in a brutal position. He could be so good if he times this correctly. His teammates are dying, though. J90, being the bait, does go down. DD's not pushing this angle anymore. He's going over towards Filter, so NJR has to start making his move. Getting behind the team now. Finds the first, but misses the shots. Flicks over to the right side and takes down Chibisu. Kino's got the finish off on both. That's been massive to come through from Dark Zero. 6 seconds of the clock, by the way. NJR in a 1v2. Zaka and DD trying to find their way, but NJR is taking so much damage. Close range with a shotgun. DD ends it again. 3-0 CAG.
What a round. DD stepping up huge. Wow. That was a scrambler right there. Close rounds right here. Close rounds.
It feels like CAG, they're taking a lot of time to set up these pushes. They're doing a great job of being surprising on where they're trying to end. It felt like there was a lot of pressure on the Filter side. They ended up going garage the last possible seconds. The coordination's been really impressive late here.
And of course, on the attacking side too, Jesse, I feel like we're flipping back into that meta where we've been extremely fast, but now when we're starting to slow up, it really makes the defense kind of worry. And especially in the late round, when you're playing so out of sync, and you just get into that scramble and the comms get riled up, the attack can kind of find these gaps. And as you're seeing, Junior doesn't know where they are. He doesn't know the recruits coming close to him. He knows one's coming down yellow, but they get lost in the gunfights here. A clean sweep, too, from CAG. Great attacking start here.
Yeah, 3-0 through a full site rotation up against the major champions. I told you, Dave, don't count out CAG. They are a team to be afraid of here at the Esports World Cup. They've already taken down some great opponents. We've mentioned it over and over, but eliminating Shopify Rebellion just a few days ago, crushing their key, now having a chance to send Dark Zero down to the lower bracket. It's a long series ahead of us.
Yes.
3 full maps. We're only 3 rounds deep. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this is as good a start as you could get.
It's a great start. And they're not really finding much intensity in these rounds. DZ, that round was probably one of their best rounds, but the early 2, CAG were really in the lead here.
Yep.
Good to see Shirip on the double shield coming out here. It's going to be a cheeky play here. No breaching. Going to be fast and furious.
This is a spicy lineup coming out from CAG. The no breach top floor lair attack. I'm excited to see how it goes down. You've got the Twitch from DD as well. Try to make some space on those Twitch drones. Maybe deal with some of the utility that's been around here. Those thorn traps have been big. The Miro was brought previously. This time Fault is moving over to the Clash, so that can be an excellent shield counter.
Yes.
I'm worried CAG might not have droned that out.
Of course, usually you're going to hide the Clash here. Going quick on ops right now. The two going to be able to slow. Going to play the C4 over the top right now. Going to see Clash already rotating over here.
Good comms coming out from Dark Zero. J90 smart here as well to spot that out and then back up. He does not need to take a 1v1
No
with
match
the
for the
shield.
Clash, though.
This is going to be really tough now. Starting to force back
Great
that
power.
shield. And J90 working with his captain to find the opening frag on a shoe reef. That's going to make things much easier for Dark Zero. You cut those shield players down to half. Anaton's still able to push some of these difficult angles over towards storage, but Zaka here in ops, just setting up these air jabs, praying False walks in.
And this is a nice mini play too. Have the Clash stun, and you can C4 over the top right now. Watch for this here.
Be very devastating. J9 was ready for it, but again, CAG, they're not committing to one side of the map to push. They can have players all around the map to try to draw your attention back. So as Zaka's pressuring over towards ops, the rest of the team have got some good drones over towards display, over towards storage. DD getting a lot of sight information now, hunting for some Goyos, but he's not finding any currently.
I'm going to see what they do off of this. It's a very hard round right now, especially no breaching. They're really forced to split this green side right now. Walking Skybridge here. Probably going to have a display hop. Going to double up through top green door. They're flexing off this wall. Great to give them this control. No breaching, so they just really slowed them down here. Forcing them through a doorway right now. Going to have a split display side here. Looking to see Kino use the smoke to stop, and they need to rotate this Clash shield to stop the Blackbeard here. Smoking off display.
Yeah, DZ, I mean, reinforcing that storage window, they've clearly read into the lineup. Newers will get down through the floorboards, and seeing that blood, DD will be aware, sees a toe to finish off Newers. That's a great little frag to come through from the captain. Once again, 7-0 from the former head coach of CAG. Now they need to get into the building. Inside a bathroom, jumps in DD. He's got, of course, a shield of Anaton right in front of him. Dealing with this Clash makes it oh so awkward, so the shield goes to his back. Still fighting around ops as well. J9 is trying to lock down this other side of the site as this pressure in from Mez has been so devastating. Many of these air jabs being shot out though, so the utility not going to be quite there. J9 just trying to slow things down. 35 seconds on the clock. CAG need to get a move on. They're all funneling through this office door because they don't have to breach. DD's going to make this change, and he's going to swap over to the hallway. Finds the frag on the floor. DD takes down Kino. Now it's a man advantage once again for CAG. The flashbangs come through. That might be their key to walk in the doorway, but they're going to hold for now. Zaka just biding his time. The shield's been placed down, and it's going to be so much damage. CAG, they're finding frags all over the place. False with the SMG will get one, but it's instantly traded back. 4 straight now for CAG by Barrel.
And you see, Jesse, they really made sure on that top side, they split them. They saw the Clash rotate chest, and they really went for the weak side, and that's what the game of Siege, the attacking side, is about. Seeing where the bodies are stacked and rotating to the opposite side. DD just making impactful plays right now. Really, he's in it right now, man. Wow.
This is maybe the best game of Siege that I've seen DD play ever in his career. Honestly, the way he's playing behind some of these shield operators too. So commonly, it'll be the ag.al themselves who are on a shield and who are making those calls, but we've also heard it from some teams that it can be kind of difficult. False has said this, where it's like, if he's on the shield, he's got to be the front man. It's difficult to kind of tell what's going on, so a lot of teams will instead keep their ag.al behind the shields. DD's doing a really good job of calling these plays, calling these rotations, while also finding frags, following up his teammates, and getting those trades. This has been a real treat to watch.
9-0. The opposite of James Bond here.
Oh, he might be a Bond villain at this point, the way he's playing against DZ.
Little golden eye.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let's see here. Going back bunks right now. They're bringing more denial. The Solus 2 for the info here. The Zombie's going to be a little bit more better to contest on this max side right now. You're going to be playing a solo lurk side with the Solus. I'm looking to see DZ really just break these attacks right now. Get really aggressive on them right now.
Well, once again, it's going to be a shield push. Just as I said, DD's not running the shields. He will hop onto it this time, the Blackbeard being brought by him. Anaton on the smoke as well, so clearly a very different look from CAG. Last time we saw them, at least initially, trying to isolate that site and ignore the top floor. Do you expect a full top clear coming out from CAG?
Yeah, with the shield with the glass too. I'm expecting a Pebbles door walk with the glass here just to cut the top off. And then they should try to use a split here. Maybe one coming through the off side, the Blackbeard helping go through display just to really be that catalyzation of their push here. So let's see this right now. Going to be a basement entry too.
Interesting.
Let's see this, where Shurip's going to go. Maybe a triple impact too from below. I'll also have to watch for that here.
Yeah, I mean, Shurip on this Zofia, since the buff, one of the best operators to play from down below. You can get a free pick if you've got that information. They don't necessarily have great intel operators. There's no Grim, of course, being banned out recently, but even still, they've got the capability with their drones to spot out some of these players and try to make life difficult for Dark Zero. Group will change things up. He goes over towards the roof, so still not 100% committed to how CAG want to play this round.
Cheesing, broke the push. See, that's what they needed right there. Great opening kill on the glass, especially. One of their power-ups down.
Finally, some momentum. Dark Zero have gotten the opening picks the last 3 rounds, including this one. They've not been able to capitalize on it. This has to be where we see that conversion come through from DZ.
Need at least 2 Jesse here.
Be critical to be able to get a 4-2 split coming into the second half. Dark Zero will have to move over towards the attack. Shurip has made his way in quite quietly into operations. That could be a devastating trap being laid for Dark Zero, but they've got a shield to watch it. It looks like they might have some good information. Kino tossing those toxic waves, but he gets his head blown off. Bad timing from Kino, and Shurip will equalize those numbers back down to a 4-on-4. Pressure still facing towards this top floor. The can openers will come out to apply more pressure to the office side, trying to deal with some of this utility. The shield's already been blown up by Shurip, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that. But keep an eye on this time. A minute still to go, and Anderson's dropped the defuse to get outside.
They're going to give top here. Going to play for a green hard zone right now. It's a good call from DZ.
Conceding some of the space. They do not want to bleed any more bodies. If NJR can deny time, he absolutely will do so. He throws out some of those fire grenades, making sure that things stall out just a little bit, and a bit of a rat spot too. G90 loses the fight. Faults also dies at the same time. NJR and Newers with so much to do. Newers in a 1v1 versus Blackbeard. You never win that one, Buster. That's going to be CAG.
Masterclass right now from CAG.
5 in a row.
Masterclass. Wow. Just beautiful plays coming out. You really see them just taking the time and finding the open space that Dark Zero is conceding them in these rounds right now.
Dave, we might have messed up a little bit calling it 2-0 for Dark Zero.
Listen, sometimes you mess up in life. That's it. But wow, CAG coming out strong here. Great opening, especially too picking it to one of their stronger maps, really showing that we're here.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't afraid of Dark Zero, and I think that's kind of how CAG have been playing this whole tournament.
Yeah,
they've not been disrespecting their opponents, but
they respect them.
Yeah, they've not
underestimated them.
They've not been fearing them either, right? They're properly respecting their opponents. They're preparing for those matches. They're going deep into the strat book, and then they're coming out and playing with confidence.
Like you said, Zach, on his interview with Laxley, he said we cannot underestimate our opponents, and they have to keep their pace. They have kept their pace extremely well in this game, especially just the moments when they choose to explode. It's in sync, it's together. You see them rotating, using the shield extremely well right now. Yeah, especially Shurip on these lurks. Wow, just one of the stars for their team here. And DD 10-0.
It was a year and a half ago when CAG turned a lot of heads, making the grand finals of Reload. And listen, we don't have to lie about it. People had some questions about the path they took to get to the grand finals. They had a slightly easier side of the bracket for sure, and the finals didn't really go their way. But to me, Dave, this feels like a bit of redemption. It feels like a little bit of payback coming out from the CAG guys and their fans saying, listen, we're still a top team. Don't forget about us.
It's a step in the right direction here. Let's see if they can finish it out.
A flawless half would be history here against Dark Zero. It is not common that they see that 6-0 facing against them at the Esports World Cup or really anywhere. When this level of team comes to play, they usually don't give up this many in a row. Early damage onto Shurip. Again, the opening pick has not always determined who's come out on top. The Easy have struck first a lot of times, but it's not really been enough so far.
They're going for this kill on the mute. Gonna be shotgun versus shotgun right now. Getting live drone the Nook, does he know? Gonna pop the wall.
Here we go for the long range. Half damage over to Kino. Now the pistol comes out as the drop happens. He downs him, and Shurip's there for the finish off. Perfectly played to flush out Kino, one of the best SAS players in the world. He gets hard punished. There goes another one. It trades back and forth as Faults and DD each pick up one. Shurip has been traded out, but this is still going to be a man advantage for CAG.
CAG just working really well together. The coordination's on point here. Let's see how they have range control right now. Could look to end filter side. I don't think they're doing the filter stairs hold. Kino's dead here.
Right.
Soul's playing the top side. DZ really forced into making these plays on the flank right now. So CAG can either slow up and wait for this play by Faults, or they can go straight to the site. Faults going to spot the gap on the Solus right now, walking through.
Oh, Faults, he's to your right. Faults. Faults. Oh, no way. He loses that fight. DD finally goes down. It's his first death of the game, but that could have been so much better for Dark Zero. Newers takes down Zaka. This goes down to a 2v2, but the time is very favorable for the team from APAC North. Chibisu and Anatun have plenty of time to work this site and re-grab the diffuser.
A lot of utility on Anatun right now. Let's see how he uses the flames and the smokes to isolate the site off right here.
True.
Should play for a hatch drop. Has 2 cans left open right now. The Nook shotgun, 2 nades left. It's going to be crucial in the stock walk.
They're going to take their time with this one on CAG. They know that if they rush it, they will certainly fall to pieces, so they've got to make sure they can put together a good filter push. They're going to go filter side, as you said, starting to make their way past these cams. The Nitro Cell, not something they have to worry about like last time.
Doubling up here. Ask Hansu to get the UL wall.
Yeah, this wall shouldn't be a problem. The door's going to have to be broken down. It's going to feed good information over towards Newers. He pops that Goyo canister the second he hears them enter in through filter. So that's going to be good information coming through on the side of DZ. They might not necessarily know if it's 2 of them here or just 1 of them, but it is both the players on CAG grouping up, using this firebolt now from Anaton, trying to force players out through connector.
Flame stock
some of that utility. The Goyo canister will start to wear out now. He throws the fire deep. That's going to make things really awkward for NJR inside of stock. He still does have an angle. Going deep is Anaton, covering his planter. This is going to be massive, but he misses a few shots onto NJR. Now he's just got to add some time. In for the angle. That's going to be DZ winning on time. They down the defuse planter, and that'll be enough for a 5-1.
Yeah, great round, even though CAG just really looking on the front foot in all these rounds here. DZ really need to just take that one round and see if they can get the attacking rolling here. Really flip that momentum right now.
Wow.
Let's see what they do with this 2-minute timeout here.
Yeah, this is going to be the time to start turning things around for Dark Zero. We say this, I said this yesterday, Dave, but I'll say it again. If you're only going to win 1 round and a half, it better be that final one.
Yeah.
Try to get your team a little bit of momentum. That was almost a brutal result for Fultz. The fact that he didn't see the player on drone, his scope was covering it.
That's a little like the Ment clip.
Yeah, a little bit. But it's all right. They've managed to squeak out a win anyways, and they're going to be able to hold their head high coming into this second half. They move to the offensive side here, Dave. I mean, Dark Zero, they're a great team on both sides. Yesterday, they had a 75% win rate on their offensive side, so they're definitely a solid team on the offense, but you still have to think this will favor CAG.
Yes, CAG too, especially seeing how Shirup and Chibisu and Zaka really do play, really not a lot of respect for their opponents, playing very aggressively and playing instinct off the info here. They use the clash very well, so I'm wanting to see how they're going to use this.
For still 60 seconds left in this timeout, call out one of the best coaches in the world at getting his team back from these tough situations, Dark Zero. They're not really used to being down like this, Dave. I mean, you go back to the major grand finals in Salt Lake City. I'm not going to say it was an easy game versus Shopify Rebellion, but they certainly looked dominant after map 1, at least for maps 2, 3, and 4. They were in firm control of that series. Now in a match versus CAG, obviously it's not a grand finals, but what do you think they have to tell themselves to get out of this mental slump?
1 round at a time. You go for 1 round, you go for 1 kill, 1 moment at a time. You keep it just very step by step, and that's what's going to lead to victory.
Right. Mention DD one more time as well. Currently sitting with a pending 216 EPS. You just don't see that these days in Rainbow Six Siege. If he can maintain this, or honestly even come close to maintaining this for the second half, this will be a record for DD, the best game of his career. Currently, his best EPS score was a 142 earlier this year versus Kintrope. So this might be a massive result for DD, especially at the Esports World Cup, one of the most important events in Siege.
And you see there too, being down 1-5, Kino still with a smile on his face. That just tells you everything you need to know. They're still in it. They're still here, ready to compete. They know it's not going to be easy. Let's go.
The vibes are at an all-time high for Dark Zero. Kino's a player who has been to many grand finals. He's a back-to-back major champion, the only player in history to win 2 different majors on 2 different teams. He's certainly had his successes in his career. The Esports World Cup barely avoided him a few years back, Dave. Again, sorry to bring it up.
Just Jesse just taking shots at me, guys.
My apologies.
It wasn't a close one, but we were there.
You made the finals. That's what matters. That's what people will remember. How do we feel about the operator bands coming through? Mira and Goyo coming out for the defenders.
They're an issue. Gonna have to deal with the wall denial here. Want to see how CAG really use that. Gonna be troublesome just trying to get that off, especially too since Tube Rouse up. Gonna see that combination to KE Tube. Really gonna be able to slow these walls down. So I feel like DZ are gonna have to really work well at isolating these kills, because if CAG get into this layer game and really slow them, stop getting the walls open, they allow the denial to really come into a factor. It's going to be just very defensive-sided rounds here.
Usually when you're going up against this Tube Kaid combo, you'll want a Thatcher to try to play that stall game, right? Waste some time, make sure you clear those claws.
The Thatcher's the best counter because like they usually try to tube and re-K, but the Thatcher could just sit there and just keep Thatchering it. Yeah. So it's one of the best counters here. We expect to see that come out. Looks like they're hiding the Kaid here off the wall reinforcement. Shuri running drone protection here.
Yeah.
A little secret service on Shiryu.
I think Newers might have a drone in, unless that's on the bottom floor. It is. It's going to be first floor, so we won't be finding Anaton. That hiding operators is definitely something that I think people don't talk about very much early in the game, where one player's job in the prep phase is specifically just to protect the other player from being droned out. They never saw that Kaid, and there's no Thatcher being brought by DZ.
It's all information, guys. It's the biggest thing about Siege. The information you collect in the pre-round shows you what they're going to be doing, and the defense really needs to make sure that they're hiding those operators so you kind of come into the round blind here. And that's really the biggest thing about Siege. You see it on Cafe too. A lot of teams doing a lot of mute Mozzie combination to really make sure they can conceal what they want to do here.
Yep. Well, down towards the lobby side, they will see this electricity soon if they haven't already, and recognize that there is going to be that Kaid tube they're going to have to deal with. They can put Newers down below, right, to try to apply some pressure. They even got Fault on this Flores, which might be able to force some players back. What's going to be the best bet to try and open up some of these walls?
They're going to need to use the Deimos below the pistol to get the Kaid off here. They need to care, though, because it's so hard because there's so much vert angle fighting down. TCSG2 can make live vert against the new crew, so he's going to have to care for that right now. And honestly, too, when they're playing so hard into the wall denial, sometimes you might have to just play for more of the kills in the split side on the display side and the top mezzanine side here. So let's see if they recognize this Kaid coming out.
Nice little Flores drone going out.
Yeah, they have pings on the Kaid.
Deal some of this.
Care for the C4 over the top. Gonna nade the Kaid off here, so they're gonna deal with it. One Kaid down, only one left, 3 tubes, gonna freeze.
The other Kaid Claw, it is in the pocket of Anaton, so he's ready to hold on to it. Does he use it on the Ops wall? He just tossed it down now, but I think it might have been, was it Ops or Mask that he's tossed it?
Ops.
Okay. They're really committing everything to this first wall. It might make the second wall a little bit weaker.
Yeah, for sure. I don't really know if that's too much worth it because you already wasted a nade. Doing tube stall here.
They can trick an ace charge. It'll absolutely be worth it. They're down to 2 on the side of NJR. Here's that vert play we were asking for, Dave. It's going to be Newers applying some pressure onto Anaton, but it's not quite enough to get that kill, and he's already tossed out that second Kaid Claw, so even if you kill him at this point, it's not going to be everything that you wanted. They will rotate the Kaid Claw over towards storage, so this is a nice little pivot coming out from CAG. Kino spots that out and is going to have to find some other way around.
He picked it up again. Wait, no, he didn't pick it up again. Okay.
Playing mind games with
all five people tracked right now, so he has 3 tracks still right now, so they're gonna get this wall open. No Kaids left, no tubes left, only 1 smoke right now. Really milking this utility.
Yeah, 45 seconds, 2 to go. Dark Zero needs to start getting the move on sooner rather than later. The Warden here from Shirip's going to go for a play. Nice kill from J90. They start to get active in through the display window. False is full white, but he's going to be able to get some space in for his teammates. Finally goes down to DD, who's playing close to the shotgun, but now he's got a Blackbeard to deal with, having to rotate past all of these rotations. J90 on a triple coming into the display window. It's a 3v2 favoring Dark Zero, but they've got to move quick. 20 seconds on the clock. J90 trying to make some space behind Kino while Newers works his way up the rocket stairs.
No nades.
Inside sight. Chibisu and Anaton just holding their positions. The track, it's being targeted towards Anaton. They'll know that he's behind this desk, but it's not an easy position to clear out. J90 for 4, hunting for the ace, sees the 5th player in sight, won't be getting the ace though. Chibisu denies, 1v2, plant going down. Kino finishes it. This becomes really awkward now. Chibisu's on a sliver of HP. He wants the toes of Kino, but he's just not going to get that opportunity. The Deimos track comes through as well. Gives information over to Chibisu, but still, this is just going to be so difficult with Kino playing behind that shield. Kino's still got so much HP as well. At any point, Newers can swing. Chibisu biding his time, wants to take this slow, having to go for the reload, trying to find a head on it. He knows that's the win con, but they play it perfectly on the side of DZ. It's a 4K from J90 and Dark Zero put 2 together.
I think that just shows J90's skill. You know, coming out of a weak half, 4K immediately, really making sure he just gets back into the game right there. I mean, this is what you need if you're a DZ fan, seeing them come out on the attacking side strong right now.
J90 giving some hope back to the fans of Dark Zero. This game might be very far from over, of course. 2 in a row for Dark Zero. We know how strong their mental can be. It's often talked about as one of their biggest strengths as a team, and despite the time getting low there, despite how scary it might have been from their position, I like how they committed full on to that display take.
And it was beautiful too. Anaton going for the wrap, but the track comes out perfectly on him. They use it to isolate him extremely well, being calm in late round and using what utility you have left, and really using that shield to spearhead in. And you see in that 2v1-2 going. If you're going to peek, listen. So everyone at home, if you're playing with the shield player and you're with the gun, making sure your shield player drops the shield as you peek. So if you do die, you are fighting in sync together.
Yeah. Yeah, DZ played that perfectly. Really, there's no way they could have lost that 1v2 as long as they shot at the same time, and that's exactly what they did, so really well played. This feels like a very high-level game of Siege, Dave, where both teams are showcasing some excellent attacks.
Of course, I mean, the deeper we get into this tournament, the better the Siege is going to get, the faster pace is going to be, the quicker these teams are going to have to react to each other. So let's see, going back bunks here, you're going to see a nice lineup coming out, the Cap, the Glass, the Blitz here. glorious combination right now. The snake also for the lurk side here. They have good traps on the top floor. They have Souls Info, the Tachanka to stop the plants and to make the holes here. The Lamai is going to be great. The Zombie's going to be great for the extension on the top floor. He might be playing the green side extension here.
Right.
You see a lot of teams hold green with the Zombie right now. Just kind of slow the Sky Bridge take to slow that green ISO teams do when they come through the Sins. Fast ops are coming out from New Crew right now. Let's see what info he gets on this.
Looking for some of these players inside the top floor. Just going to bide his time for now. NJR in this Glass is interesting as well.
Yeah.
Usually he's on the Ying on this site. They haven't shown the Glass this season, so this will be maybe new tech that CAG will not have been expecting. Those are those deep strat books you were talking about earlier, Dave.
Needed the shield here. Good info coming out. Just putting pressure on the ops side. Get a drone through. Looks like it's going to be a display hop here.
Lots of players outside the display window. Chibisu will read into that and just reinforce off. This is a really smart move to come out from Chibisu on the vert now. Newers, he loses the first gunfight to Shurip. That's going to be a massive loss as that information from the Snake can be invaluable. Now at a man disadvantage, DZ are going to try to stave off this match point. In through the hatch, minute 40 on the clock. You heard of Knight yourself for a moment there, but it doesn't look like it's
left either.
D4 actually pre-plays.
They're in a tough spot right now. That flex wall really hurt them. Looking to go side right now.
Stalling out a little bit here, Dave, or is this okay?
They're stalling out a little bit right now. You see that the wall got flexed off and they're breaching forward. They're trying to find a new pivot into sight right now.
And JR hoping to work a new angle over towards the storage hall, looking to make his way in through these sight lines, but a lot of people have given this up. It's really only Anaton that remains on the top floor. Everybody else from CAG have given up this space to just play sight.
Yeah. Great right now from Tag 2 being able to stay ahead of their opponent, keeping it moving right now. Going for the Sky Bridge clear right now. Bolts flashing. Anatune full blind spraying.
Oh boy, this is a tough fight. False uses it perfectly with the smoke. He gets that early frag on Anaton and does get downed, but his teammates should be able to pick him up later in the round. They're more concerned about Zaka at the moment. He's playing at the bottom of these green stairs. Kino will now double back to help his teammate. There comes the Solus. It's Chibisu. He can finish off this down, especially if he times it right when the pickup's happening. Perfectly flanked by Chibisu. He grabs the defuse kit now, and it's a 4v2. He can play close with the shotgun. This is the worst case scenario for Dark Zero. NJR with the sniper, trying to play close range. Chibisu gets all three, but there's still J9O. 20 seconds. Feels like the damage has been done. Everybody on Keg now just has to hold their angles. It's a crossfire at the bottom of green stairs. J9O has to look every direction. There's no hope for him. A beautiful flank pushes CAG to match point.
Beautiful from Kag right there. You see them really making sure that they flex that wall off. That right there honestly wins them the round on the top. They peel off the top right there. Play a nice Sky Bridge extension. Anatou gets it down. Or actually, no, the Zaka gets it down, plays the layer off. Chibisu's ready for the flank. He's a Souls. He can see if they have info on him. Kag staying ahead of their opponent right now, staying multiple layers deep. Great rounds from them. And a timeout coming out on match point. Really just to calm the team down, making sure, because we've seen in these games how important it is to close out when you get these match points.
Is there any risk here from Sparky calling the tack timeout at 6-2, allowing call out to talk to the guys one more time? Because DZ burned their tack timeout really early at 2-0. This is giving another opportunity for call out to have impact on the game.
We're going to have to see how much it does find impact, but I feel like it's probably better for Kag just making sure he can calm the guys down and just give them some final plans. And if things do go awry, you can really just have kind of a little bit of planning. But if things do go awry, it gets into a deeper game, and you did burn that timeout, and you kind of got rid of your momentum, could be a little bit troublesome here. Let's see.
Once again, what a round from Chibisu. That flank was absolutely brilliant. He was the highest rated player from CAG back during stage 1. So far in the tournament, he's taken a bit of a backseat to Shurip, who has just absolutely taken over the Esports World Cup as the best player for CAG by Vero. But Chibisu is still one of the best players in Japan, showcasing his skill today.
Yes. And Didi.
Yeah. Didi's is actually insane.
Yeah. Just wow.
I've never seen him play Siege quite like this. Didi, again, the former coach. He's 25 years old, on the older side for gamers here at the Esports World Cup. Not an ancient old man just yet, but still, he's been putting in the work for a long time.
Hiding the clash again. Or hiding the clash instead of the K this round, should I say. Gonna be able to stop and just fight against the shield. Not bringing any Zofia. The Deimos is really going to be the main counter for the clash from below right now. Shoot, playing alert. Might go for an early opening kill outside of the garage side when they like to open display here.
Okay.
Let's see it. Watch for Shurip here.
Definitely in an aggressive position. There's a lot of players starting by garage.
He's gonna impact out.
Uh-oh.
You gotta go for it.
Shurip, he's got impact in pocket, ready to make a big play here.
You gotta wait until he opens the window here.
Janino's already up towards the roof. Newers is a little ways away, so he might have missed his chance. NJR could come looking, but this run out doesn't seem like it's going to result. Oh, back on the rappel.
Yeah.
I think
Might
that's
get two.
J9O, yeah.
Or they're holding for it. The timing.
Oh, they don't know for sure that it exists. Here comes the rappel. It's going to be a little bit late from Shureep. They might have heard that impact. They're already on the roof, though. Doesn't seem like they're going to get involved with it. So no harm, no foul. Shureep will just scurry away.
Pretty good top filter here. I don't think they know he's below, actually. So Nuker's going to have to care for the flank here.
This might be difficult if Newers doesn't recognize Shureep's position. We'll see if Newers has that track as well onto Shureep. If they've gotten that ping out, if they might have any idea. They do have the Ela track, so if Newers knows that the Ela is roaming downstairs, he could go for the track, but not sure he's got that information.
Great confidence from Shureep right now, too. Just kind of jaywalking it across the map here.
Yep.
He's being a thorn in Dark Zero's side. Not giving him anything right now.
And already we see Kino and the Blackbeards pushing up through Skybridge, so Shureep could have a really big flank. He is all alone, stalled temporarily by this Lion charge, but the Toxic Babes will slow Kino down as well. Here comes the flank now, and it's perfect. He gets one, he gets both. Nice shots from Shureep, exactly where he needs to play over towards Skybridge. Now Newers from down below, desperate to get a pick back, but he just can't find the angle. This is map point for CAG. 3 players left to find, but Faults is still hitting heads. DD will go down. That's going to be a big frag onto the captain of CAG. Shureep still lurking down below. Newers has to win this fight.
With the track outlet here. They have pings on him.
It should be favorable. He canceled it, actually. He's got information, so he doesn't want to give up his own position that he might be coming for the swing, brings out the AK and wins that fight. Back to a 3v3. Newers bails out DZ, but there's still a lot of work to do with less than 60 seconds on the clock. Zaka finds Fault for a late trade. Chibisu finds J9O. Newers has to get the 1v3 against the Clash. Doesn't have the defuse kit. It's across the map, and they all know where he's coming from. So low HP. Everybody thought Dark Zero were unbeatable on Lair. 6-0 so far this season, but CAG have proven that that might not be the case. They're playing it slow, wasting their time, and the peak from Anaton ends it. For the first time this season, Dark Zero lose Lair, and CAG take the lead in the series.
Yes, very great map from CAG right there, especially their pick, showing it's a strong pick there. If you're a DZ fan, don't be too worried. Still a long series here. Let's see how they bounce back on their map pick.
Perfectly done. I mean, we know that Dark Zero are a great team. They will be battling back on these next couple of maps, but still, what a statement from CAG.
Really is.
Yeah, it's a good result here from CAG on this first map. Incredible, especially with these first few rounds all going in their favor. We saw the tech time out after round 2. It didn't really do much over on the side of Dark Zero. Well, we usually really compliment their mental. It seemed like they were they're really struggling to find a start inside this matchup here. And I mean, it is really difficult as certain players on the side of CAG pop off once again. You know, we've seen Anaton do it. We've seen Shureep do it this time around. DD, absolutely insane. That kill in round 5 when it was in the middle floor bomb site, and the defender of whoever it was on the side of Dark Zero was walking around and didn't see DD, and then DD killed him. We were all screaming in the green room, literally.
Yeah.
What a kill, what a moment, and what a first map we're getting treated to here in this upper bracket match.
Of course.
That's the Esports World Cup. This is where things get really hot and exciting, and it feels like CAG have shown up to play today. Perfectly played by them. I want to say that that's the best game DD has put up in his career, at least from a rating-wise. We'll get the confirmation on that in a little bit, but what a statement to come out early.
And I feel like CAG 2 are really just operating well. I feel like these first few days of the tournament have really allowed them to kind of get running, get the engine going, and they just look really good right now. They look in sync, they look together, they look confident in their plays they're creating.
Yeah, where I felt like a few of the rounds Dark Zero had a good start. You know, they got the entry. It felt like CAG was always able to come back. We're seeing those rounds as well, where there's a player sitting behind the shield, and CAG is willing to take that challenge. We see the confidence from them. We see that steam that has been building up over these last few days, coming along with the amount of keys that they've been crushing. I'll talk about that one there. Willing to take the challenge on that player just shows that you are ready to take the gunfight and that you feel confident and that you'll be getting it as well.
The reticle perfectly blocking him. That's so unlucky.
And thank God DZ came back to win that round. That was one of the few where they did come out on top. They had NJR there to get the instant trade back, but still, it just shows the level that CAG are playing on at the moment. They're always ready for these plays, and they're so quick to hit these shots.
It's very good siege from them. Even in rounds they're losing, it's still very close.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what you kind of expected as well, right, Jesse? You said, like, oh, we're probably going to get, like, even if it is a 2-0, we're going to get a really close map. It wasn't necessarily the quite close map that we saw here in regards to the final scoreline, but the rounds certainly do be getting close here and there. And in general, if you are a neutral viewer, this game has been such an entertaining one to watch with multiple. We saw the quad kill there as well. We saw that play upstairs too. It's been a really fun game to watch it so far. And for CAG to win out this first map here, especially as their map pick is a good statement inside this matchup. They are now one map away from qualifying themselves to the players. It'd be incredible for them, incredible for the region, and for their fans, of course, as well. But for Dark Zero, there is the opportunity to bounce back. Their map pick is up next. After the break, we're gonna go to Bank.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to the B stream. We are in the middle of Dark Zero versus CAG. We're going to go to Dark Zero's map pick next. That is Bank. We've seen a lot from CAG already inside of this tournament. We've seen Bank from them as well.
Yeah, of course, this has been a map that they played up against Fnatic. Wasn't the best result coming out from CAG. Probably part of the reason why we wanted to see DZ pick this map in the end, but still can be a good map for CAG, right? They won it a couple times back in APAC North. They know how to play on Bank, so I'm expecting a high game from them once again.
See a little bit of that preparation coming into DZ playing a map, picking a map too that they have shown. So obviously going into that map with a little bit of knowledge of what CAG are going to do. So I feel like it's going to be a bit, just seeing how CAG can kind of change what they've shown. And honestly, too, since they lost that actually against Fnatic, see what they can improve on. And honestly, just with that momentum they established throughout this whole tournament and then going into that first map too, I want to see how that really translates into this pick here.
Because we've seen it backfire so far inside the tournament as well, where teams are like, oh, you know, you've lost that map before, I'm going to pick it against you, and then they lose like 7-1 or something on it. What do we need or want to see from Dark Zero here to bounce back and keep themselves in that upper brackets?
I think Dark Zero just need to really find their footing in the game. You know, I felt like just they were really close rounds, and I feel like CAG always kind of had to step ahead of them, and they were always putting DZ on the back foot with the flex walls. They're running out of hard breaching with their op lineups. They were really playing the layer game really well, putting that deeper hard zone and combining good flank plays and not give them the free space.
Right.
And I feel like DZ just need to find a way to punch through on CAG and kind of put them on the back foot and make them kind of scramble, because you saw in one of the attack rounds they won that first round, you saw DD screen all of the Grimbees and all the flashes and how just sporadic you get. You can tell when you have the head spinning of your opponents because they're looking every which way for where you are, and that's really what DZ need to create for CAG to just kind of be on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, for a couple of rounds there on the attack, we saw Dark Zero kind of stalling out when some of those flex walls would go up, when CAG would kind of pull back. And I'd really like to see Dark Zero maybe adjust to that a little bit quicker, maybe be faster to get those kills before the fallback comes through. It's not something we're used to seeing from Dark Zero, where they do have that little stall at the middle of the round. That's just not been a part of their game for the last couple of months. So cleaning that up a little bit could make a big difference.
Of course.
Well, Dark Zero start on the defense here in this second map. Any player as well in particular that we're looking to that maybe feels that extra pressure? I mean, certain players had a slower start on layer, right? Jaden didn't really get off the bat very well, then had the quad kill to kind of bounce back there. Any player that maybe has a lot of pressure or feels that pressure here?
I feel like these guys do a very good job of just handling that pressure. So I don't think there's any pressure on the side of Dark Zero right now. They really try to just go out here and have fun and enjoy these games. So I feel like I just need to see them really get into that and just kind of find their footing and play Dark Zero solid siege here.
Right, so far the stakes are high in this matchup. A ticket to the playoffs is what is on the line. CAG have a great start so far in this matchup. Will they get a 2-0 or can Dark Zero bounce back?
Do or die now for DZ as they have to be able to showcase on their own map pick why they are the major champions, how well they can be in some of these maps here in Rainbow Six. They're the favorites for a lot of people coming into this one, up against CAG. Once again, this has been a strong map for Dark Zero. 5 wins, 1 loss so far this season on Bank, only losing to G2 and stomping back in Salt Lake City, and they've beaten some really big names on this map, Dave. I'm talking about FaZe Clan, I'm talking about Wildcard, I'm talking about Shopify Rebellion. Again, it's been a little bit weaker for CAG. Lost it to Fnatic a few days ago, but they have a strong record in APAC North.
Let's see right now. We're going to see the ace spin coming out. Double projectile breach. That's really good. That really enables on the open on the CEO not being able to get the E3 wall open, get the E2 wall open, hold those cuts. Really makes it a more defender-sided game, especially too on the janitor extension. You see a lot of teams bringing that projectile breach to get that wall open to displace the janitor position. It makes that so much stronger too. The mirror Wamai, those are two. I feel like the mirror, you could. The mirror's a little bit iffy for me. The Wamai is very good. I feel like the Wamai is just one of the best ops just to stop pushes right now.
Yeah. I mean, typically you'd see the Kaid, I think, in place of the mirror, right?
And two, I feel like Echo is one of the best operators on Bank too, because Bank is such an info-heavy map, especially on the defensive side, because the default cams are in spots where you can get shot very early in the round.
Yeah.
So having that Valk, that Echo to collect info in the round where they are, you see the pulse a lot too for that. So I feel like that's just one of the best operators here. Going to be doing more of a turtle here. Not much of a roam, maybe a little bit of archive extension with the mute to slow down. Gonna get the Jan, the stock hatch, a zombie 2 for the server hold right now. Should be playing smoke on server stairs to pulse to call the site info, the plants, the C4 to stop, the Goyle to deny time. The lineup 2 here from CAG. The Blitz, the Grim, Twitch 2 for the Goyos. The Sense is going to be great on the site hatch just to cut off the long angles.
Right.
And the Dokubi 2 just for the clear if there is anyone roaming. Nuku playing a light roam instead of Archive Sellers right now. Let's see if they hunt him quick.
Maybe going to find a fast one on Newers inside of Tellers. As you say, Shu Reap's got that long angle from the rappel. There is a player trying to make his way in through ATMs. We'll see if CAG do start to apply that pressure. So far, it doesn't seem like they wanted that smoke. Of course, the stakes once again for this game, the winner of this series will go on to top 8 here at the Esports World Cup, earn their club some points in the club championship. The loser falls down to face either M80 or Team Liquid Alienware in 2 days' time. Like this information from Faults, his phone will explode, dealing half damage, but he's spotting that Anaton shield up above on the top floor. Zaka hunting for these players as well. Newers does fall off the Teller's extension.
And 2 here, usually the mute jammer actually does disable the beepers.
Yep.
So it actually masks the attack walking and going for Archive's kill with the Blitz right now.
Ooh,
It's gonna be careful.
Opportunity. Chibisu had the opportunity, but he just missed the head on J9O. He got a little bit of siege timing there, and he's just going to be able to do some damage instead. Still a solid position from CAG. Pretty good time here to force most of these players back. It's only going to be J9O now trying to work a pick over towards Cafeteria.
Right,
but
off this call.
Wow, great shot. He finds Anderson. That's the shield player as he's dropping the hatch. That's a really big kick to come through from Dark Zero.
Great knowing he had enough HP to tank that call too. Gonna be 1 HP here on the server side. Walking in through. Great from J9 up. Just wow.
Yeah, it looks like DD hits a little bit of barbed wire there, and it's going to feed the pick over to Jack. Now 2-0 to start off this second map after really struggling on the first half of Lair. This has been a really good bounce back to come through from J9O. Low HP, so getting the full ace might be a little bit difficult, but he set his team up into a great position.
Of course, getting those 2 opening picks too. Bomb going to be down in Dirt Tunnel, so they're going to be forced to end server side.
God, yeah.
Grimby's coming out here. They need to help from site side right now. Going to drop server here.
Okay, they've got the information, but he still loses the fight. Kino's going to get credit for that kill in the end at the top of the stairs. Why not, too, for the Brazilian and Newers inside the site. They lost it on their own game, Dave, and then trying to execute, they just couldn't force any of those positions out.
Great reset right there from Dark Zero, coming out strong in that defensive side. Look like a brand new team right now. Tag, a little bit too separated right there. Manitou going in alone. DD walking in alone, trying to trade. I feel like in that 4v5, you need to kind of get in sync with your team, because that still is winnable if you want to Grim B. You have all the control to get the hatch open, have the Twitch walk in, off the Grim Bs, sync that up with your team. DD might be in a little bit of hero mode. Let's watch for that. Coming up for a strong map.
For sure, yeah. DD, obviously that player to watch after Lair when he went crazy for the best game of his career. Loses that fight over towards Dirt Tunnel. Interesting as well that CAG chose to start on the attack, Dave. I want to hear your thoughts on that. Part of it might be because their defenses were a real weak spot earlier versus Fnatic. They won 2, lost 4 earlier in this tournament. So do you think that plays into it, or why do you feel CAG might have chosen to start on the attack?
I mean, coming off that Lair 2, their attack side was looking good, so I feel like the attack side could favor them, and Bank 2 is generally a little bit attacker-sided if you can attack it right. I feel like the range breach really does kind of make it more aggressively defender-sided, because it kind of is hard to push them back out of these positions. You're really forced to walk at them, get in the map here. So I just really want to see them sync up, because that round was really solo from CAG.
Right. And I'm looking at the operators here, Dave, and this is really a new strategy coming out from DZ. It's not going to give them the opening pick. Zaka actually finds NJR really early. Did you see where NJR was playing? Was that just stock, or?
I didn't see that.
It went down? We're going to find him now down below. Could have been an early
Maybe
pick.
top square peeking?
Could be a top square peek as well. Inside stock,
inside
yeah,
stock.
look. That's an early frag favoring Zaka. NJR with the long-range DMR. Doesn't miss those often.
Going for Cheech on the repel right now, crew. Playing off the Tuberal. That's just going to be big right now, especially in the man disadvantage. Having that shield up will hurt you, because you really aren't going to be able to stop any opponent's pushing.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to Fault to really find a spot to plant that shield to really help the team out here.
That's what I'm talking about. We really haven't seen this clash from Dark Zero so far, Dave. At least in the last 8 times they've defended this top floor, it's not really been in their repertoire. So clearly those strategies that they've been cooking for the Esports World Cup are coming in big now.
Alley coming out. You usually see DZ run this too with J9O.
Yeah.
Really good just to clear the castles out, and the sniper rifle is extremely strong.
One of Shirip's favorite operators here when attacking the top floor. He's a big Cali fan, so it's not a surprise to see that coming out from him. Anderson on the Ying may be a bit more of a surprise. Usually he's on the shield for this push.
Should be a slow window take right now. The Grim B, the Ying's going to come out. Should be a little bit of a pentakill right now. Going to be Grimming stock side just for the power here.
Yeah. Vault's still playing it safe. DD grabs the defuse kit here from his teammate on the repel. Looks like they might be wanting to go for
they got
something.
a crunch. He got a repel main skylight right now. One got a hop stock. To go to repel in the windows right now. Got a kill Trump here.
Here's the game plan. Already deep in lobby is Shurip. He's starting to make some real space over towards Spiral Stairs while his teammates continue to work these windows. They'll be safe from any flanks, but inside of stock, we're seeing Faults get aggressive. Gotta be careful of those air jabs. One goes down. It's J9O for a 3v5. Here comes the fight still from Faults. He will get one back. Still gonna be in an awkward position though, as Shurip has made his way all the way up these lobby stairs. Playing the Cali a little bit unexpected, but hey, he's gonna find the angle when he needs to. Loses that secondary fight. Kino swings out from an angle not expected, but this is still a 2v3 as the plant begins from DD. Faults is getting behind. Hello? Inside of Janitor, nearly finds the pick, but Chibisu will take him out instead. Last one alive is Kino, and there's nothing he can do as CAG tie the game.
Very good round from CAG too. You see on that execute how split they are, and they can honestly see how it's affecting DZ, because they're looking every which way. New Crew's in Penta. He's looking deep. guy walks up gold. They have the main sky rappel, that being one of the best spots in the game now. It used to be the drop down, but now the main sky rappel really cuts off long desk, anything inside that stock hallway. And it's very safe because you can rappel down, get a kill, and get right back off and influence around somewhere else. Because you see them looking to see if you still in that position. But GBC was already rotating stock, taking the position back from where his teammate had just died from. So it's beautiful from CAG here.
Really nice start to come through. We go back and forth 1-for-1. And Dave, we got a bit of a weird one coming out. Archives Tellers, the third site from DZ. Talk to me about this play.
Tellers is a very deep state win-con site, guys. You're going to see them probably concede the top 4 a little bit here. Play for the C4s in the horizontal. Going to be an open hard zone with the Echo for deep state win-con. And you're usually going to play for a top retake so you can deny the plants from up top and off the Echo drone here. So there's a lot of different styles of defense you can run here. You just have to make sure you're not giving much kills on the clear right now, okay? You're going to see Shearer bringing out this Nook because they're reading into that. They're bringing out the Dokubi. They're going to be aggressive in the opening because if you can get opening kills, you can really flip around onto the defense and force them to make that play before they want to.
Dark Zero again have played Bank 6 times this season. They've only chosen to defend Archives Tellers a single time. That was May 10th versus Ninjas in Pajamas. And they did run a similar lineup with Faults on the Echo, J9O on a Castle, but some of those other operators have been moved around here for Dark Zero. They did win that round, so a flawless 100% defensive win rate for DZ on this site for the season. CAG won experience attacking this map, attacking this bomb site as well. That was also a victory, so one of these teams will have to experience their first loss.
Little light ascension up top too. Double reinforcing Jan walls. Probably have some pests up here to stall, and they reinforce the Jan hatch here. And the stock hatch right now, so they're just baiting this info up top.
This is a classic play from Shirip on the Nook.
Do they know?
Under the default cam, it certainly hasn't been shot out here, so it might give a little bit of false confidence over to J9O. There's no barbed wire that I'm seeing on the stairs here, Dave, so this might be a really nice little walk-in.
Here.
The castle barricade's also kind of enabling Shirip to make this walk because in through Tellers, they're not really able to see him. So we can just play this kind of safe behind the pillar. I like this from Shirip, biding his time with DMR.
Ram 2 going to be extremely strong right now. 2 impacts inside the site to stop that. Echo sitting on the Mutrium to counter the Dokubi right now. Floor is coming out just to clear stuff.
Yeah. I mean, how do you like this defense so far? Because it's only J9O actually playing the top floor.
Very good right now. They're wasting good time here. Haven't conceded a kill right now. It's going to be difficult here with the Nook climb.
Now we're starting to see the pressure from Shirip.
Jack might die right here.
Yeah, J9O has no idea, but he's starting to make some noise, sprinting over towards the square side. It's going to be NJR. 2 as they jump in through Printer. NJR is watching for it, and he gets massive value out of it. Why not 3 through the wall? J9O finding some bad damage as well. Will go down to the top floor, but I don't think it's going to matter after all the damage that NJR has just done. Shirip is the only one left. 1v4 on the top floor.
Difficult for CAG right there. Kind of went right into their hard zone there.
Yeah.
Had the warden ready for it. Good plays here.
Trying to surprise their opponents with a fast jump into sight there, but of course, not the site, it's not open area, it's Tellers, but still being able to watch for that.
The open kind of is a site on this one because you're kind of really conceding the actual site here.
Shirip in an impossible situation. They are spamming him with Echo. He's got his gadget on, so they might not know exactly where he's at. Dodges the Nitro Cell, 40 seconds to fish for kills as they all know where he's at. Will eventually deal with this BP, but the pressure's coming in from all angles. Shirip's got so much to do here. This job is very difficult.
Almost impossible here to win this.
1v4 coming forward. It would be an ace. Shirip's had some ridiculous rounds at the tournament so far, but this will not be one of them. Newers shuts it down and gets Dark Zero back the lead.
Yeah, so you taught me a casting term yesterday. I'll teach you a siege term. We call it the totem pole. When one is prone and when one is standing, almost impossible to hit that transfer. If anyone's in 2v1s, this deep state rounds, and you have to make someone swing you, having someone go prone, having someone stand, it's almost impossible for the attacker to win that.
I love that. 2 different heads you've got to shoot at once. That's not going to go your way any day of the week. So really good start here from Dark Zero. 2-1 up on their own map pick. Grim Kaid get taken off the board. That's the Kaid we kind of expected at the start of the game.
You usually see that a lot, get first ban from teams. It's okay. They haven't been running it too much. They ban it third. The Grim's good too because the Grim also too, it's just being outside the map, being able to influence the ground, especially when you ban the range breach. The Grim is the next best operator to help Jan because usually you take people below to clear that out. So having the Grim breach is huge, especially on the Trump position. It's very annoying to play that with the Grim up here.
We saw Chibisu running that Grim back in round number 1. DD grabbed it in round number 2. So they've definitely been using that operator to try to get some good information on the side of CAG. They'll have one more attempt now to go down to the bottom floor, which can be so devastating sometimes for the defenders. Last time we saw this bomb site, it got a little bit chaotic. It ended up being a flawless round from DZ after they got that first pick on the mid floor, and then CAG just couldn't convert. What do you want to see differently this time?
Well, it's going to be a different strat from Darkseer. They're going to be running a really layer right now. You usually see the Goyos get placed on the hatch stall. They're going to place a Rune Gates on top of the hatch. So it's going to be a double denial on the hatch right now, plus the Tuberal and the Tachanka for the deep flames right now. Probably going to be running a lighter server. Actually, no, they're going to be running the server same with the Warden here to counter any flashes or anything like that. But they have the Monty coming out here. CAG just really need to make sure they sync their clear and really play for just this execute. And when they execute, they need to make sure they're moving as a team just together. Because right there in their first round, a lot of them took 1v1 fights. DD walked in alone. Zaka's walking in top server alone. It just needs to be together.
I really like the strategy with the Goyo canisters on the hatches. They banned Ace and Habana, so it's really only Thermite in the cans that you can use to open those hatches. CAG have brought 8 can openers, so they will be able to open the hatches, but it's going to take so long because you've got to burn the Goyos, then burn the Aruni Gate, then open up the hatch. It's it's a ton of stall here coming out for
and then the Tuberal.
The Tuberal too. It's going to be a nightmare. We shouldn't see any early fights in this one. It'd be a massive mistake for DZ to take a gunfight and lose it.
You have to care for this too. June actually found this out, which is with the DMR on this angle. Very annoying for the E2 player. He's going to get out right now.
Burns a little bit one of those Shamika charges on NJR just to make things a little awkward for Anaton, but this is the game, right? You burned out that Goyo canister, great. Trying to bait out this Aruni Gate. And perfectly played. So they step off of the little counter down there so that the Aruni Gate will activate as it's no longer close enough to a defender. That clears up the can opener. Again, CAG have brought 8 cans to this attack, so they should have plenty of resources to open these hatches. It's just going to be about the time that they waste ticking down on that clock. And when they get towards site, they're still facing 2 Nitro Cells and that Tachanka.
They're also making good time though, Jesse, here. They're already getting the server walls open. Ooh, takes a lot of damage there.
It's a Nitro from Faults. Makes things a little bit scary for CAG as they're looking to go for this right now. Zach has found a gap. He's down through elevator. He gets 1-for-1 traded, but that's still a nice pick onto NJR, the best Tachanka in the world. Now Shoereap's going to have to try to find some other way to get in towards the site and
big
backstab.
Time miss there, Jesse.
Kino standing inside the smoke. They don't have to go for a push just yet. The clock still is quite good for them, as you said. Newer's back inside a garage, is watching for this push in, as is the Warden of Kino. 2 players that are potentially looking to hit towards the back as Chibisu and Anaton work this server side.
Need to peek with the C4. Oh, peeked a little too early there. C4 goes out, gets shot. Bomb should go down right now. Should be a CAG round.
This is a perfect push coming in from CAG. They're watching every angle. Somehow, Kino finds an angle on Anaton. It's traded from the vert hatch, though, and there's still 25 seconds. It's still not easy, but Newer's on the top floor. What a shot. Shoereap is just lining them up, but J9O's got other plans. 1v2 with a diffuser down, 15 seconds to go. J9O has to watch all of these hatches. Predicts perfectly the angle, but Chibisu's in deep. Does he know where he's at? Chibisu's on the balcony. He's going to drop on down. Pistol out for J9O! And he'll do it. Jack Burkhardt from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, over to Paris, France, making the play for Dark Zero.
From the 5-0s! But I know Bob's happy with that one. Wow, what a round. You see how calm he is, too, once he gets a kill on the hatch. Really plays the time. Wow, what a round.
That's not an easy clutch to win. I still can't believe the Monty died while he was planting the diffuser, too.
You know, with the big stuff. That's a really nice play because a lot of the time, making that rotate kind of to the right of the reinforcement allows you to slip through to the bomb extremely quickly, and that was nice right there.
Yep. There's so much chaos that goes down in those final 10 seconds when the bank defense attack comes through. There's sometimes a gap that you can find, and somehow DZ found it. Some miraculous plays. It will prompt the TAC timeout to come through from Sparky, the head coach of CAG, trying to get the guys back on track, feeling like they need a couple more attacking rounds on the board here before the half swap.
Especially with the Tachanka going down, that really flipped to the CAG's favor here. I think both players holding on the long angle was a little bit of a miscommunication right there. Needed the player holding for that sight cross through.
Yep.
Yeah, and then just jacking the clutch, man.
It's so tough though, like to make those little mistakes, like to not have those little gaps on the defenses, on the attacks, I should say. Like that's a really difficult thing to watch for.
Yeah, it is.
Well, now we'll see CAG trying to reset the mental after it felt like they had that round in the bag. It could have been a 2-2 tie game here, but instead DZ start to get a bit of a scary lead.
Yeah, starting to build back the momentum, starting to flip into it because you see it can be hard for teams coming off of like a dominant first map like that. It's really important on your team's mental to reset and know that that is their map pick. You know, you kind of come in expecting not to lose it, but expecting if they win it, it's not a problem because it's a best of 3.
DZ very good at resetting the mental. It was the Salt Lake City Grand Finals where they got kind of smoked on map 1 and still came back to win the series. So we know they've got it in them.
We see too they're reinforcing the double kitchen walls too. That also hurts help clear the Jan extension because usually people they like to track, like to buck through that second wall so they don't actually have to be inside of the office.
Right.
And that's just gonna bolster that Jan extension here, especially with the Grim, the Habana, and the Ace all being banned.
Right.
Seeing the Solus coming out too, Solus is extremely good too because we saw them go for a plant inside the site. You can scan the site, you can throw the smoke to the counter here. Thorn's going to be great, a trap op for the stock call shield. The Warden is crucial also too. They have been bringing the Ying in that first round. Let's see what mutual they get with the Florist. Got to get rid of the stock call shield. Does he have impacts for it? He does not use an impact. Because you can also impact for the Florist drone. Cheesing in lower lobby right now is Junior. Let's see if they know about him.
NJR in a bit of a sneaky position. They do have some drones, but DD's droning square right now, so he's not going to have a drone specifically on NJR with this wall being opened. I mean,
this is insane from Junior. I never really seen him this aggressive.
It is a Monty, so in theory, there's the head. He finds it. DD might have been able to spot him out there on the shield, but he didn't find him. Instead, NJR gets away with it. He was attempting the spawn peek last time on the site. Don't forget, he got absolutely smoked by Zaka, and this time he's getting his revenge.
That's big too. They were looking to do a shield hop with the BB on the window and then climb the Monty up gold. That's going to put a wrench in their system here.
But now things get really awkward. You're down to just one shield. Anderson's going to have to retake that defuse kit.
Tolo's playing stock for the basement for the lower retake here if needed. Getting info on Trump right now.
Viewers being able to shoot out some of these drones, just making sure that things don't get too hectic inside the site. CAG trying to work some more angles. They've got a lot of util to deal with on these windows. They can be more or less secure that lobby won't be pressured, but there's always that threat of somebody coming back in. Zach has got to be clear to hold that on. Anaton's jumping in now. Inside the site, past the Thorn Trap, past the Toxic Babes. There goes Chibisu finding the head on her Newers. This is good space being grabbed by CAG. The coordination's in full effect on this push, but the Thorn Trap's going to get some information back towards DZ. NJR gets that pick. It's a second of the round, and Anaton is hoping to find some frags back here. Kino's down by Chibisu, who's playing so well in behind his players. Shuri finding some pressure too. It's J90 and False to lock things down. J90 in elevator. He's got the angle. Goes 1 for 1, but kills the Blackbeard. That might just be enough. False now. 45 seconds to go. He's on the Solus. Diffuse gets in hand of Shu Reap. These players are somewhat isolated. He might be able to work himself into a 1v1. False has got to be careful here at the top of the main stairs. Knows the players by the bomb chassis. Just barely sees Shu Reap, but he's listening to these fights. Over towards A. He's going to find Chibisu. What a shot to come through, and he knows this last player's position. But Shurip is better and wins the 1v1. CAG draw this back to a 3-2.
Great round from CAG right there, flipping into their play immediately. Really just stacking up, forcing the fight to come through on the CEO side right there. Great round from them to really bring that back after their Monty died here.
Love that play from CAG. That's back-to-back wins on the top floor, clearly showing their prowess attacking on that site, despite some problems in that previous round, instantly losing the Monty as they misdroned NJR, ratting inside of lobby. This was a great opening pick to come through, but ultimately, it was good coordination. This is something we talked about for CAG all day long, Dave. It's like when they go for these executes, they are very well in sync.
Yes, of course. You see right there, Anatune dies, they get the trade instantly right there. You see the passion coming out from Shibusu. CAG's still in it here. They're gonna be going open right now, switching off the teller side, running the Thorn here, the zombie up top. Have the Valk too for this info right now on the lobby side for the C4s below. The move's gonna be good too for any Snake, any Deimos tracks.
Yep.
Also any Dokubi calls too here. Smoke coming out just due for the late round here.
This looks very similar to the strat we usually see from DZ on this map. The one exception is J90 on the Valkyrie. Usually we'll see Jack running something like the Warden on this bomb site. The fact that he's running the Valk is going to give them a lot more information. Maybe some danger to play with these two C4s.
Of course. And so you can see that too. They just want more info across the map right now. Bank, just like I said, being such a strong info map. Nearest going for a spawn peek early top square here. You see DZ still bringing that aggression, and that's what's important right now.
Absolutely. We see Dark Zero not having their confidence shook by that round win from CAG. They know the 4-2 split is still very much in their hands. I love this Twitch drone from DD. He's got some good information over towards Square. Playing on this Skylight. It's not finding anything worth zapping. He will have the default cam, but it's already been shot out, so maybe looking for some of those Valk cams. We'll find one tossed out by Jane. I know that's good work coming out from DD.
DD on the Twitch too, on the F2, was dangerous in that last game.
Oh yeah.
Kind of returning back to not norm, but just slowing himself down, you know.
Yeah. He's the support ag.al. You don't expect him to be fragging like he was in the last map. 0-4. He definitely would love to get more involved in these fights, but another early pick onto the Monty. This time it's J9 over the top of elevator. It's brutal they keep losing the shield.
And they have the info too. I don't know if they have info on the Dokkaebi here walking in there. You see pings coming out. They do have the info.
Sharif's been called now. He's going to have to try to recover this diffuser, but
They're going for the power.
He's not giving it up. He's getting more aggressive. You said it, trying to push this power down the stairs, trying to find the player of Sharif, but he's got no information. Both of them looking a little bit lost, knowing there might be some pressure his way. He will finally get the kill. He gets the down. That'll be close enough, and it looks like it's going to be a 4v3 favoring CAG as the same time Newers went down. Sharif's not done. Knows there's another player over through the wall. It's going to be this player of Faults, just trying to find the angle. He will hit the headshot. We're down to a 2v2 as players have died all around this map. It's just the SAS operators, the Faults and Kino back inside the site. GBC is making sure they haven't been around. This has been a crazy 6th round, Dave.
Of course here. 2v2 rounds going to slow up a little bit right now. One inside of open area, one inside of archive cellars right now. Bomb is down all the way in lobby right now. DZ needs to stay alive here. Gotta kill this info out.
Ooh. Good information on Faults. That wall not reinforced, so a wallbang possible, but he's backing off a little bit. They don't have defuse kit. I don't think they're going to waste the time to go grab it, Dave.
Yeah.
They've got good information. They want to play for kills.
Have a ping.
Ping in on to Kino, playing an open area, but the Toxic Babe will stall things for now. Tries to eat some damage and go for the frag, but he doesn't quite get the headshot. Instead, Faults goes for the peek, and DD hard punishes. He's evolved in this game, and he's back online with his first kill. Kino with so much to do, 30 seconds. He's had tougher clutches than this. Doesn't know these players' exact positions. No, they're both over towards open area. Starting to make this square push happen now.
Gotta force the wall here.
20 seconds. DD has grabbed the defuse kit. Down to the Thorn Trap. That's a massive misplay from DD. He's gonna have to get picked up, but they're going for the revive. Hello? Kino's got an angle, but he whiffed those shots. Didn't expect him to be so aggressive with it inside the site now. Kino just missing with the SMG shots. GBC was so low. One bullet's all it'll take, and one bullet's all it'll need. Shuts down that 1v2, and Kino a massive one to win the half.
Kiki in the clutch. Standard issue. On the smoke too, really a staple for him.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't know how he plays though. They say he has Minecraft keybinds.
Yeah.
He leans on some freaky stuff, but you know, he's one of the best players in the world here.
I feel like the SAS shotgun that Kino plays with is not the same shotgun that I'm playing with. Like, watching the kills he gets on that operator with that is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Very close rounds coming out too. Just a very intense series right now. You really have to be able to manage this pressure, because as you some of the rounds that are most intense are the rounds that you get so close to winning, because you're just it's such a rush, and you have to be able to really make sure you can pull yourself out and resync and go back into these next rounds just with the same confidence here. 4-2 split going into, I'd say, probably DZ's stronger side, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, of course, I'll remind the folks at home, back when CAG played this map against Fnatic, they really struggled on the defense. They won top floor once, they won basement once, and then otherwise it was all L's across the map. So it really has been a side where they've struggled. I'm hoping we see them change some things up. You know, with how well prepped CAG have come into so many of these games, I've got full confidence that they will not be running the exact same strats that they already showed versus Fnatic. But I mean, is there anything in particular you want to see from CAG on this defensive side to get themselves back in this game?
I think Bank on the defensive side is all about making sure you pinpoint when you want to go for your aggressive plays, because you have the spots in the round where it's most advantageous for you to fight and where you can create that chaos. And you have to make sure you're not giving them too much opening kills, but you have to make sure you're also denying their info and destroying their drones, and then you're playing for these kind of rat plays. You're playing on the basement, you're playing for your open hearts on the stall time, playing for your E2 hearts on the stall time, and then you're playing well on your server extend, or if you're playing for, like we said, DT2, the passive strat, and you're playing in the back, you have to make sure you're holding your gaps extremely well, your garage side, your E1, and your vault drop to care, because they're going to go for the plant as players try to stop the plant, stop the Chonka, stop that pulsar warning with the C4 instead of gold, kind of lurk through down main or through garage on the Arunu or whatever DMR is playing garage side. So on defense, it's very important to spot your gaps, and on attack, it's very important for you to know where you want to go for the plant and where you can influence gaps to stop the plant denial here.
Map 3, if it's required, will be Cafe. That's a map that both these teams are somewhat familiar with. CAG playing it just once this stage. That was against D plus Kia, where they lost. And DZ with a rougher record as well. Last time they played it was 7-0 to M80. So, of course, Dark Zero want to get there. CAG would like to see this one ended in 2. And as the operator bans come through, Dave, is there anything you're looking for in these next couple bans?
The Mirror's going to get rid of, I'm seeing maybe a Cave here or the Echo. Going to be another double denial too from CAG. or not double projectile breach, should I say, Ace Hibana. Or they might even go for the Monty, because Kino's a staple on it here.
True.
Hibana, okay. And the Azami's gone too. So to hurt the server extend here.
Yep.
Going to be able to play with the K2 combo.
Yep.
Going to bring the Thatcher out too. Thatcher's going to be really nice too, because also it's going to stop that Cade, but then also going to be able to stop any pulse or C4 when you actually go for that plan, because you can just Thatcher the pulse cannon, kill the info, boom.
Really a powerful operator to bring here, and I think a lot of teams have recently just been deciding, like, we kind of want to bring Thatcher anyways.
Yeah.
What's the point in banning the Kaid?
Yeah.
So it's nice to see teams run into that. We'll load into the second half here between Dark Zero and CAG by Veril. Winner of this game making top 8 at the Esports World Cup, getting a massive prize pool boost, and of course getting those club championship points for their club. So lots on the line in this series. We might have a bit of a stall here as we load into the second half, so we'll get you guys in the game as quickly as we can. But I mean, Dave, between Dark Zero and CAG by Veril, nobody really thought CAG would come out and win this map. They've been so impressive so far today. The battle is far from over between these two great teams, and I'm just so blessed that we've gotten a great game in front of us.
Of course, I feel like that's all you can ask for in a tournament like this, making sure that the games are very intense, and I feel like all the way from play-ins to now, it's only heating up, and I cannot wait to see just how hot it gets in here, man. Wow.
The Esports World Cup, honestly, today has been a different vibe. It's a Friday here in Paris, and of course, everybody is around the arena.
Drums are going.
The drums are going. Like, it's crazy the crowd that we've got all throughout this venue. It's a massive space here with games going all across the place. I mentioned earlier, but we can watch Call of Duty in front of us, Tekken over to our left, Siege behind us. It just feels like a massive event that it is here at the Esports World Cup. And if you guys are in Paris, if you're in France, if you're in the area, the venue's open. Come sit in the audience, watch the Siege games. There is plenty of space for people to come and watch these matches. So, hey, listen, it's a good time, and you aren't going to get tickets this cheap to watch Rainbow Six very often.
And Jesse, I remember I was talking to you when we were walking around before it started. I'm like, I can't imagine this 100 years from now, if this is the beginning of Siege. I mean, not Siege, but of just gaming, really bringing just this kind of festival together. And I feel like it's just an amazing thing to be a part of.
For sure. Falcons versus Wildcards still going on the A stream as well. Don't forget, we do have 2 matches going on consecutively throughout the day. Both streams will be showcasing 2 best of 3s, all 4 games, promotion matches towards top 8. So we definitely have some crazy matches coming through between all 8 of the teams participating today. DZ versus CAG, of course, representing the best team in North America up against the best team from Japan, going head to head. These 2 Titans have often been somewhat lopsided, you could say, with APAC North always being a bit of a weaker region than North America, but they've had their moments throughout history, even going back to that old Norarengo roster that used to have some big success stories. So Wonka's time in the sun, but it's nice seeing a new era of Japanese Rainbow Six Siege. It feels like CAG are starting to lift the banner maybe higher than it's ever been held before.
Yes, I feel like you can really start to see that confidence coming through, because I feel like a lot of times teams will take themselves out of these games by not really feeling that they're in it, or as they're even like just they're really allowing the favorite to really kind of affect them. But if you come into these games just 0-0, you come in that they're another team, they're another person, and everyone's beatable, you can really have the best time in these tournaments.
Yeah, I think some teams, some younger teams as well, almost defeat themselves before they jump on the server, because they think, all right, well, we're not beating Dark Zero. These guys just won a major. Like, we're a team from APAC North. We can't win this. But that's never been the mentality that CAG have had.
Yeah. Especially, too, just talking about Zaka in his interviews, just really present, really staying focused on the pacing and actually what they can control. And what you can control too is actually exactly how you said, how you treat the other teams, not building anyone up, not putting anyone on pedestals. And that was the first thing we did on Astralis before going on one of our major runs, was making sure we treated every team the same, knowing that every team is human, and that if you're putting in the hard work, that's what gives you your confidence. You know?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Zaka as well, because he's a guy, he used to be known as Arcully, if anybody knows that name. He went for a name change a little bit recently, and he grew up for a large portion of his childhood in America, actually. He had spent a lot of time in the USA. He speaks really good English. He never played Siege inside of North America, but when he came onto this CAG roster, from a broadcast POV, it was kind of nice that we had an English speaker on the team to talk to in interviews and stuff, and I know he's been really enjoying his time here for this team. Was part of that CAG squad that made second place back at Reload about a year and a half ago too. So it really has been kind of an evolution from CAG. getting these new players onto the roster while keeping that old core specifically built up around Anaton. It's been excellent to see here at the Esports World Cup. Anaton, not the longest standing player on any organization, but certainly up there. Has been on the squad since 2018.
Wow.
Signed with one organization. Actually crazy how long he's been a part of this team.
The journeyman. Or not actually, not the journeyman, because the journeyman is usually used for someone who goes around a lot, but he's the, how would we say, he's just there. He's the ever-present
the ever-present guy, yeah. You know, he actually, excuse me, he is the
playing in jeans
player. Faults in jeans, okay. It's Kansan that kind of famously would pop off and put some crazy numbers up on jeans. I respect it.
So in these tech pauses too, you really have to make sure you can detach from the game, relax out, allow yourself to calm down, allow your nervous system a chance to reset here and really get yourself back into this game.
Well, this is going to be a big opportunity, I think, for CAG to maybe reset themselves a little bit this game. I'm not going to say it's gotten out of hand, but they've had a couple of big moments that they haven't really been able to capitalize on. They've had some really good pushes. I think back to that basement push as well, where they had the plant going down. It felt like they had the man advantage. Everything was going their way, and it didn't quite end up being the play that they wanted to make. But sometimes these teams do find more success on the defensive side, so we might see CAG be able to bounce back after that. And on the side swap, just have a little bit more success with it. I do feel like the pressure is kind of off at this point for them. I mean, they've come so far in this tournament. Most people thought they would be out in play-ins.
Yeah.
Now they're here in the upper bracket playing for top 8 against Dark Zero. Even if they lose this, I mean, they should be feeling proud of themselves getting this far and then still having another chance in the lower bracket.
Of course, but I feel like as a competitor, you always want to win.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
So I think for them, they're going for it here. You know, it's never guaranteed how close you're going to get. So you always have to be present in the moment and really just go with the momentum you have.
Yeah.
And I really want them just to succeed here.
Yeah. This could be a big moment for APAC North as a region. That's reload top 2 performance. Got a bit of an asterisk on it just because it was an invite-only tournament and because it was an interesting format, to say the least. A lot of different things going on.
Yeah, a lot of
things going on in that tournament. So CAG, this would be a massive match to silence a lot of the doubters, a lot of the people who kind of look down on APAC as a region. It's been so long since we've seen a squad really step up and achieve the highest level out of this region. Never have we had a champion coming out of the APAC region, so CAG, certainly a lot of pride on their shoulders.
I mean, those Secret Lab chairs, too, are really nice. I'm about to take one home with me. See if it can fit in my check bag.
Dude, I was looking at some of them backstage. They have a bunch of them lined up kind of near where we get our makeup done.
One disappears.
Yeah. Would anyone notice? I don't know. Kind of a long trek to bring it across the Atlantic, but you never know. Maybe somebody who lives a little closer could figure it out.
Hey, Secret Lab, you know who I am.
Well, folks, I've got fantastic news for you. We are back in the game, and we've actually loaded into the round, so it's no bait. After a couple of rehosts, we are here live in the action with the second half. Dark Zero versus CAG. DZ leading 4-2 after falling on their opponent's map pick back on Lair. Answered with a 7-2. This could be a 7-2 followed by a 7-2 if DZ can respond in kind with a perfect half.
Let's see it here, Jesse. Going lower floor right now. The Aruni, the Smoke, Thorn, Wamai. Shield on Wamai here. The Clash too. I'm interested to see how they use the Clash right now. Probably on the server extend. But I feel like their lineup is a little bit weak right now. Not much planting now besides a Smoke, and the Smoke is going to be counted out by the Thatcher, so we're going to look for that in the late round here.
How do you feel with the Clash? Because I feel like we see this sometimes extending in towards server, and I feel like
Dabazami, I feel like it's a pretty good pick, yeah. Because you kind of need something to kind of have that same presence, so it really does allow it to happen. But the Thatcher too will be able to counter the Clash out, so Thatcher, one of the best operators. I'm interested to see too, if we go deeper into this tournament, if we see any Thatcher bans come out here.
Yeah, I mean, he's still definitely a powerful op, and sometimes if you don't expect your opponent to ban the Kaid, banning out Thatcher could be a really powerful little play to make, just as that secondary ban in the phase, but we'll see how it does end up going. They spot the Clash out now. It's going to be Anaton here at the top of the blue stairs and Zaka down inside of server. That's going to be kind of the main hold they're doing. Shuriep just inside of elevators at the moment here on the mid floor will be droned out in just a moment, but again, probably not looking to take a fight here on Shuriep.
Even Sen's coming out too. Sen's, again, just one of the best operators for cutting off lines of sight inside the site here. Could be working to get the hatches open. E2 hard zone right now. Just playing the light layer here. taking the fight.
Careful. This is a little scary from him. I mean, if he dies on the thorn, it's not the end of the world, but he's got all 4 traps actually in his pocket, so maybe it is the end of the world. He'll put 1 in the elevator before backing up to try to put some of these around the site. I don't know if I've seen 4 in pocket that deep.
They might use them for the plants too here, so let's see that.
Definitely possible. Here comes the first Thatcher EMP. Makes things a little bit difficult as you're pushing in towards this server side. Newer's trying to put pressure here onto the server stack as well. Zach is playing behind this shield, but Newer's actually gives up that position, running away through the server and kind of leaves Kino alone. Clash can't do anything in terms of zapping out these players, but it's still a brick wall that you're going to struggle to get through.
Only 1 Thatcher left, Jesse.
Yeah, they're really low on utility.
They're going to split back here. I see the double extend.
This could be a massive little strategy coming out from Dark Zero. If they don't expect it on the side of CAG, this could come through to catch them off guard. Anaton might want to make that rotate over towards the backside, but he can't give up blue stairs because if Dark Zero do start to push it, it could be bad. 60 seconds on the clock. Here comes the send walls, and here's a drop from Kino. Inside the site, eats Toxic Babe very early. That's good information from CAG to have, but he'll the elevator drop as well. Good shots from DD, but he's just not able to find the finish off. That's okay. J9O is down to finish off with the Toxic Babe. Shotgun now out, hoping to find this stall out onto Kino, and the rest of the players coming in through Vault. NJR's behind him. He's got the pistol out. Vault side in the midst of this too, so it's a 5v3. Kino's just desperate to get a pick back here. He knows how important it is to equalize this man count. On the floor, they're giving up nothing. CAG are just playing this so slowly. Over to the main stairs goes Newer. He starts to apply this back pressure, instantly dies to Chibisu. DD takes down Kino. This will be a flawless, not quite. NJR gets 1 back, but Chibisu's so good with that DMR, it's going to be CAG for the first round of the half.
DD played that beautifully, making really himself a rock in a hard spot, not giving his life away for free, allowing the crossfires to activate. Run around from CAG. Really stalled him on that server extend with the clash with Lamai here.
Been really nice to see that from CAG. I like the adaptation from Dark Zero. They looked towards server. They realized we used all of our EMPs. This is not going to be the place where we want to push, but even in that desperate plan B, trying to go in for the vault push, there was the smoke ready for it. So that's a tough bomb site to push. Dark Zero's 2nd loss on that bomb site, attacking through their last 8 plays. They're usually very proficient attacking there, so a good sign early from CAG to win that one.
Yes. Looking to the CEO site now. Padding the clash right now. Rooney Wamai. You see the projectile denial brings such a big part of this defense there. Rooney, the Wamai is trying to stop the castle barricades from getting open.
Right.
The smoke too to deny the plants right now. Bringing out the glass, Thatcher, Sophia, Nomad combo. I expect to see them doing a window take right now. The magnitude to deny any type of smoke. So C4 coming to stop the plant here. Twitch outside of the lobby side, DMR in hand. Switching off the Thatcher for the Flores, bringing out the Thermite, going to be repelling in top square, getting the wall open here. Flores to destroy anything on Stock side, Marble side, on the Jan Hall side, and the Cali playing lobby to clear the castles here.
The double sniper play coming out from Dark Zero. We see this from them every now and again. This is not a new strategy from DZ where J9O jumps on the Cali and Kino jumps on the Glads. What's the goal of this execute, Dave?
Really just to make sure you have the Glass being able to cut the sight side here, and then you have the Cali on lobby who's so punishing because if you do give away angles to J9O, he's going to kill you with that sniper rifle here, so gonna have to care for that. And the Cali too. You really don't see people use it too much, but in this site it's so good because you're actually able to just really get rid of the castle safely, and you get more utility than the Sophia, than the Ash, and the gun is a lot better.
Right.
Plus the secondary coming out too is really good. Fast square walk from New Crew here.
And Newer's looking for a freebie. He's got the Clash kind of close to him too. 2 air jabs in pocket to try to deal something up against Anaton. The Flores drone will start to force him back, so he can't play too aggressive on this position. First, a little bit of barbed wire going to be dealt with there in the hall wire.
Jab comes out.
Not going to immediately apply pressure. Anaton knows of that air jab, so he's not going to be able to walk forward into square unless that does get dealt with. Really good information from Kino inside the site here. DZ setting up an execute.
Easy just prompting right now, clearing this info, seeing what they want to displace here. Trying to clear through these castles. One outside right now. Not out of stock.
Okay.
Might try to play the power top square.
There's the
they force New Crew into the wow. They look. He's outside forcing him. Wow, that's a beautiful play from CAG right there.
Yeah, Anaton outside, safe on the shield when he jumps out. Now that just makes things really awkward. Kino takes a lot of damage, but NJR's in sight going for the plant. The Toxic Babe's coming through to try to stop that, and NJR will take some gas damage, but can he get the plant down in time? No, he can't. Not when Shurip's hitting shots. He goes for the body shot and takes down the plants. Now Dark Zero are completely scrambling. They've got a 2v4 here with a defuse kit not going down. They've got time to try to work for a plan B here, Iconic, but it just feels like they've lost a lot of their resources to go for this push.
Yeah, Fultz needs to hit a repelling while Jack walks up here. They need to time this 3-2-1 it. It'll be difficult with Shiru playing close still, though. Whether he back up. I think he's back into long desk right now. Yeah, he is. Long Dash, Penta, and Clash Jan Hall with the Womai still playing instead of E1 or E3, should I say?
Yep.
It'll be very difficult here.
User down inside of CEO. It is in the site, but doesn't mean it's going to be easy to pick up and go for a plant. J9O here with the SMG on the lobby stairs. We saw this from Kag just a few rounds ago, trying to make that aggressive play happen. Smoked off the window. Good night, Faults. Good night, J9O. Kag with back-to-back rounds. Tie the game at 4.
Shiri, man. Really getting into it here. Seems so relaxed, too. Hands on top of his chair. He's cool right now.
Chibisu and Shirip doing so well for this CAG team. Shirip having the big moments in that last round. He leads the tournament for the most kills, 107. He's the only player coming in today with over 100 kills. The next closest was Chibisu at 86. Wow. Of course, it's an advantage playing through those play-ins. Yep. On the other side, the top frag from Dark Zero was Kino with 10, so it's not exactly a fair competition, but still great to see Shirip putting in that work. He went 13-4 versus all gamers yesterday, so he's back in full form.
Easy timeout coming out. I mean, right now, you're kind of going direct here. And they're really showing what they want to do, and you see CAG really reacting well. You see Anatune getting out outside of stock, forcing Crew off of his initial power spot, forcing him into the crossfire for his Jan Hall players. Yep. CAG working really well, and they're going for the plays at the right time. The plant's going down. That's when you have to activate and get aggressive. Shoot, getting aggressive, getting a kill onto the top for a player, getting a kill on the person planting the bomb here. It's just great plays coming out from CAG right now.
This sack timeout from Callout, it was really ineffective back on map number 1 when he called it 2-0 down. DZ continued to spiral to a 5-0 deficit before eventually losing that game in the second half. This time, of course, things could be different. Callout still remains one of the greatest coaches in the world, part of that Team USA that'll be participating at the Esports Nations Cup later on in November, which is a really exciting tournament that is going to be coming up pretty soon here. Head coach of Team Japan also represented in this matchup, as Didi will be moving back over to the coach job for the Esports Nations Cup coming up in a little bit here. Definitely a battle of the minds happening now on Bank, as Dark Zero are just 3 rounds away from falling down to the lower bracket. If they lose this series, they will play either M80 or Team Liquid Alienware in an elimination match 2 days from now. And as we said, Dave, they don't have the best record playing against M80.
Yes, but M80 have to get through Team Liquid first, you know.
Yeah.
Team Liquid being a tough opponent. Going back into this game here, a little bit of a funky lineup coming out. The Amaru coming through. Ying taking some pace to CAG right now. Bomb typing open, keeping the Clash at Cade. The Nari setup, the Goyo 2, going to be running a little bit of a default extend, not an extend, but of a default layer right now. The Clash is baiting on the top here, layering off of the Wamai, playing for that horizontal extension.
Changing max.
This is a classic little strategy with the Amaru inside the basement. Can jump up that open area hatch. We haven't seen it from Newer so far this season, but of course, it's one that every team will have in their back pocket. Kino on the Ying trying to apply some pressure as well, some support with the team. The first Candela goes out, Newer's ready to jump up the hatch. The line charge goes through. Not quite yet. Here we go. Newer's inside the site. We'll bring out this shotgun. Doesn't quite have the angle, though. SMG needs to be the play. Finds the player down. A great shot under Chibisu as all of these players on CAG are falling. Newer's gets a couple of kills inside the site, and Zach is left in a 1v4 deep inside the hallway. No site control to speak of. The C4 will miss. One player on the stairs. That's J9O, and he'll hit that shot. NJR from above actually credited with the kill. Beautifully done by DZ.
Good timeout. Really pushed the pace on him. Went for it here. I expected to see him go fast and furious right now. Really play for that early round right now. Because right there, too, you're really forcing CAG. If they're not making the right decisions off the rip, getting a kill or two, and you allow that momentum to stack on top of you, it's quick.
It's a really nice rush from Dark Zero. Gets the lead back under their control. We'll have the final set of operator bans here, Dave. Wamai and Monty, what are your thoughts?
Wamai good, because on that server extend, that really stopped them, just making sure they couldn't actually clear through, destroy any shields here. Might look to see them bring out the Capital, a little bit more operator to just kind of displace that back server position. And then you see the Monty ban coming out. I feel like you could see them maybe just lean into the Ying Glass combination more here, and maybe if they bring a shield, it's going to be the Blitz or the Blackbeard right now.
For the last 3 rounds, Anaton has been bringing that Clash. It's not really found the most success for CAG, although they definitely were using it effectively for those first couple of rounds down in the basement, down on the top floor. Moves off of it over towards the Kaid, so expect to see that kind of battle going back and forth with the Kaid, the Tubarão, and the Thatcher. Anything in particular standing out to you for this defense? It looks like a solid kind of bunker hold.
Yeah, it really does look like their same hold, especially in the Wamai for the Tube here to stall some more time. The Cade coming outside of the Crash right now, and then the Fenrir instead of the Thorn here.
Dark Zero struggling a little bit
They
on
bring
this
the
site last
Capital too
round.
for the clear. They have Deimos right now. It's a good lineup here.
Yeah,
They're able to deal with server.
Lots of displacement coming through with the Ying, the Capital, even the Deimos trying to force these players back. They've got really good tools to be able to stall things out though on the side of CAG, so might expect something a little bit slower. Shurip is on the top floor and he's playing the Fenrir. Do you expect him to stick around and try to get some kills?
No, I expect him to just try to get some drones and get out here. They already have the info on him right now through the drone hole. They're already spotting him falling back here. Nuker should wallbang his top main wall. Might get a kill off of that.
Shurip's got to be really careful he doesn't overextend from this position. He's got the skylight above him and he is aware of that, so he needs to just be cautious of what angles he's exposing himself to. Gets droned out now and should absolutely fall, but he finds the headshot on a
Thatcher
bolt.
down too.
Oh, that's a massive pick. He'll know that he's just killed the Thatcher, and that makes things very easy for Anaton because there's going to be no other way to clear those Kaid claws. Dave, that might just be the round.
Difficult now. They're on the back foot already. Oh, almost gets a kill there too, Zaka. They might go a little bit more aggressive here. They're going to get the layer off. GBC still in danger zone right now.
I love we're seeing these hatches being electrified. Anaton, the second that Thatcher went down, he just threw those claws. He doesn't have to juggle them with a Thatcher dead.
It'll be a difficult round now.
CAG in a very dominant position after just a single frag. There are still outs on the side of Dark Zero, right? These Candelas can really destroy a round, crack it wide open. There's no Warden on the side of CAG to try to counter that, so there are win cons, I think, still from Dark Zero.
No one's right in front of him, do they? Yeah, okay. Cheer, not playing afraid right now, I'll tell you that.
They haven't all tournament, right? CAG, they've been respectful of their opponents, but they've not been fearful of them, and that continues to be part of the game plan here against Dark Zero, even in an advantageous spot. They're willing to take some of these fights, but I think things are going to return to normal now. DZ will work on the walls. They'll have to wait out these Goyo canisters, wait out these Tachanka fires.
E4 coming out from behind the bomb. But it'd be way difficult to displace Anatune right now. They do the backup, okay. Slackhash is going to be close still. They'll have two C4s. They're going to play the Ying and the Flames right now.
Newer's trying to come down these main stairs. They probably won't be able to get any angle on that Kaid Claw, even though it's in the site. NJR has one of these hatches open. It is popped by the defenders. Here comes the smoke, and the plant will begin in through the Sens walls. This is going to get awkward, but it looks like the angle's there for Shurip. He kills Kino on the plant. This is going to go back down to a 3v4. Man advantage still favoring in for CAG. J9O firing in through the smoke, hoping to find a pick, but instead, he's just fighting the air. Not able to find these kills. In through the Sens walls, NJR on the hatch is still just desperate for a player to come through and peek him, but Dark Zero, you have to make them work for these kills. In goes the nade. That's not going to even force GBC to move much. Just having to rotate off that. Newers goes back over towards the open area hatch. NJR with some rotates here. Dark Zero switching up the game plan after Kino died in the site. 13 seconds. They don't have a lot of time to play with. Newers is going to have to go for the drop, but Shurip is watching for it. Or is he? Bad time for Shurip. Newers, the patience pays off now. 6 seconds running deeper into the site. Anaton without a scope, able to find that frag, and another one onto NJR. Closes out. CAG tie it once again, 5-5.
Yeah, the Thatcher getting openly killed right there. That was a big kill from Shurip.
It's still close though from DZ. I mean, that one almost went their way.
It wasn't that close.
Okay.
They got some kills, but still they were troublesome getting the bomb down the.
It was a difficult position to be in with how clocked down that site was. Those hatches, a huge problem coming out for Dark Zero. And so this is kind of the theory of it in operator bans too, right? Kaid is the most banned operator for defense on bank. When you leave him up, you want to have a game plan for him. Dark Zero have that game plan, but if something bad happens, as it does in that round, everything can just go out the window.
Of course. Going back to the top floor here, Clash again. Sola's coming out too. I'd like to see if he's playing below, if he's going to play the J inside position with that and play for the retake. Bringing out the Glass again, Thermite here, Flores, Ash. Going to switch to the Cali. Probably going to switch up to Ash here. Wonder what he'll switch to. Capital. Probably going to be a Trump kill right now.
Very similar lineup to what we saw last time from CAG. They have changed things a little bit with the Tuberau coming in instead of the Smoke, and of course no Wamai available, so they'll run the Thorn instead from Zaka. This was a successful defense coming through from CAG the last time we saw it, and we're seeing a similar push coming through from Dark Zero too with this double sniper. So
Shurip getting aggressive right here on the windows. Watch for this opening kill. See if he can get one.
Shurip looking for make some kind of a play. He was on cams just inside of the hallway there. He's close on these castle barricades. If they pop these windows, it will start to open up the angle for him. Playing very risky here in this position close towards the site. He hears the Glass for sure. That's Kino outside the window starting to shoot out some of these positions. Here comes the windows being popped open, but I like how Kino's playing this is quite safe.
I'm gonna peek to lobby right now. Careful.
Opportunity, what a shot, dude. Faltz is getting smoked these last couple of rounds. This has been tough for the DZ captain, but it's answered right back. NJR gets the kill back on a She-Reap, and that's going to be the damage dealt over towards CAG, but you lose your Capitao just for a Tuberao. I think that's probably favorable for CAG.
Yeah, really is, especially they're looking to eye up that Pentic clear.
Diffuser down as shown by our observer, so that's going to take a little bit of time. Certainly will be recovered, but the clock will continue to burn as they have to go grab that one. J9O dealing with some of these castle barricades quite nicely, but not able to find a freebie as he's looking for it.
They're gonna have to pivot here probably. They might still on the rappel here. Impact off the air jab. Looking for stock. Might try to flash stock haul and walk curve.
Stock might end up being the play. Zaka's here playing alongside Anaton to try to lock this side down. There's no footholds here directly on the jump in, but you've got the clash of Anaton trying to make play. Does he not see the player over to his right? This could be devastating. Newers might have an angle into the clash, but just barely misses it out. Flash will force him backwards as the team's starting to push in through top square. Kino inside the smoke, looking inside the site deep, hoping for an angle, but nobody's rearing their heads. They just don't want to give Kino this opportunity. About to hit that 60-second mark, and CAG playing very passive at the moment. Map control's been decent from Dark Zero, but not finding the picks.
Bit of prone through here. Kino's in the gap here. Chibisu, the Penta player down. Would have walked to long dust.
Oh, Kino, this is
gonna
so
eat up
nasty. Right now. Nobody's inside a janitor. Nobody's long dust. There's one.
Great
straight
shot.
on the headshot DD. One bullet's all it's going to take. Now NJR inside the site as well. Knows there must be a player over towards tiles. That's going to be Zaka. He goes down, and it's a clean push from Dark Zero. Well adapted there after losing their opening frag.
Yep, that was great. Great way to pivot that. At the match point.
Yeah, map point, DZ, 6-5, one round away from sending us to Cafe and maybe forcing CAG down to that lower bracket. This game's still wide open, though, for CAG. One round is all it's going to take to force them into that overtime, and who knows how that one's going to come down. You get one chance to lock this down, Dave. You can't go down to the basement, of course. It's locked. The top floor is not going to be the choice. They go open area here on the side of CAG. Do you like this call? What do you expect to see, especially different from that previous round where Dark Zero went for the rush?
I think open's one of the better sites, too, here. Looking to extend more to the top right now. They get more of a horizontal extend, really giving that map space on the top floor here. You see them doing a stock haul, shield, going to play the top, going to play Jan, especially since you ban the range reach. It's a lot harder to actually clear out the E3 position, to actually deny the hallway, the Jan hall, and then actually clearing out Jan 2 from the windows. It becomes very difficult right now. Again, bringing out this blitz, the line, the Zofia, going to be something quick, especially with the Dokubi. Might be a quick rush through the R. Kelly wall, or what should we call that?
Printer?
Yeah, not printer, but you know the...
Oh, just like stock?
Yeah, the stock room there by
kitchen.
Yeah, by kitchen, yeah.
Yeah, the kitchen and square. Well, we'll see if that ends up being the play. That is where Kino's headed right now on the bottom right side of your screen.
Yep.
In towards the door, getting aggressive with it. J9O also on the nook, so we've got plenty of surprises up the sleeves of Dark Zero. You got to deal with this pipe first.
And they're going to impact and rush through. Glass got a hot printer window.
Okay, here comes NJR. Makes the space now. Still got some droning to do. Of course, they spot that Thorn towards the top of the main stairs, but Kino's got the shield in front of him, and he's ready to go for the play. In through electrical now, starting to find the pressure. There's nobody directly in cafeteria to directly contest this, but of course you can hold it from open area as well, and those players up above could go for a flank towards square, so they've got to be really careful. Yeah, it's being held by Faltz, actually, who's sitting on the roof, so this might not be a fast play like we were expecting.
Gonna peek archives here.
Fishing for kills. They really want to see just some movement on the side of CAG, but they're not taking the bait. So far, they've been very passive, but She-Reap bites first. Takes down J9O on the lobby side. That's going to relieve a lot of that pressure on the backside of the site, but NJR, Newers even gets that kill on the DD. That's going to be a 4v4. Anaton's still inside of Archive.
They just pull. They're going to the top now.
Hoping to draw some of those players back towards the site. Now they can start to make their move in towards top square. Chibisu's here alongside Zaka, but Newers in towards the site. Still just finding picks inside of open area. There goes She-Reap for a man advantage now. I mean, this top hold is strong coming out from CAG, but they're worried about their bomb site. Anderson has to drop on down to try to protect this, as there's a lot of pressure coming in from DZ.
Need to slow up right now. Find out the gap. Ag have to make a play here.
And that's exactly what Newers is hoping to see. He's hoping someone wants to get aggressive to equalize
might get
those
this Thorn
numbers.
kill right now. Wait for it. Oh, crosses the archive side. 1 HP on the Thorn.
Zaka takes some big damage in the midst of that, but you're not finding a frag. It's actually going to be Kino who goes down to Zaka, playing inside a playing on the bottom floor. Now we can rotate back towards the site. He is so worried about Newers, and rightfully so. He's got strong angles, sees him for a second. False is actually the one to get the kill over towards Square. There goes Chibisu too. Anatson, the last one alive. It was a 1v3, but he can pick up Chibisu to make it back to a 2v2. False is going to get the plant down, and they're going to have equal numbers now for this post plant. Newers outside the building is going to be so difficult to deal with, but he's the only one left. Chibisu, a fast headshot. Newers will rotate to the top floor. They have to retake up above to contest Newers. Chibisu has been so good so far this game, 11-7. There was a cam towards top square, but I know it got shot out earlier in the game. They don't realize that he's up there. They're still worried about a player being inside the site. They'll figure it out slowly but surely. A nitro cell by Chibisu, as you mentioned. Worried about him being on the hallway as well, but he's not just outside on that building. Anaton gets the read. He's walking up these main stairs. Newers is holding for him. He's walking straight into it. The nitro gets ripped. Doesn't get popped. Holding for the angle. Chibisu is sticking in with the shotgun. Anaton gets the down, and the disable goes through. CAG force overtime against DZ.
What a round. Composure right there. Being able to trust your teammate to put the pressure on the guy trying to stop you. Chibisu sick of the diffuser. Look at that. DD happy right there.
Rightfully so. I mean, that's a round to get excited about. It was so difficult to win that one. I feel like Newers did so much work on the glass outside of Printer, got that plant down in the end, tried to play the post plant, but in the 2v1, they just played it perfectly.
Yeah.
Ooh, hearts are racing now.
Side siege.
Dark Zero, that was their out. That was their ticket to map 3. That was their escape from match point, series point here, but now they go right back into the thick of things. How effective do you think that pull was? They provided so much early pressure towards the bomb site, trying to force movements out of CAG. Do you think they got enough out of that in the early game, Dave?
I feel like they were still very good because CAG, they didn't really over-rotate. They made sure Sheer was still covering the lobby lark. They were still holding the jam position because they tried to flip back to the top. They still had their position on the stock hall shield, and it really made DZ kind of off foot in that round. Right. To Kiki deep inside the Archives Tellers area, dying to Zaka. Zaka being able to retake the side, trading that out, but they obviously had great reaction, and just not being able to just kind of, that first round you saw them switch into the rush, they kind of all died just one by one, but they really stopped the round and slowed it up for DZ there.
Well, Dark Zero, before this game began, chose what side they wanted to start on in overtime. They chose attack, Dave, so they will push twice here in overtime. CAG will get to defend twice through these next 3 rounds. We go down to the basement, of course. CAG have won this twice so far. They're going to play it nice and safe with a pretty stall-heavy lineup, but...
No, they're getting aggressive, Jesse.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
With Zach on the top floor right now, with the Cade here. They're going to play for opening kill.
Okay, this might be a little bit of a change of pace then.
Yeah,
DZ
it is.
Not going to be necessarily ready for it. They've still got that Kaid. If they get another early pick on defaults, then that might be devastating. So expect the captain of Dark Zero to play a little bit safer than previous. Zaka and Shuri falling off from this position.
Yeah, for the main sky, don't do it again.
Could you imagine? It's Kino this time, so if they lose the Ying, it's not as devastating, although certainly wouldn't be a positive coming through from Dark Zero. Here's the first fight from NJR. Takes down Anaton, lurking in through Archives. That's going to be a really big pick to take down the Valkyrie.
Now you can just freeze around here from the attacking side, force them into their lair.
Yep.
Oh.
The players on CAG know how nice it would be to get a pick back, but it's also so risky. They feel like it's not in their favor. They're going to fall back and play the 4v5. This is still a bomb site that you can win with a man disadvantage. They've got a nitro cell in the pocket of DD. They're going to have those Goyo canisters to try to stall things out, and even these Elemines being held by Shurip.
Going to play server stairs, Shurip. Kate is still on the side side. They have the Thatcher. 4 EMPs left here. Shurip lit.
I think that was Faults up above. He had a vert angle on through top square, so it's going to be a little bit awkward for Shurip to play that position now. Dark Zero just biding their time here, working their util.
Hitting lower main right now. Might walk up off this nade.
Here comes the play. Chibisu, that's a critical kill straight on to Newers. You take down the entry frag on the side of Dark Zero, and now it gets awkward. Shuri full wipe. Not worried because he's got that Goyo canister burning things out from up above, and this hatch is still being stalled out by DD. They'll get it open because the Thatcher is alive. This makes Shuri's position very dangerous on blue stairs. He is going to die at some point through this round. The question is how much time can he delay with the Ying Candelas? It's surely only a matter of time before he ends up down. NJR's killed Chibisu in the midst of this too, so this gets really awkward.
Server rack too.
He's playing that backward position, trying to shoot the Candelas. Shuri can't do it, so it's instant death from him. DD dies on the hatch, leaves Zaka alive on the 1v4. This seems almost unwinnable, and from the hatch, it will be NGR clean kill, and that's going to be Dark Zero back onto map point.
Clinical round right there. You see just how they use their utility, their drone work to make sure server They had the guy behind the server rack. They spotted him. They used the Ying. They used the Grims to pin Shirip on the staircase. The Ying rolled right on top of Shirip. He missed it with a shot. Gets instantly blinded. Shotgun comes in. Clean round. 7-6. Match point again.
Well, that's the first time this game, Dave, through 5 rounds that the attacking team has won the bottom floor on bank. A couple teams have come close. We saw CAG's good attempt in that first half, but ultimately it wasn't going to be enough. No surprise seeing CAG choose that for round 13. A bit of a spoiler, but there might be a surprise for round 14's bomb site selection. Before then, I mean, we can still highlight some of these great plays that came through from Dark Zero. It was clinical to close out that round and get themselves the 7-6 lead. But now CAG choosing Dark Zero choosing open area for their one and only overtime defense.
I like it. Yeah, throwing them off here. Good lineup right now. Double denial. They have the Tachanka for the site isolation. Smoke up top to stall the roam clear. The mute's going to be good too for the info op, and the Monty's going to be good too to deny the info here.
A reminder that back in the first quarter, Dark Zero went Archives Tellers and got a victory on that in round number 3. So they've only shown this bomb site once. That was back in round 6, where they found that successful victory. And the Operator lineup is looking pretty similar. NJR on the Tachanka is a bit of a switch up after that Thorn is not being chosen to get brought out. And J9O switching from the Valkyrie over towards the Mozzie. So still hunting for this information. Lobby can be so devastating with those drones, but it's not looked like he's been able to find any of them so far through this early prep phase. CAG, a must-win round here to force that victory up against DZ. Otherwise, map 3 will be next. Cafe so close to rearing its difficult head here against Dark Zero and CAG.
Ram going through on the top right now. Gonna be playing this Arc of Attention with the C4. See if he gets a kill off of this here.
Would be such a massive frag from False if he gets it through the window. There are players out there on the rappel, but it's not easy. Just misses. Unfortunately, Zaka goes back up on the rappel. That's smart play to come through from him. Dodge that Nitrocell as soon as he heard it.
I like you coming out in the lobby side just to see this info. The Valk was crucial in the last round we saw.
No Valk this time. J9O does have a drone stolen. He's driving it through lobby at the moment, so they are going to be a little bit of information.
They know. Yeah, they know where he's walking. They're going to power him here.
This will be free for J9O if he plays this correctly. Has Shirip on a drone and now actually fighting the player in Archives too. Shirip seems to be aware that there might be some pressure up above. He's given away his position. He vaults, he might end up going down. There's a player up here on the rappel too, trying to support his teammates. So this is not easy. Newers gets the kill on Anaton. That's going to be the first opening pick. This does get awkward. Shirip eventually dies main lobby. This brings down to a 3v5, and we're starting to see the writing on the wall for this map. CAG need to be able to find some pick back here, but there's been no response of any kind. Top floor still locked down by J9O. His site is still fully under control of Dark Zero 2. Chibisu is fishing for a pick, but nothing's coming his way. DD pushing in through the lobby. Zaka here at the bottom of the square. They've got a little bit of angles here on the soft wall, but really, Dark Zero are playing this safe. They understand the advantage they have given themselves. Worried about a player that might be inside of Tellers. I don't believe anybody's in there. There's absolutely fighting Ghost, Dave. Vault's at the top of the blue stairs.
They're ahead of him right now.
They have no clue he's here. The wall is, or the door is barricaded, but the second he wants to punch that open, Zaka might be in a bit of trouble. DD starts with this, and there's the play from False. He gets the downer to DD. Kino's some good damage. They find Zaka as well. It's just going to be Chibisu, a 1v5, a flawless round on the board for Dark Zero to end this map and force Cafe. They will get it. A solid bounce back from Dark Zero as they extend this series.
Jesse, let me talk to you right now. You saw J9O playing the top floor. He didn't get a kill right there, but he initially got 2 of his teammates killed. They knew the guy was in lobby. He was distracting him. DD flipped onto the opposite side rappel to look for him. The Blackbeard swings in. New Crew gets a kill off of that. They get the kill on the guy in lobby and essentially wins him the round. What a bounce back from them.
Great stuff we are seeing here from Dark Zero. They push us to a decider to find out who gets that first spot in playoffs here on the B stream. It's off the back of some incredible heroics on their side, though. I mean, we're looking at these glitches on the basement, on that middle floor bomb side as well. Impressive stuff, and that's the kind of stuff we need to see as a kind of bounce back, right? We talked about not giving CAG too much space. Getting these glitches out of the bag has been the most important thing.
Of course. And I feel like, too, you really see them kind of know that they can reset themselves coming out of that strong first map for CAG, and they really were able to flip the momentum, and you see them going into that map smiling, having fun, making sure that they can actually perform their game.
And that's DZ's biggest strength, right? They've got Call Out, that coach, the culture that they've been building up that we've always talked about from this team. It feels like they're starting to put the pieces together. They've gotten this second map in the series. CAG have shown themselves as a difficult opponent, but DZ, they are just as tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at this map in particular, I think before this series, Jesse, you said that you were expecting close maps between these two teams. This is exactly what we were getting from this one here. And then looking at this one, I feel like on the side of CAG, some of these opening kills they were getting in that second half, in my opinion, I felt like that was going to destroy the mental of Dark Zero on some of these. Like, we're looking at the player rappelling upside down, like the sneak kills they were getting with Naga as well. A very balanced matchup. And I'm actually quite glad, you know, as a neutral viewer, and a lot of fellow neutral viewers will be glad that there is a third map for this one, because it's been a really fun match to watch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. These two teams have been neck and neck here on Bank. And even though I think CAG got some surprises on DZ earlier on that map 1, it definitely feels like Dark Zero came prepared for this third map, or second map. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of those opening picks may be frustrating for Dark Zero to deal with. We talked about Faults going down the Thatcher on that one bottom floor attack. That kind of just was the nail in the coffin for some of these rounds. But on a lot of them, they still were able to battle things back. You know, DZ's backup plan is often better than many teams' plan A. So seeing those come to light and seeing some great strategies from Dark Zero was a real treat.
Yeah, it was a great game for them. Really well bounced back. And even though CAG lost that, they were still very competitive on their map.
Yep.
So I feel like going to his decider is going to be a very even game. And Cafe, too, it's a map where on a defensive side, you're really forced into playing aggressive. So being able to like make sure you're actually timing your plays correctly to stop what the attack's doing. And the attack making sure that if you're going piano side, you're carrying for the runouts. If you're going on the C1 side to play for the nades, that you see yesterday how hard GK were fighting for that balcony. And that's really going to be where the rounds lie.
Yeah, I feel like they had a lot of good pocket strats too. I mean, you saw that Amaru play coming out from Doers on the middle floor. Even that other time they attacked on open area, the way they were trying to pull their opponents from Printer and then push up towards the top floor. Felt like Dark Zero had just such a deep strat book on this map.
Of course, and like I said, you know, they were complaining that they had too many strats, so we're really seeing that come to light.
I like what you're mentioning about the sides on Cafe, because the important thing for CAG here is that they find themselves in the driver's seat regarding that, right? They had the better round differential on map 1, meaning they get to pick the starting side on Cafe. We saw a very attacker-decided Cafe yesterday. Would you feel like CAG might pick into the attack here, or do you think defense is still better?
I think the attack, it just depends whether you want to finish on the stronger side or start on the stronger side, because I feel like it can be hard to get that momentum going and then go into the weaker side and have that momentum flip onto you. So I feel like, honestly, map 3, maybe you start on the weaker side, try to get those rounds that they wouldn't expect, and then you finish out on your stronger side here.
Yeah.
All right, let's see then what's going to happen. We're going to find out all together which side CAG pick for this final decider map. And we're going to find out who qualifies to the playoffs. We'll be back with you in just a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
We need one more map to decide our first playoffs qualifier. We're going to have that right here as our final map. We're going to talk about that in just a little bit. First off, I want to do an update on the A stream because there is some incredible storyline potential here that would feed families for years, for centuries. Over on the A stream, we had Falcons play against Wildcard. Wildcard won that series 2-0. Falcons now drop down to the lower bracket, and the way that the bracket flips, they play against the winner of Secret versus All Gamers. Now, imagine the scenes. Secret maybe win that game. Falcons play against Secret. With the current momentum, it seems like Falcons might knock them out. June gets to crush the key of Secret with a little, defending champion insignia on it. I mean,
yikes.
Cinema.
That's heartbreaking because he's kind of crushing his own key at that point too. Because he has earned that insignia. So,
but then he goes and earns another one when he wins the tournament and gets it back on the Falcons.
I mean, but going through the lower bracket, they do have a long run to get there. So I feel like for them, it's going to be a game at a time.
That's definitely something we'll look forward to over on the next few days on the A and B stream. We're going to dive back here on this series. Again, the conversation for CAG is they get to pick the starting side here. Do you feel like that's going to help them secure some momentum back into this? Because right now, that very much seems to be in the hands of Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both sides have been strong for both these teams. I don't know if it's going to completely dictate the pace of the game, but it certainly can give them an advantage on how they want to start with things. I think the attacks have been really good from both teams so far, so I kind of think they'll start the attack, but it's really up in the air for them. I don't think they would be upset on the side of Dark Zero with either result.
I think the game's pretty even-footed right now. I think it just whoever could come into this game and really make the opponent on the back foot is going to be the winner here.
I think we are getting that close matchup that you predicted so far. At least we do have that third map. It was all rounds on the final one here or on the second one here as well. Who do we feel like has the better hand going into this? Do we feel like CAG might be able to regain themselves? We've seen incredible performances from them, kind of like, the mental game, the spawn beaks and stuff as well. Or is Dark Zero maybe that better team when it comes to the basics and having that cohesion at least to pull this back?
I think both teams have shown really strong fundamentals. Again, the attacking side, I think, from both squads have been really impressive so far today. I know Dave's going to back his boys on Dark Zero, so I'll say I'm gagging for a CAG. I want to see CAG coming on top here. I think they got the edge.
Yes, he already spoiled it for you guys, but I'm going Dark Zero all the way.
And let me remind you once again of the stakes. If you win here, you do make it to the playoffs. That means 4 off days as you prepare for those intense matches. You do have the Club Championship, of course, eligible once you make it to the top 8. If you lose, however, you have to go up against the winner of M80 versus Liquid. That is a tough matchup should you not be able to win out this final map here. So let's see one more map to decide our first qualifier to the playoffs.
Thank you so much, Anne. And yes, it all comes down to map 3, Dark Zero versus CAG by Veril. Most of us thought this was going to be a 2-0 for DZ, but CAG have shown up in far better form than anybody expected to the Esports World Cup. They turned heads making it out of the play-ins, and now here in the group stage, making big statements. A 7-0 yesterday over All Gamers, a map 3 versus Dark Zero, and anything is possible here on Cafe.
Seeing CAG start on the weaker side, opting to end on the stronger side. DZ banning the Azami. CAG banning the Montang. Wamai coming out. Blackbird coming out. Double shield ban coming out to stop Kino.
Yep.
Good to see the Azami Wamai. Get to hurt the C1 extension to Wamai. Azami gonna hurt the piano extension here. Like to see some castle play. A lot of info coming out here. Cafe such a big info op map. And like I said, you're gonna see the Mozzie mute combination here on the staircases to deny these drones in the early round. Pulse 2 is gonna be very big, and the Valve coming out
Right.
Wow. Triple info, 1 denial, and then an info denial too here. So let's see.
We'll jump right into the game here. Dark Zero versus CAG. As you mentioned, Dave, CAG choose the defense. They had the choice of it. With how good the attacks have been today, we think this is them starting on the weaker side, giving Dark Zero that maybe tougher task of racking up those rounds early. If CAG can get away with a 3-3 split here, if they can have a solid first half, they'll set themselves up very nicely to close out this series. Op bans, of course, a big target on Kino's back with those shields. You don't want to see Kino bringing some of these operators. Only the Blitz going to be left up. Maybe the Fuse if he wants to run it. Meanwhile, I like this Wamai ban. I don't know if I've seen a round on Cafe where Wamai has not been banned since his buff. It feels like that is so common these days on Cafe.
Yes, of course. Especially with the C4-2 gives you so much more capability of playing it.
Yeah. We'll see what this defense wants to look like. You mentioned it, the information's been flowing. Anaton might want to use some of that information to go for a bit of a run out. NJR is his target as he's here on the pillar door. Doesn't hear anything. Now he hears the shots coming out from NJR. That'll prompt the run out, and that's exactly what he wants to find. Denight yourself with a secure. Will it do it? Yes, sir. Good night, NJR. Good opening pick from Anaton.
When we talk about, too, the defense is really forced into making these aggressive plays, and we're seeing that off the rip here.
Yeah, it's always what we're going to see on Cafe. There's so much potential for defenders to try to make some aggressive moves, run out the building, jump out those windows, and that's even more powerful when you combine it with a Pulse on the board, the Valkyrie on the board, and even to some extent that Mozzie. So you see the information being gathered by Zaka, 2 players outside this white window. They could even go for another run out outside a pillar, but it has to be watched for now from DZ.
DZ doubling up on this repel, carrying for the C4, carrying for the runouts right now. EWC taking some fights here, popping shots out the window. DD going for...
Wow.
Whoa.
Chibisu wins that fight under Kino, somehow hits the headshot straight into the gridlock. That's going to be now a 2-man lead favoring CAG, and they can just sit on their hands. They don't have to play aggressive anymore, Dave.
Yep. A lot of C4s too here to C4 the window seals right now. Might get another kill. Nope. Oh, off the repel. Chibisu 1 HP right now.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage from the Capitao bolts.
Round walk coming out right now.
Newer's in a potential position to make a play. Up the brown stairs, over towards pillar. A lot of these players, though, if they're not on the top floor, they're inside sight. DD's actually down on the bottom floor as well, so there's a lot of map control being held by KAG. Newer can spot those players in sight, and Jan, I know, does eventually find that refrag onto Anaton. Here comes that flank you're mentioning, Dave. It's going to be DD straight up these stairs, finds Faults first, but he instantly gets traded back by Newers. That's going to be now down to a 2v3. This still favors CAG, but with 60 seconds on the clock, they've got things to work with on the side of Dark Zero. They're going to push in through Train, aware that they don't have top floor control. That's the biggest problem here, but they can still try to sneak a plant in through the dining side, making their way through the fire pit now. Janano clearing all of these angles, the wall fully soft over towards white, so it's a dangerous proposition. Zaka finds Newers on this mid-floor site, takes down Chibisu on the down. The Nitro Cell gets ripped, we hear it. It doesn't sound like it's gonna get exploded. And I know, in the 1v2, after getting that first pick, 30 seconds on the board, aware that one might still be on the white stairs, so he's watching for that angle, but he doesn't know the position of Zaka. This is just so awkward. Shu Reap has also made his way over towards Museum, so this is just so difficult. Finds the shot, J9O, hello. All of a sudden, this has become so much more winnable. There's 15 seconds. He's got to check every angle one by one. Zaka's not playing this over aggressive. He's still on those white stairs, and J9O doesn't seem to have any idea. Zaka's actually going to walk into some track stingers. Uh-oh. Hold on. This utility might now favor J9O. 2 seconds. This plant's going to get finished.
He can't get to
sticks
him.
with it. That's going to be a huge downside. J9O
Oh my
gets it.
gosh.
It's a 4K from Jack, and DZ somehow grabbed the win in round 1.
What a... I mean, that's a veteranism right there. That's talent. Wow. I've seen him win those all the way back to when we were underage, you know. Never give up on Jack in the clutch here.
Jesus, unreal.
That round was so good for KAG. Having that come out as the first round for J9 to take it from you, that's got to be just a big momentum killer.
That's one of the hardest rounds to win, I think, that we've witnessed in this series, Dave. The fact that DZ come through on the very first round of Cafe and clutch that success out of the jaws of defeat. Really impressive stuff from DZ. J9O, 4 kills on the round. Newer's credited with 1 as well. A great start for Cafe.
Going into the basement here, running the Echo for the win con. A little bit of smoke here. Should be playing VIP side or playing the Whiskey side to solve for lower brown. Bringing the double trap out right now if they do want to bring the blitz. Easy looking to opt for a roam clear right now, switching to the sledge here. See if they bring the ram out or not. The gridlock 2 is going to be really good here for the staircases. Bringing out the solid tank just to be playing on the white side. NJR going to be scanning VIP here. Capital's going to be great to smoke and isolate inside the site, and the flames are going to be great too to displace.
You expect much of a roam? Because I feel like it's pretty rare, but we're seeing Chibisu playing that mute currently inside of reading. Shoe Reap's on the top floor. There is some potential for
maybe a light roam here. I see if they have the freezer hatch pop, they might play a layer right now.
Right.
It's reinforced, so it shouldn't be. No, it's not going to be a roam. They're just bringing the mute for the VIP extension here. They're countering the snake out, so they've done some prep work there.
Yeah. Might have put some of those jammers. Yeah, there's at least a couple here on the mid floor, so that might give a little bit of pause to DZ, slow them down on this clear, but of course, there's nobody here to find, so it should be a slow round all around. Dark Zero have lost their last 4 straight attacks here on the bottom floor of Cafe. That's versus 4Fun, Wildcard, and M80. So historically, this has not been a great bomb site for them, but they've got the right tools to try to work through things here. I like the soft breach being brought by J90. Kino here on the shield, of course. The Blitz, one of his favorite operators. The only one he'll have left after the Monty Blackbeard bans.
The Blitz bringing Breach of Charge 2 here just to help with that vert. Gridlock's going to make the retake really hard right there. You saw how good the track singers are now, especially just making that limp. It just slows you down, especially when you get hit and does damage to you. Extremely annoying right now. Let's see if they go for VIP clean or they're just going to go for the execute right now. Starting the vert right now, putting breaching charges down.
Only one C4 from Chibisu. That could be a bit of a pressure coming forward, but he's playing VIP, so he's probably just holding it for the
hatch drop here. Capital in the vert, looking to clear out coffee side, making all angles into sight. Outside of they might flip Bake with the Capital here. Ooh.
Okay, this might be unexpected. Anderson's playing Bake right now on the
Echo,
yeah, on the Echo, so this could be really scary. As soon as that door opens up, he's going to get off his cams as he recognizes the threat that's coming his way. The firebolts are being really dangerous. Now he's got a Blitz in his face too. That'll be a dead Anderson immediately, but Zaka got one back, so it's only a 4v4. J90 and the Vert still playing those strong angles for the trade back. Now we see these Toxic Babes coming through to stall things out. On the Bakery side, there's so much Vert. Kino's gotten really deep on this Blitz, but he takes so much damage, and DD eventually gets that kill. He does get down though. It's a 2v3 favoring Dark Zero. Chibisu and Shuri both inside of Whiskey. They're trying to make their way back towards the bomb site. The long angle from Newers though. He's holding the cross back into the bomb site, perfectly positioned. Gets one, Shuri into the site. Shuri wants to take down this player on the stairs. Can't do it. Newers a great round from Red, and DZ convert for the execute.
Really good call right there. You really saw it really caught them off guard right there, because the Vert it's really hard, because if you give Bake, you already gave him the top, and the Vert initial kitchen, it just completely denies prep in the spot that they were playing close. Anatune gets out, doesn't get out, but the Thorn gets out. Anatune's left in the rock and a hard spot with the Blitz in his face, getting punched, and that was just a great round. CAG calling a timeout right now, because you see CAG trying to play into the prep work, thinking they're going to go backside execute. They flip Bake side, one step ahead of them. Great round from them.
Sparky, the Italian head coach of CAG, choosing this as his moment to call his TAC timeout. It was back on map number 1 when DZ used their timeout after going down 2-0 back on Lair. That was quite a while ago. It was not the most effective TAC timeout as DZ spiraled out of control to a 5-0 deficit that they did eventually lose. Now CAG are hoping to avoid that same fate. The attacks have been really fast from Dark Zero. Felt like the second push was so dominant as well. Do you think this is just like a calm down timeout, especially after how they lost round 1?
I think it needs to be a shift in their play style right now, because you know, the first round they did kind of give it away, but that round they weren't really in it just from solving wise, because they thought they were going to go backside. They go into that Bake front, and I feel like right now they might have to make a call and switch off the prep work, go into more of the default Cafe side. So let's see what they do here. Bring out the Cade right now. Ella, Thorn, Mute, Warden, Train. Usually you see the site, you kind of give the top a little bit here, play for a light layer. You have the triple C4 combo, so you can play the reading side, play the train side for the C4, the cigar double C4, the long bar C4, and the stack C4 are all very good here. Just try to displace them up on the top side. And usually you're going to have people playing in the basement a lot here, playing for that lower red retake. You see the wall getting opened up, so you cannot play and train. So the late round is very important right now for CAG.
Going to be trying to hold on to all 3 of these floors, at least initially coming through from CAG.
Going to be a quick one,
Yeah, we've just changed the operators. They were initially running the Thatcher, the Striker, but we've changed all of that up, and so we're looking at a Maru, we're looking at a Finka.
Going fast and fierce. I like this too, especially you're starting off on the attacking side. Being able to put your foot down is very important here.
Kino with that Amaru, with the Finka, he's got this diffuser in his pocket, so he's just going to be trying to use this util while his teammates make the space. NJR on this Amaru is going to be a scary one to watch as well, so just going to try to explode in towards the bomb site. A lot of these players actually starting over towards Cocktail side.
Shock drone.
NJR eyeing up a repellent on the piano side here. We're going to go through reading right now.
Our hook in hand.
Bait smoke right now.
A bit of a bait, slowing this down for now, still using some of these charges. Here comes the Finka boost, and this might be it. Kino instantly dead to Chibisu, but the space is taken by Faults. Here comes NJR straight in towards Piano. There's nobody to find here on the top floor, unfortunately. Chibisu is the one that's dealing all the damage. He's just playing bottom pillar. He took down Newers, and now Faults left outside the pillar door, desperately hunting for a pick back. Misses that angle, actually doesn't see him, and somehow misses the shots too. NJR on the top floor will finally get rewarded with a pick, but it's just going to be Zaka going down. This is still full site control coming through from CAG, so NJR works his way down these stairs, hits an LMI, but wins the fight. That's going to be okay. There's Chibisu traded out, the monster from this round so far, so that brings us down to a 3v3. Lots of damage, and Fault gets slowed by the Storm Trap. Still, NJR pushes his way down these white stairs for a third kill. He could get all 5 now at this point. Goes for the reload inside of Laundry. These last 2 players, both in and around the site. One's inside of Mining, one's inside of Dining. They've still got really good pressure in towards the bomb sites. Fault holding a long angle. CAG, there's so much time on the clock, so they feel a little bit of pressure to start making some moves back behind the bomb chassis. Shoereap is facing the pressure of Faults. They've got a really good bit of map control now from Dark Zero. They stall things out by pillar.
A split right now. DD's inside the Dining side with his wall cated. Aren't going to be able to get the Cade off charge off unless they go below here. It's going to be on Shoereap to stay alive. NJR holding a cheese angle through, rotating lower red. Going to be, because they made the lower red hole, they should be able to kill him.
DD had the angle there, but he's not quite able to find the frag. NJR on a triple kill so far. Would love to be able to open things up with an ace, but Faults is rotated over towards red stairs, so they know of his position. They certainly will as the F2 starts to sing. Looking towards both of these sites, they're applying pressure to Shoereap. This could be massive. DD takes down Faults, the big pick over in the other bomb site, but Shoereap's having a lot of success. He takes down another one as well. NJR will need the ace to win this round for Dark Zero. He just misses the shot there on a Shoereap. One bullet's all it'll take, but he doesn't find it. DD with the pistol does so, and that's going to be CAG on the board.
What a round. Waiting for DD to cross out and help his teammate right there. I think CAG, honestly, they're getting these opening kills, and they're making great plays, dedicating the wall off, but Chibisu staying extended in the hallway. They need to kind of get back to each other and really play for these advantages right now. They're giving a DZ a way back into this round.
Do we see the Blitz ban here, Dave?
Blitz or an info op here?
Blitz or an info op?
Blitz it is. And they get rid of the mute. Okay. It's going to get weird here.
This mute ban scares me a
lot of Deimos, a lot of Dokubi, a lot of Snake here. Be ready for it.
Exactly, yeah. This is going to be really tough. Newers will instantly jump on that Snake. Still time to swap off of it, but I mean, this is just going to be Dark Zero playing with the information that they are going to be given. I like this position they're in with the op bans.
Going back reading right now. Pulse Mozzie, going to be a good combination. The mirror is going to be really nice too. I want to see if they put a horizontal mirror. They do 2 top mirrors, 1 C1, 1 tarp here. Castle going to be coming out too, or they might do a bathroom mirror also here.
Right.
Castle coming out just a slow on the top side, making them have to rotate around to get those castles off. And obviously too, a lot of teams have been doing a lot of cheese plays with the castles. You'll see 4. They'll be peeking the castle barricades right now. The Thorns is going to be a good trap operator just to slow them down.
Yeah, definitely a different hold coming out from CAG. They changed a lot of these operators up.
It'll be a top hard zone right now, probably.
Okay.
Freezer extension, yep, with the castle. Gonna push the mirror, gonna play C1 here. They don't have much projectile denial though, so we have to care for a nade take.
Yeah, the Wamai banned out at the very start of the game from DZ, so it's going to be tough sometimes to stop some of these pushes, and Kino instantly jumping on that Ying, trying to take advantage of the Wamai ban.
And no Warden too here, so the Ying is going to eat.
The mirror windows will still be powerful, facing their way in towards Piano. This is where almost every attacking team will start their push on Cafe. Newers wants to try to play from down below on the vert too. It can be kind of tough sometimes when the bomb site is on that mid floor to get the vert pressure going, but it's going to
go quick again.
Oh yeah, right in towards the pillar door. This could be fast indeed. It will be. Kino in through the site immediately. The plant spot is being gathered by False. He's going deep into the site before he starts that plant. The Candela is just making all of this space. He's run through the entire middle floor. Kino is desperate to find a pick. Will eventually take down DD, but everybody else on his team is died. The shotgun will sing and the plant will go down. So this is winnable, but it's still tricky.
Retake top should be one con here for Kino with the shotgun
going up these
too.
white stairs. Close with the angles. He wants to find these players pushing deep into him. Everybody on CAG other than Zaka is up on this top floor trying to play the vert. They're hunting to take down Faults, but he's taking some damage early. Gets outside the building. I like that from Faults. Kino just biding his time. They might try to force him to jump on this disable before they do anything crazy. The Lion Charge slows things down. Both GBSU and Anderson will move, and that's going to open the opportunity for Kino, but he loses the fight. 1v3 now for Faults in the post lane. He's got to be good with the DMR, but he doesn't even find one. GBSU does it. 11 seconds. They should be there in time. GBSU will jump on it, and CAG tie the game to a piece. Another fast rush strat that doesn't work out for Dark Zero.
I think they were honestly in a winning position right there. If Kino just stays a little bit more passive, makes them drop into the site and play for the retake for the late con, they're in a great spot right there. But good reactions from CAG to shut that down.
Just desperate to take those picks off the Lion scan, I think.
Yeah. But I think there too, also, when the diffuser goes down, I feel like the diffuser is another person. It's a 3v3 right there. So you have to make sure that they get on that bomb. They're actually hitting before you activate.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely felt like maybe DZ moved a little bit fast. It lost a lot of bodies in the start of that rush, too. I mean, that was a tough situation. We were watching Kino sprint through the site, but at the same time, it felt like the kill feed was all favoring CAG, so a tough spot to be in.
Bomb located by attackers.
Going back to the basement here. Going to bring the Goyo. Going to bring the smoke out. Switching off the Echo. Bringing more traps right now. Bringing the tuber out, too, just to slow C4 capability, too, up the hatch. Should see him go VIP side instead of the mute. Switching off of that here. Yeah. We're just bringing more stall right now. Probably going to be a clean right now. Bringing out the Ram, bringing out the Fuse, Habana, Grim, Gridlock. Going to be a nice one here.
5 seconds remaining.
Without the mute, it feels almost impossible to go for a roam strategy. They kind of teased it on the last time they went for Kitchen, but didn't commit to going for anything aggressive. Similarly, this time, they're not going to go for anything aggressive. And I mentioned it as an option back when we saw those first set of operator bans, but Kino will be bringing the Fuse Shield. Why do you think he wants it for this bomb site? Why is it so effective here for Kitchen?
Really good just to clear the util inside the site, clear out the flames, clear anything on sync side, and it just creates a lot of chaos too if you leave one place above. And the shield's really good too because being on that high HP, any C4s and stuff like that are really hard to kill you. They're cutting the white fall down, get that opening kill off of that.
Wow.
Great onto GBC right there. Great play there.
Really good coordination. GBSU just trying to play a little aggressive on those white stairs. The second that wall gets opened up by the Havana, he can't rotate back to the site, so he's forced to push upwards. Fault is waiting. Uh-oh, this spot is cheesy, and Shu Reap will get a free pick because of it. J9O now dies. Worried about more pressure, but not really anybody else with him. On the pillar door, he's got a bit of pressure facing him, but there's still nobody else really from Dark Zero in the building, so that's just going to be Shu Reap existing on the top floor until DZ can commit to go for a clear. Makes things awkward on this execute now.
Yes, and Anitune's still above too. They're going to flip push the site, I'm pretty sure, right now.
2 players up above pushing the site might just be the best call. You've got a 2v4 if you can isolate these picks and get them down early, but the flank potential will be coming in at some point. Zach is still holding this front door. DD inside the site as well. They've got to be rock solid here as anchors as they wait for their teammates to come back down. Shreep's at the bottom of white stairs. Aniton's at the bottom of red stairs. They've come back to site and Shreep's finding kills. Kino dead on the shield now. That's going to give man advantage back over towards CAG. DZ stall out once more.
Tag in a good spot right now. They don't need to take too many fights right now. Sheer just being a major problem. Can't impact this wall and get the kill on the crew.
DG have yet to lead here on this third map. This could be their opportunity. The best spot they've been in yet. Shureep again in a very dangerous position. Watching over that hatch is just Newers. He's not going to be ready for this flank if it does come in his way. There's too many things to worry about. Fault will start to take over towards Coat Check. Same time, Zaka goes down to NJR over towards Whiskey, so this might actually be a good spot. They don't have Diffuse Kit. It's down to the bottom of White Stairs, so they've got to keep that in mind with 50 seconds to go.
One playing red right now has to rotate on Whiskey. Let's see if Nick clears this.
NJR just looking towards site. He does not see the player on red stairs. It's going to be Aniton who gets that frag. There's a player coat check. That's just going to be false, but he's not in a good position to go for this trade, so this might be caught easy now for CAG. Newer catches the rotate back from Shureep. That's going to be Aniton, though, and it's going to be Trade City here favoring CAG. Newers will use these Bs. He actually gets good pings onto DD. That helps him out, but with the shotgun, this is still a really tough fight to try to take. He's got the Bailiff in hand, a shotgun of his own. He wants to defuse kit before he commits to this fight. 17 seconds, tries to play a long angle up against this smoke. DD still under the cover of these Bs, but wins the fight anyways. The SAS shotgun reigns supreme, and CAG take the lead.
Get around from them. Really just playing to stop what DZ want to do, having 2 players off-site, even the third. Shibisu gets opening killed, but they have still those 2 players on the top floor that they don't have accounted for.
Yep.
There's great misinformation right now. really throwing DZ off here.
3-2 now, Dark Zero. We talked about the attacking side probably being favored here on this third map, Dave, with how good both teams have been on the offense. Now we're seeing some of these defense rounds go more in the way of CAG, and it feels like it's coming off the back of certainly some aggressive and unexpected plays from CAG, but also DZ went for 2 really fast rush plays that both ended up falling flat.
Yeah, I feel like, they might look to slow it down here or just keep it going right now, because they're in close positions in those rounds, but very hard here. Going back to mining right now, where they went for one of those quick plays. They're going to be bringing out the Clash. Look at this info, though. Soulless, Valk, and Pulse right now, plus the Warden to counter the Ying combination. It's a lethal lineup coming out from CAG here. Going into the Maru, Nook, Laz, Deimos. They're going to stay fast here.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So now this ends up being a critical round. Dark Zero 3-3 seems like it might be necessary to save themselves in this matchup. The winner of this best of 3 series will likely be the second team to advance. Well, they'll definitely be the second team to advance towards top 8. Forgot for a second if that A stream was finished or not, but indeed it was, and told us on the break that Falcons did secure their spot, so...
Wildcard one.
Wildcard, excuse me. You're right. Wildcard, the first team top 8 at the Esports World Cup.
Falcons can't take him down. The weapon, Super Soldier 9-4.
If Dark Zero do this, that would be back-to-back NA teams to be the first 2 squads making it to top 8. North America cementing itself as
one of the strongest regions in the world. I used to call us near airport. All I gotta say.
NA definitely feeling like it is powering up here in Rainbow Six Siege, but Japan as well, finding some big impact. CAG representing APAC North have done so much work so far at this tournament, eliminating the only NA team who've gone home so far. Here comes the push now, trying to clear this top floor.
Going quick right now on the Clash. Clash is alone. Clash might die here. Gotta put an EMP out so they can run it down on him. Get the kill on the Clash.
Perfect.
Great round from them right now.
ag.al Snewers as well, just pushing in through Cigar, so that's going to be a massive 2-man lead. Shureep flanks up the red stairs to take down Newers. That's a good trade back onto the Nook, and all of a sudden, Shivisu's in for 2. He gets traded by Kino, but because of that, it's now a 2v2 with a minute 40 still on the clock. NJR's on the Amaro. We haven't even talked about it, but he's inside the bottom of White. Nobody's downstairs on that bottom floor from CAG, but they don't know that necessarily on DZ. They're going to take a minute to slow down.
DD right now is at the site. It's the same duo right now, DD and Shureep within the last mining round. See how they can play this the same way. The wall's not going to be Katie here. They're going to be able to get the wall open with the Grim cans right now. Have the Grim BC displaced. Get that info on DD here. Nick with the cross. Let's see if he can... Oh, he's going to go to the drone hole probably.
DD's going to concede this. Might want to try to force Dark Zero to plant this defuse kit before they try to power this position together. It is equal man count, but as the defenders, if you can make this an advantage for those 7 seconds while plant's going down, that can favor you. NJR figuring out there's nobody in dining at the moment, so with that clear, they can know these last couple of players should be around dining and train. There is potential for a flank they've got to worry about unless they've got a drone up on the top floor. An option for Shureep. What a shot. NJR cracks the round wide open. Shureep answers with a great shot of his own. Now it's a 1v1. Sees him sprint past the angle. Hits them both. Shureep continues to be a monster for CAG, shutting things down and winning the half 4-2.
Wow. Cool, calm, and collect. He takes a drink of water. They get him another bottle, guys. He just ran out.
Shureep having the tournament of his life. He was the MVP yesterday, Dave, in a 13-4 performance versus all gamers, and now coming alive against Dark Zero. This is starting to get really scary for the North Americans.
And anyone who wants to get better at clutching at home, you see how he gets that initial kill. They have the info on where he is. He takes immediate action to reposition, to throw Kino off, and by the time Kino has the information of where he is, he's already in the advantage in that fight. So it's just great clutching from Shureep right there.
Shureep, the 22-year-old from Saitama. He's been on this team again for about 2.5 years at this point. He's been grinding with CAG for quite a bit of time. He is no stranger to the international stage, but top 8, something that has primarily eluded him throughout his career. It feels like we're starting to see a new CAG come alive. It's not just a team that can take down bottom feeder teams like Shopify Rebellion. They're also beating the top of the top, as Dark Zero are now in a difficult position.
And I feel like, too, CAG has been putting in the work, scrimming them. They scrim 8 a.m. their time against NA teams all over the world. So they've been putting in that work. They've been VOD reviewing hard. They've been working for this. And when you put in that work, you can see that product come to light in these tournaments here. So I'm happy for them.
It's a good era to be in with APAC finding some serious success here at the Esports World Cup. Up 4-2 at the half versus Dark Zero. We'll, of course, have our 2-minute halftime timeout where both coaches will get an opportunity to talk with their players. These DZ guys, I mean, they must be starting to feel the pressure. This is maybe one of the toughest games they've had to play since forming as a roster.
Of course, and going up onto the defensive side, CAG looked really nice in the attacking side on layer, and I expect to put that same pressure on the DZ here.
Everything on the line here at the Esports World Cup. I like that smile coming in at the end there from Callout. It shows that the vibes are still up on the side of DZ.
Of course.
To me, this feels like a team where they could be down. They could have lost 7-0 on map 1, 8-7 win on map 2, down 6-0 at the half, and they'd still be smiling. It's important to keep that momentum up, right?
Exactly, and it's all a mindset. There's no attachment to the expectation, so they're enjoying the game, they're enjoying the work they've put in, and that's all you can really do at this tournament here. So they're going to go out and play this last half. Going up to the defensive side, let's see the bans getting out from CAG and DZ right now.
We're expecting a Wamai once again. I feel like that's such a staple on this map.
Could be even be some info here. Mira, Monty. Might be a double shield ban. Might get rid of the Blackbeard here.
Anaton, the most infamous shield player of all time by many people's counts.
I'd say, maybe say Spirits is probably the top.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. I think Spirits really revolutionized this new shield play, especially with the Blackbeard.
Yeah.
A lot of new tech, but Anatun was always a long-standing shield player.
Yep.
Yep, Wamai. The Snake Monty ban, getting rid of the info, getting rid of the just the catalyzation on the Monty. Going mining first here. Solus for deep state. You have the Cade just to slow. The 2 route to slow. The Azami for an extension and the Jaeger too. It might run a little piano extension right now. Play the layer game on the top floor here. Already threw a Cade down.
Second half feeling very scary for Dark Zero. They will have to be better than their opponents here on the defensive side. Both Kaid Claws actually going down quite early in this
he pre-placed for the dining wall.
I see.
So they're going to be playing the deep layer here.
How fast do you want to see CAG, assuming they're trying to take top floor control here? I mean, I guess what's the game plan you want to see from CAG, I guess, and how, what pace in the round you want to see?
You need to go for top floor quicker if they're playing for like the deep, just the basement and the deep flanks. So you have to make sure you're not giving them the C4 kills and the opening kills, but you have to make sure you're pushing them back. And I feel like it's, I'd say around 2 minutes to a minute 45. You really want to look for that range where you have top floor established, so you can see if they're playing basement with the pulse. They have the solos here, and you can really put pressure on the reading side. You want to see if you want to end dining. They have the Cade, they have the tube to slow you. So obviously you probably have the end mining side here. So it's going to take time for you to figure all that out and actually solve it.
And I know on the budget Wamai, even before the buffs, he would run Wamai almost permanently on this bomb site. So it's not a surprise to see him picking up that Jaeger here for round number 7, the first defense of the half. Anderson also jumping on that shield as we've come to expect from him. Monty banned out, but he'll happily take that Blackbeard, and this top floor clear will start to begin. Any players that you're looking for in particular to get active early here in this round?
I'm looking at the solos right now from Neuros. Okay. And honestly, Shirip too here. Been a staple on the Zofia.
Yeah. I mean, Shirip has just found so much success. He's really been enjoying the Solid Snake as well, so that ban clearly targeting him and the success that he's had so far in the server.
Trying to impact there. That would stop anyone playing Shaiko here. Already calling the solos right now. Let's see if he tanks this.
It's like
gonna tank the call so his phone gets destroyed. Lower red alert coming out for DD here. Playing for the pixel clear. Jack has to be careful.
Oh, this is a freebie if he hits the headshot, but he just whiffs a couple of shots, barely missing the head, doesn't miss twice. Shirip takes down J90. The damage so devastating there on the Zofia. Now they've got the man lead. They can start to push their way through this top floor. You said minute 45, but they've got these kills. They might not need the time. A double now for Shirip. He's going up to 8 and 4 on Cafe, continuing to be the best player in the server for CAG.
There's great kills from him, really playing that East Balcony extremely well.
Yep.
They gave him that space early. You see a lot of teams try to contest that. Lurking down on the DD. DD's going to get this. Oh, crew. Wow. Great shot. They're back in the round now here.
DD not ready for it. Yep. NJR equalizing, shuts down the monster of Shirip outside the building, so that's going to bring things all back in favor of Dark Zero. We're minute 9 on the clock, and Zach is going to start to work here on the hard breach. They've got full top floor control, Dave, but it was quite costly.
Yes, exactly. And, you have the Case on the dining wall. You have the 2 up playing in there with Junior. Kino's going to look to bump out of sight side here, going reading side. Still that C4 in pocket. Still 2 C4s. They're going to go for reading side clear here off of Anatune catalyzing. Duke are going to be playing inside lower red, or is he mining side? He's playing inside the mining side right now, okay? So it's 3 side here. This can get difficult in mining side. They're very bunched up. Going to have the hatch open. Should try to have someone on the hatch flashing dining so you can displace from the hallway here.
Right.
You look for News to activate. He's going down white right now, Zaka.
Here we see the play coming forward. Anton's starting to get aggressive. It eats a little bit of damage down. With that Nitro cell from Kino, it's not going to be quite enough. The flashbang just over that dining wall, trying to flash these players inside the site, but there's no movement off of it. They need to breach this wall. That's what Zach will be starting to work on now, but the Tube Route slows things down. They don't have time for this. NJR, great shot on a Chibisu. This just hold has been so strong. They are rock solid in the bomb site, and DZ took the first round of the half.
That's very good, too. Just a great way to find themselves back in that round, because they just have that. They have that extension in mining where they have that that wall reinforced, the K, the tube. So in the late round, you just run into this brick wall that you think you can get through, but then the tube comes out and you're like, oh my gosh, I have to walk through a doorway. And they have the double up. Crew's not playing but he's playing inside the site. He can help them. So it's just great rotations right there. A big fight from him on to DD2, because if he loses that, the round could slip.
For sure, for sure. We'll see some of these replays now. Again, it started quite strong with Shureet getting that early advantage just outside of Pillar, but things just go the way of DZ. They do a great job of battling things back, and it didn't feel like they were really able to break into that mining site on the side of CAG. So while a 4-2 half split is never what you're looking for, DZ 1 round away from tying things up after a good first start.
Going reading here, double info again. The Pulse this is one of the Pulse's best sites here. You have the Cade, you have the Smoke. Should be doing a little bit of a TARP hard zone or a B2 hard zone right now. The Goyo also just great deny for the side and on the top floor right now. Again, players to watch, I'd say watch Junior this round. They'd watch for, they're not going to bring the Grim.
5 seconds left.
I'd say just, again, watch for Shuri here. Fighting the East Balk, see how they want to deny him. Pulse going to be starting train side, or he's going to start, yeah, he's going back to the East Balk side here. Soul's going to start lower red.
Lots of map control early being contested by Dark Zero with players on all 3 of these floors. It's just going to be Newers down here on the bottom, but Shurip is not interested in clearing him out unless he is. Way over on the bakery side, Chibisu is close by.
I'm swapping mags.
Potential for a run out, but I don't think the information's quite there for Newers. He will just get on his scanner, and Chibisu is safe up on the roof. This looks like it's going to be a pretty standard clear Dave, just getting on the roof, working their way in through Cigar.
And that's what Cafe is too. It's a very step-by-step map, and that's why the defense has to kind of find a spot where they want to break that push, because it is a very attacker-sided map here if you let the attack their engine roll in here.
Right. J90 and Faults, the 2 defenders on this top floor trying to lock this down, and of course with NJR below, they have some potential to feed information. Newer's not likely to find anyone here as there's no targets available, so puts the impact back in his pocket.
DD outside of the basement too here. I think he has info on him though. Bomb on cam. Going bake side right now.
DD, he was so instrumental in winning that first map for CAG. Instead, it's going to be Kino who takes down Chibisu elsewhere around the map, and Newers has actually given up this bottom floor control. So as DD just walks on in, Newers will evade his capture. And now the top floor clear is well underway too. Anaton's starting to make some space in towards back bar. There are still Faults and J90 up here trying to make this play happen. They're stalling things out with the Toxic Babes. Barbed wire also being really annoying to get through, so this time is just being ticked down by Dark Zero.
Tarp walls are cated right now. It's a great hard zone. They get the kill on the layer too.
Oh boy.
Beautiful. Oh, dies to the Claymore.
Okay, that's still a good pick back. DD eventually finds Newers. He was hunting that pick for a very long time, but his teammates are all dying. Zaka goes down to Faults, and it's just going to be Anaton left alive on this top floor as DD will join him up those red stairs. 65 seconds on the clock here, Dave. They've got good breach despite the fact that Zaka did go down. Who's favored in these final 60 seconds?
I'd say DZ right now. It's a 2-3 split right now, so they could be able to retake the top of both drop pillar side here. You have 2 nades, 1 smoke left, so you need to try to just bait on Anatune right now. DD needs to stay at the top. Make sure he can hold for the top retake. He's going train side right now. Faults with the kill. Wow.
Yeah, DD's just trying to work a pick there, trying to get his team back in the man count mid, but Faults.
OG.
Back to back, the captain.
Step it up when they need him.
Really nice frags to come through there at the end. Dark Zero tied the game 4-4, and we're right back in it.
Yeah. Right here. Here we go.
And I know flipping through all those.
You see it, you see them. They got so many strats, man.
Pages upon pages upon pages.
Like you can
difficulty, right?
Look how you see how thin theirs is, and you go back to the DZ one. They have like it's almost like an encyclopedia strat book.
Strats are very deep on this North American side. Brings in their major champs. Bottom floor. This would be a perfect
hiding the echo here.
Yep.
Look for that right now. Bring out the Rooney, the Goyle, the smoke combination. The Ella playing VIP side. Should be a basic horizontal extender right now. Looking out for their setup on the attacking side. The BB, the Gridlock for the staircase, the Habana for the hat, and Sudoku to help with the clear. The Ram's going to be for the vert. Let's see here. See if Habana brings breaching charge to help with the vert right now.
Right. We'll have to see what this push ends
Thatcher
up
too?
coming together. The Thatcher, what's that even
The
for?
Fuse. You know, I saw EP try to Thatcher the Echo drones yesterday.
Right.
So it could be for that, could be for the smoke canisters, but
Interesting.
maybe the smoke canisters, and maybe if they think they're bringing a Cade, you know, maybe they didn't have an operator spotted, so they might just think it's a Cade. So yeah, they just have that initially here.
Fair enough. Do see the kite from time to time here on the bottom floor. It's not usually worth a ban on Cafe, but we do see it being brought out every now and again.
Of course. Junior behind the bake bar, DMR in hand.
This should be a slow round. We have a little bit of a roam from Faults on brown stairs, but he's already back to sight, so
Yeah.
that shouldn't be anything too worried about.
Person who should stay up the longest probably going to be Crew on the red here. Just playing to shoot a ram drone, has double impact. You see 6 impacts well, Jack won't be able to impact anything, but 4 impacts coming out to deny this vertical play here. And you have reaching charges on the Thatcher here to help with the vert and dining right now. It's going to be the train vert. It's going to be the main question. How much can Zaka get from it?
All eyes on Zaka now to be able to make sure he can get these floorboards nice and open. There's 60 seconds deep into this round. They're just starting to realize that it is all free for the taking. So
he already lost one drone, Jesse, too.
Right. Yeah, over here towards red. That's where they tried to pop it up, but it looks like it was cleared out. And I like this. Kino and Newer's both just holding on to impacts, waiting for these ram drones. Here comes the second one in through mining. The impact misses, though, so that's still going to be really good information. Shooting down through these floorboards. Good from Zach, able to get all of these floors open. This is exactly what he had to do to win this round. Now they're going to put one more down and start to provide even more pressure towards the site.
Red Hulvert's going to be weak, though, here, especially above the coffee double door.
Yep.
We need a breach charge from DD here.
Make those positions of NJR and Faults a little bit safer. Can play over towards that red stair side, over towards Kochek. Hatch, of course, has been opened up without any real issues, and they're starting to burn some of these Goyo canisters in the site as well. So it's clearly that they've found some good value out of these cluster charges. Spotting out this Ella inside of VIP as well. They're going to have to find some way past it, but they've got Anderson on the shield for the drop.
And the good thing about the Ella 2 is it counters the shield play really hard right now.
Yep.
Great Echo Cam 2 to spot Brown information. Seeing the Ram right now. Wow.
Yeah, this is really good intel favoring Dark Zero. They have all the tools they need to win this round. They could even call for a flank up the brown stairs for Faults. That's exactly what's going on. Kino is making this call, so Faults will take the bait. Looks like some of these track stingers have already been shot off, so he can move up quite quietly. He steps into one track stinger, though, and will have to back on off.
Just a flash.
Missed from Zaka. He's not going to be able to flash that one out, so a little bit slow here coming through, but Newers finds the opening pick straight on Anderson. There's another one coming through. 5v3 favoring Dark Zeros, trying to fight this VIP player. But Chain, I know, is playing it really passive, really smart so far. They don't have to over-aggress into this. They know the push is coming down through these white stairs. DD gets down. This is going to be 5-4 for Dark Zero unless these two players can do something amazing.
Running out of steam right now.
SMG goes 1-for-1. Perfect trade from Dark Zero. Leaves Zach on the 1v4 getting spammed by the Yokai drones. Good luck. Dark Zero, a perfect start to the second half. They are running away with the game, Dave.
Clean clinical rounds right there. You see how in sync they are, especially to CAG really going for that preset plant play, not really taking any space VIP side, any space red side, really allowing DZ to feel comfortable and to make their mini plays on that bottom floor right there.
Yep.
CAG just giving them too much control and too much respect right now because you really need to make them very uncomfortable here on the defensive side, and they're just not doing that right now.
What's the problem here that they have to ban out for CAG?
I don't think any operator will handle the problem, but it's more or less just their play style and just the space and respect they're giving them. They're going to get rid of the Solus to try to kill some of that info.
Yep.
Getting rid of the Blitz too, just to stop the shield play. Going to be forced into the Blackbeard. Going to pick that in straight into that here.
Interesting. Anderson's only really been running the Blackbeard and the Fuse, I suppose, as well. He hasn't shown the Blitz even once. Why do you think they banned the Blitz instead of the Blackbeard, which he's been favoring so far?
I think they just want the Blitz gone. You know, I feel like a lot of teams just prefer a few shields than the other. You know, I know in Wildcard they do like, what do they do? Like Monty, BB sometimes. So it really depends on team. And I feel like the Blitz can be kind of annoying, especially just getting that initial foothold. Because in Blackbeard, you know, you can't flash somebody like that. So yeah.
Fair enough. We also see that Solus getting banned out, as you mentioned, Dave. That's what Newers has been playing for the majority of this second half, so he's going to have to switch things up. Goes to the Valkyrie, which can also be really strong for information.
Yes.
So it doesn't feel like he's changing his
even
game plan.
stronger, I feel like, for information. Yeah. Because you can really spread them across the map, and it's very active info, too. Everyone can make plays off them. Everyone can be on the camps. Whereas the Solus, it's just very... You can calm that info, but not everyone can be on it, except for you here.
Right. Especially with the 4 Nitro cells. Like, they can really guide those C4s, try to pick up some freebies.
Bringing out the Mute 2 here. They switched the K, they switched the Tube around too. Just switched it off people here.
Right.
not running more of a top extend because they did run the Jaeger Azami last time. Did a little C1 pixel hold. Looks like they're back in the hard zone up to Tarp with the smoke right now. Using the tube, using the cage from below to stall here. Off all the Valken foe with the C4s, forcing them into a funnel.
Okay. So similar idea with this hold. You've still just got 2 players on the top floor.
They're just moving it back, forcing CAG deeper into the map, having them to get that foothold, not giving them the kills on the initial front, and just pushing them deep into the round right now. And that's worse for CAG here.
Yep. And we remember that pixel hold going so poorly for J9O.
Yeah.
Shuri punished it on those white windows. So it's good to see that replacement coming through, that extension changing up just a little bit.
Oh. Little lineup problems here, nading the hatches right now. CAG thrown off. That's not a good sign to see. Yeah.
Oh boy.
On the back foot.
This feels like the worst we've seen from CAG this series. They're starting to fall apart in this matchup. They have to find some way to get themselves back in the game. Their captain will be the first to fall here in the 4th quarter. DZ taking that 5-4 lead. Outside the building, DD ended up going down too, just outside of that small bake. So this is going to make things a really tough, really difficult without that twitch.
Yes. Going to the top right now, playing off the C4s here.
Yep.
Walking long bar, they're going to have info on him.
On the top floor, again, it's J9O and Faults. This is going to be Faults holding the position of Cocktail. He's watching for this angle that Chibisu is about to push in from. Holding onto the tarps, that's going to be J9O. The window gets popped open for Faults, so the pressure's coming from multiple different ways, but he knows that this bar is the main position he's going to be worried about. In goes deep as Chibisu, but he loses the fight. What a flick from Faults. Another one with a C4. That's going to make things really awkward now with the 2v4. Main door, in goes Faults. Finds that shot, and Anaton's the last one in the 1v4. He's on the Blackbeard. This team is falling apart in front of our eyes. Iconic. It feels like CAG are just out of gas in this matchup. Dark Zero, 60 seconds away from match and series point. Anaton frozen in place and will eat the nitro to end it out. Dark Zero, a dominant end to this series. They need one more round.
And I just feel like right there, like your shield needs to be your main pushing power. Because Chibisu walking up the bar alone, they're getting just into these hero modes, these plays. Anaton being slow walked up White Hall. They just need to get into these rounds as a team and just force these fights where they can actually trade. They're just solo walking right now.
CAG have had so many big moments here at the Esports World Cup, Dave. It started back in play-ins when they managed to find that first win in the lower bracket versus King Zero through 3 maps. Then they upset the Brazilians, taking out Los in the lower bracket of Group B. Then they move on to play-ins. They upset Shopify Rebellion, the upset of the tournament so far, taking out one of the favorites from North America and being one of just 2 teams to qualify to the second phase. Then they get a 7-0 victory versus All Gamers. They play so well for almost 3 straight hours against Dark Zero, but now it feels like they're out of gas.
But this is what I say when it's a war of attrition, and this is why it really tests your team's fundamentals to make sure you can actually not just last for one map, but last for the whole series. And when you get to the end of the series, you're not splitting apart, you're not breaking down as a team, going to these solo walks. You're finding a way to keep the team play on top, and you can just see the difference here.
Gotta find some way to battle back in this series. It's not over till it's over. This will be CAG's last chance to get themselves a lifeline, to find an attack here on Cafe, to push themselves closer towards that overtime that they are desperate to find. Starting on this final round, Dave, if it's potential to be here, Reading Room bomb site, what do we see?
We have to start now here, okay? Reading, have the double info op coming out, the double denial with the smoke mining, with the smoke Goyo here, the K2 just to slow. You could probably see another tarp hard zone. You're going to clearing site Goyos early just for your execute to make that a lot easier at the end of the round. Gridlock coming out to lock off red. The Cap's probably going to use to clear out the tarp side or the C1 extension right now. The Grim's going to be used on the back windows. You've seen him using the Zofia, but the Grim just gives his teammates more info inside that setup here, okay? Hitting these initial Frisia walls. Okay, they're playing more aggressively, playing off of the Valk info.
I like this.
Yeah, not giving him a ton of space here.
I mean, DZ have really just run a similar strategy now, exactly on this bomb site. They're still trying to stall things out. They're still trying to play with 2 players on this top floor while the Pulse feeds them some intel.
Gonna go for him.
Newers might have been going for a little bit of a run out there towards Bakery, too. Doesn't get spotted on the cam or find any frags, so that's going to be all okay, but you've got to worry about him down on this bottom floor. There's so many different threats from DZ at this point in the game. Oh, this Nitro, it could be absolutely huge to start things off. Almost eats up Anaton. He's down to 1 HP. They'll spot that on the pulse scanner, of course, knowing that he's going to be still out there.
For the drone hole? Nah.
Almost an opportunity, but they're too smart for that on the side of Dark Zero. They're not going to give that up.
They're going basement. They're going to play for the retake. They're going to play for the brown walk-up, maybe even a red flank. The red flank's a little bit harder, though, with the gridlock up. So you're looking really to deny the site with the smokes here with the flames. put pressure on the vert, and then stop them from getting this pillar plant down here.
Shurip already quite deep, looking towards the reading bomb site. At the same time, his teammates are getting red over towards the white side. This is going to be really tough now. Shurip deep, so they know he's so deep. They've got the plant started, but Shurip's missing his shots. Shurip's been so good, but they don't know there's a second person just bodied up. Chibisu is also really deep. This won't be expected, but Newers just won't lose a fight. He's able to shut down CAG, and now it's all on DD and Anaton. A good fight upstairs. J9O over-peaking a little bit. Anaton takes him out. DD at the bottom of brown stairs, trying to group up with his teammate. Both are so low on HP. Newers and Faults inside the site. One will fall. Faults the other inside a train, fighting for his life in the 1v2 to win the series, taking down his opponents inside a pillar, just whipping with the TCSG. These are tough shots to hit, but he's not able to find it for now. Stalls things out into the fire. That's going to deal some damage, but he doesn't quite get the tick. Plant's happening right now. He's trying to get the kill into Anaton, but he just can't get it. Everybody is low in the server. One bullet is all it'll take from anyone. Prone inside of Laundry. Anaton gets the job done and extends this game.
That's ice right there from CAG. Close round right there. Low HP, finding a way. We go deeper into the rabbit hole, Jesse.
I feel like I'm going to pass out in this game, man. It's getting crazy on Cafe.
Oh my gosh.
Just when we think the momentum is swung too far, when DZ feel like they've got too much of a lead, CAG answer back in a nail-biter round.
Going basement here, Jesse. Similar lineup coming out. Gonna hide the Echo again probably here. It's all gonna be on the execute. CAG need to find a way just to displace this backside.
I can't believe in this round. I mean, Chibisu's been so good, loses that fight to Newers, and then Newers just doesn't know about the second player still planting. So much going on in these rounds.
Composure right there.
Yeah.
ED with the style across 2, being on 1 HP with a TCSG shitting at you. That takes cojones.
DD putting up the best game of his career back at map number 1 on Lair, absolutely carrying his team. Was a little bit quieter, 3-13 the stat light on Bank, but now has come alive here, 10-8, hitting double digits alongside Shurip. It's been a real team performance from CAG on this final map.
Of course, and that's what you need. That's what's going to elevate you to that next level, being able to find that team play.
Yep.
5 seconds to go.
This lineup's a little bit awkward here. No breaching. Oh, do they reinforce the hatch?
Surely they've reinforced the hatch. Just on the freezer side. There is a bit of a run-out potential too from J9O. Was threatening something aggressive. The hatch is reinforced, so...
It's going to be a difficult round here already. Already on the back foot, CAG.
This is going to be really tough without that. They kind of have to finish Bakery now, right?
Yeah, you really do. But even going into Bakery, going into the DMR, you don't have the Aurora to cut small. You don't have to ace the wall. You're going to be walking through a funnel here. Especially with the smoke up. See, hopefully they can make the vert, do some displacement, make that big side end a little bit easier right now.
Feels like it's going to be similar to that previous time we saw the defense where Zach is going to get in on this ram. Kino and Newers both running these impacts to try to shut down that vertical play coming through. They've completely conceded these top 2 floors.
Jabbing off. This is going to be an interesting one.
I mean, Newers is lurking.
They're going red. They're going down to red, I'm pretty sure, with no band. Gotta say.
Yeah, they hopped on in, but they're just going to be clearing out this top floor still. Not 100% sure that this is clear. We know it is, but they've got to check their corners. One rat play could be the end of their run here at the upper bracket.
And it's interesting they've gone for this take without the breaching. I think that's just another, just a misjudgment in their lineup calling right now. Antu gonna hop out here. Gonna leave a drone for the flank. Ooh. Sheep working this reception side here. Yep. Gonna look to take coat, jab off, take coat here. Getting that info.
So many players outside, and keep in mind there's a lot of stall potential from DZ on this plant. They've got the Toxic Babes, they've got the Ella even if they need to. They've got
smoke the hall, walk down to red here, Jesse.
The Yokais too when they eventually go for this execute. This Bakery push is going to be what it all comes down to. Dave
on Echo Cam right now.
Starting to push back this Aquino. He's got to be careful. NGR takes a lot of damage. He will get off of it now. Anaton eats so many bullets. He's just barely staying alive outside this door. NJR finds the opening frag. There goes Chibisu. Might not be impactful for the rest of this series. DD on red is taking so much pressure, but somebody trades back on the Newers. That's going to make it bound down to a 4v4. Newers could maybe get picked up in sight. He is around teammates, but with this vert pressure, you can never be too safe. Lurking around this middle floor, they will be able to get up Newers. Shureep in towards this front door as well. Still a 4v5 favoring Dark Zero. They're taking their time to drone this out. They're worried about this clock, but they need to be able to start making some pressure. Jumping in through reception. False is ready for it. Takes down Shureep. NJR answer back, but it's all going for DZ. Anaton alone in the 1v4. Can't make it happen. Newers back from the grave will get the final 2, and Dark Zero qualify to the main stage.
You just see them run out of steam right there, CAG. It was a great series from them, but at the end, they were just making little mistakes again and again in their initial plans, and that just gave DZ the upper foot in that round. Even though they were still able to find a way to try to make it work, they were always on the back foot. No breaching, they get these walls open, they're always just trying to walk in through a doorway. But it's heartbreaking for CAG, but I feel like they're going to have a great chance in this lower bracket here.
They do. A big congratulations to Dark Zero. They are our first team to qualify to the playoffs here on the B stream. It shows that resilience, the depth in a team as well, to really fight yourself back in a best of 3, especially given how that first map went. They bounce back here and they show their strength. For CAG, they already took down the finalist of the Salt Lake City Major, but the champion of the Salt Lake City Major seems like it was just a little bit too much for them. I think on that first part of map 1 where they started on the defense, it seemed like they were running out of steam. They played so much heat in these last 3 days, took down big opponents, but this one really was where we started to see the cracks a little bit on the side of CAG.
Yeah, it's unfortunate they ran out of gas a little bit. Some small mistakes started to creep into their game. I think at the end of that cafe, at the end of the series, it was just so much that they were dealing with. I think it's also a good sign, though. Like, the fundamentals from CAG are really strong. They look like a devastatingly good team, but sometimes against the best teams in the world, those small mistakes, they'll cost you everything.
Exactly, just letting it slip. And DZ, they got kind of better and better as the series went on. They got tighter and tighter as a unit, and that's what the best teams will always do.
Yeah, that's of course the thing as well. We saw Newers have a great game. I felt like in that 1-2 final round, I thought he was making the play-winning game. Unfortunately, just fell short there. But in the final round as well, you can see that it takes tiny little things for Dark Zero to win out the series here. And as we look at the highlights of this entire game, in general, it was a very fun one to watch. I feel like these teams were very well matched with each other, despite maybe people expecting Dark Zero to clearly have the upper hand coming into this one. It's a good sign for the competition in general. And as you were saying as well, you know, CAG should have a good chance in that lower bracket. They do have a difficult opponent. I mean, it is M80 or Liquid that they have to go up against, but with the way that they show competitive today, there is always a chance, and that hope could be really dangerous.
Of course.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The lower bracket and the rest of EWC is getting so crazy competitive. We've eliminated a lot of those like lower level teams, and some of the phase 1 squads have gone home. So we're just seeing the best of the best that Siege has to offer here, Dave. And it's just been such a treat to watch so far.
Yes, I mean, it's an amazing series. It's like the real distance, and you really see and get tested as a full team on your system throughout all of these series and days, because it's a lot of long days. You have to be able to reset mentally from winning games to losing close games, and actually just being able to adapt to what your opponents are doing into what you need to do to actually improve. And sometimes in these games, it's the simplest moves that will win you these rounds. So I just think you simplify and you just find a way to get through it.
For Dark Zero fans, it'll be a little while until we see them in action again. Now they've qualified to the playoffs as the very first team here on the B stream. They'll have 4 off days. I don't think we often have siege tournaments where teams get that long of a time off in between their games that they're playing. You already talked about it as well, Dave, that sometimes could be a disadvantage if you run cold in this one. In the case of Dark Zero, as you know them quite well, do you feel like this might help them, or that they would benefit more of being warm in these games?
I think it'll help them because, you know, they're very in sync with their opponents, so being able to watch, being able to study. And I feel like too, that cold time often depends on your system and how you're going to take that time to improve. And I feel like they're going to be practicing, they're going to be finding ways to improve and stay warm and ready. And that's what makes a difference, just making sure you're actually mentally prepared for that off time.
Yeah, I think for some teams, like, that downtime can be quite difficult, right? If you're not playing those game matches, if you're not having that pressure that comes into your head. But Dark Zero have had some huge moments in the past. They're major champions. I don't think a couple of days off are really going to slow them down here at the Esports World Cup.
You know, of course. Maybe we get to hear from the players themselves, as well as Lexing standing on the stage talking to Fultz.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Fultz from DZ. I mean, that was a battle of attrition for you guys to be able to get it done, get you over that finish line. It really looked like that the side from Keg, they started to slow down at the very end.
Yeah, I think they played a phenomenal game. It's not usually typical for us to lose one-on-one gunfights, and I think they really exposed kind of our lack to trade each other in the first 1.5 maps. But I think towards the end, you kind of saw us starting to figure them out, and the game broke down a little bit like that.
Yeah, and just even looking at that match, do you feel it's important, especially with how little games you've clearly played so far at EWC, to have a match like this to only extend you further into a main stage appearance?
I think the biggest thing is it shows what we need to work on. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you'll get away with in practice versus teams that aren't as good. So the benefit of coming to events is you play the best teams, and they really expose what you need to work on.
Absolutely. Now, it looks like you guys have 4 days off. Is practice going to be pretty heavy? Is the mentality going to stay strong? What are you guys going to do to focus on everything leading into those main stage matches?
It's the same as usual with us. We're going to play the infinite game. We're just going to keep tossing those bales of hay into the barn every single day. And, you know, whatever the coaches cook up, they cook up. But I'm just a part of the wheel. So we'll see.
Just a part of the wheel. And last thing before I let you go celebrate with the team, take it easy for the rest of the night. Is there any skins, any promotion, anything like that you want to say to the fans watching at home?
There is. We got a new DZ bundle. We have an older one with a new calling card and little chibi, as well as the DZ thermite skin, best thermite skin in the game. Make sure you go check it out.
All right, well, that's it down us here, folks. Thank you again. Congratulations to the boys on DZ. We'll see you guys on main stage. Honestly, for the boys with me, Jesse, and Iconic, we're getting a little humble. We got 2 NAL teams on the main stage. But again, that's it for us down here. I'll send you back to our desk.
Can't help but feel that one's a little bit personal with Wildcard getting the victory over Falcons earlier today. But let's focus on this interview. Fultz having some very wise words to say, you know, talk about whatever the coaches will cook. He is just a cog in the wheel eventually there in that situation. But it shows that something which is really important with this team is they're not getting complacent, right? Sure, they got that victory at the Salt Lake City Major. It's great. Sometimes you then have a bit of struggles at the next international event after, but it doesn't seem like that is the case for Dark Zero here. They continue to work hard, and it shows with their performance here as well. I mean, we already talked about Newer's incredible really showing from this map here. And then the consistency. I don't think there's one player that really pops out, or one player that really did a bad job inside this matchup.
No, of course, and you see him speaking about the infinite game. I feel like you don't hear a lot of teams mention that, but the infinite game is just being able to know that this game doesn't matter. It's obviously the game of life that you're looking to improve from, and they're just looking to improve as human beings and players day in and day out. So they're going to continue to stack those daily wins and see where that gets them.
Yeah, it's nice to see that consistency, not just in the scoreboard, like with all 5 players finding some good success, but also between the games when it comes to the mentality, when it comes to taking every day one at a time, not just saying like, okay, let's get so focused on winning the tournament on this one big goal. Instead, it's just every single day is the same thing. You get to practice, you show up to game day, and you just always are improving.
I feel like, too, for use Shop as an example, you come off a major final and you're coming into this tournament, you have so much expectation on yourself that you want to win, you want to get back to that status, and I feel like it can just build so much pressure when you start to lose that you're thinking, oh my gosh, we have to go all the way through this to get to that grand final. But if you're not focused on each game step by step, it can really play a catch-22 and really pin you against yourself and your teammates in those rounds.
Seems like the positive side of that mindset really is helping out Dark Zero here so far as they qualify to the playoffs. That was just our first match of the day. We still have a whole nother best of 3 here on the B stream. After the break, we're going to dive into Furia versus GK.
we've come down to the player lounge with a couple of Rainbow Six pros to find out if they are as good at driving their drones in game as they are actually in real life as well. This is, if anything, going to be quite embarrassing. Okay, so basically the plan is we have 3 items hidden around the player lounge. 2 of them are game related, not that way, don't worry. 2 of them are game related, 1 of them is France related, so this is where you have the upper hand. You've got to try and find them. First one to find 2 wins.
Okay, items.
2 of the items.
Like, can be everywhere.
Just here. But all you have is the controllers, which are very responsive, and your screens in front of you to see how you get on. And
you cooked.
Oh no, you're in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
Go.
let's go.
Go.
Oh my god.
It is not easy.
Oh my.
Wait, it's not very responsive. Hold on.
What is that? What is that?
What's that?
I have something. I have something. No, me, I have something.
No. That is a power cable, my dude.
Yeah,
okay. You're stupid, bro. I have something.
What do you have?
I have.
That is also a power cable.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we're going that deep in here. I'd imagine there are power cables in game. Yes.
Attack! Where did you hide this, bro? Oh, there is power cable everywhere. I'm getting trolled. Oh, it's me. Did you find anything?
I found a suitcase. Bro, they gotta be like master hiders. I have no clue where they put it.
I found something.
Oh, he's got one. He's got one.
I got one. What is that?
That is a hammer.
Okay, I found one hammer.
So that is the in-game
1-0. Oh, it's not far.
Where's that? Oh, the power cable, isn't it?
There's one really easy one.
Yeah, how is it responsive? It's not.
Don't go past the cones.
I try, bro.
I'm really trying to turn right here.
Oh my god.
SWAT! I found Monty's helmet.
1-1. There is the French-oriented, well, Paris-oriented item still to find.
Oh, I'm so
I don't know where it is.
You're just cheating the game for Mowgli. Nice.
Where am I going?
I can move the cross.
What are we doing? Oh, they're both so close. The big, tall idiot. Find him.
Yeah.
It's over here. It's over here.
I see him.
Bro, this is a waste of time.
I'm stuck.
Where is the French thing? Where?
Right, I'm giving you no more help. It's here. It's here somewhere.
Oh, there is a croissant.
I found it. It's a croissant.
I found a croissant. There.
I found it. It's a monument. It's a French monument.
No.
It was the croissant.
He found a croissant. That's a French thing. Oh my god, that took so long.
Oh, what is the name?
What
is Arc de Triomphe. I found it.
No, bro,
you didn't find shit, bro. I found it.
Arc de Triomphe.
I found the monument.
I don't want to mark you down because you said you found the croissant. That's a picture on the wall, bro.
You found a picture on the wall.
Look, bro. There, somewhere. There is a croissant.
I know who else you can see. Apart from this random guy. Is your teammate?
No.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
So if you could make your fantasy Rainbow Six Siege team, who would you pick? I'm gonna ask the boys from FaZe who they would pick. You guys will know better than I will, obviously. First and foremost, who would you pick if you could pick anybody to be your best player on your team? Who are you picking first?
For my team, I pick Handy because he's the best player in the world.
Would it be the same for you as well?
Yeah, of course. He's really good. He have a best mechanic.
So that would be your first one. Okay, so now based on your roles, where would you go next? Like, where do you think is the most important player to pick in your fantasy draft?
I can change for my ag.al and pick like Fek because I like your aggressive play.
Me too. But like Fek is very intelligent in the game.
Third player for both of you, I'm going to challenge you to do something different. So where would you go on your next play?
Me, I like most aggressive players because I am aggressive player for Rainbow Six. I pick Gavin.
I like Gavin, but I prefer Casey.
Okay.
For me, the most consistent and aggressive.
All right, so we're starting to round it out a little bit now. How are we feeling on your next play? I'll let you go first this time.
Lady.
Oh, okay.
For Team Liquid, the support.
Okay, so we went with both. Okay.
Not working the team.
No, not working the team. Okay, so somebody different for you then. If you think they wouldn't work in a team, this should be an easier choice for you, right?
SOs.
Yeah?
Yeah, and play 6 years.
Yeah.
For him, I'll pick him.
Right, final players. Who are you picking to round out your team?
For me, I pick Cyberzera.
Oh, okay. I was wondering when you were going to start picking each other.
I like so, but I like this.
That's a good job considering you are teaming together. That is positive. Yeah, okay. On your side?
Pichiquidias.
Yeah.
Because I have very skill. He's very skilled age. He's funny guy.
Yeah, just for the vibes?
Yeah.
Just for pure vibes. Do you think this team's winning events? Do you think it's winning EWC?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So you don't think your team is better than his team?
Yeah, my team is better.
Yeah.
No. I like Aveni, but the case is the best. Only aggressive. Having me.
Yeah, not aggressive enough.
He's having me.
Okay, well, you'd be fine. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's time for our final matchup here on the B stream. My name is Anne. I'm still joined by Jesse. And this time around, we're also joined by Ace for the final game of the day, which is great because then we know we're going to get a guaranteed 45-rounder if Ace is part of the cast and part of the game. How are we looking forward to this game then?
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, is it? We know that already. I think if GK can show us what they did at the end of the match yesterday rather than the beginning, then I think it should be an absolute cracker. Like you say, I have a habit of attracting these big, long games. So 3 maps, surely. Who knows how many rounds.
It's also nice to see two teams that are kind of newer to the international stage go head-to-head here, right? Furia, they were at Salt Lake City, but you'd be forgiven for forgetting that because they didn't last very long. And GK, their first time really at a big international event with this roster. They've got a really cool team with some NA and South American influence on it, so I'm super excited to see how they match up.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget we've got that Brazil versus Brazil element as well. Ask on the side of GK playing against Furia. So, look, GK are going to have a little bit of an insight because I can tell you now, of all the regions, the Brazilians, there is a lot of friendships in and amongst the teams. These guys have been playing with each other on this team. You know, that pickup team that before they went pro, they all know each other really, really well in the region. So, Ask is going to know what he's looking for here.
That's the thing for me in this matchup because despite these two lineups rather being new to that international stage, there is so much history between all of these players and it's part of our PS5 story of the day as well. not only do we see a lot of course, players playing against each other, playing against our old friends, we also see Diaz and Yaga playing against each other. And they used to be on the same team for 2 years back in the day. And now they're playing against each other at EWC in a best of 3 to qualify to the main stage.
Yeah, it was back in 2022 on Xset when Yaga and Diaz first joined forces. They were good friends at the time, so they decided let's play together. They played the 2022 season. After that, Yaga left the team to go join OXG. Xset turned into M80, and then after that year of playing apart, in 2024, they rejoined forces, as then we saw Diaz move back over to Oxygen as well. So we're seeing a lot of different player transfers. These guys have been friends for a really long time, and they even said it in the interview. You know, Yaga really wanted to play up against his teammate, or Diaz said he wanted to play against Yaga, and now they get to.
This time they come back together, but not on the same team, you know?
Yeah.
Can't always keep coming back together on the same side, I guess. But it's going to offer that little... It's always nice because it offers that little bit of insight, I think, for the players. They've got half an idea of how that person thinks, how they play, what if they're in that sort of situation, what might they do here, you know, and you get a little bit more from them sometimes, so I think it's going to be good.
Yeah,
it is, and it's not just these two players, it's for Ask the same as well, right? If we talk about Ask and Diaz, they joined Liquid at the same time together, and then looking at Ask when he got kicked from Liquid, which we know that he was really upset about, he got replaced by Vulps, and guess who he's playing against today? So there's so much history between all these players on the stage. I'm sure a lot of them will feel like they have a specific point to prove here against their opponents. Let's dive into the matchup, start talking about Furia first, because what we saw from them yesterday was a really intense and close game against Weibo. It looked like they were struggling if it wasn't for some of these big player moments like Diaz with a big clutch to really pull them back inside that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they do not win that map if Diaz doesn't go crazy. I think it was round 11 he gets a nasty clutch, and then round 14 to win the game, an unlikely 1v2. This is a squad that probably would be in the lower bracket without the heroics of that man.
I really don't know what to think about Furia. I keep saying, I've said it to Des a couple of times through SAL as well. It's been really difficult to judge them. They've come to, I don't like to use the phrase super team, but they've kind of come together as a super team. And then they were a little bit shaky for the first couple of games, and I kind of sat on the fence with it, and I was like, I don't really know. Is it going to work? Is it not? And then they just lit the place up. They've been absolutely brilliant, and they've been one of the most exciting teams to watch for me because they've been doing things in a different way. And so, yeah, absolutely phenomenal. But then internationally, they just kind of dropped the ball. I don't know.
Yeah.
They do, and then looking at this roster, they come in as the second representative from the SAL, playing the finals, losing out there, unfortunately, but they'll look to, I guess, recover from what happened at Salt Lake City. You already mentioned, of course, some results a little bit questionable for this roster, but of course, they are still very new. And we can say the same about their opponent, because GK technically is also still a rather new lineup. We talked for lengths about their pickups, about their imports, rather, that they did for Stage 1 and for Kickoff, of course, getting some of that Brazilian blood inside of their team, and they themselves as well played a really close game yesterday. We saw a super attacker favorite Cafe. They really struggled in that beginning, had to come back from a 2-6 round disadvantage. Their mentals seem to be struggling a little bit as well, and they were facing a lot of trash talk, let's say, from Enterprise, and when they beat Enterprise, they got loud themselves, and rightfully so.
Yeah, it shows that resilience, does it not? I mean, Enterprise, maybe not the easiest opponent that they might have expected coming out of the OCE region, but I really thought that GK did a great job of holding on to that match, making sure that they didn't get in their own heads about it, and making sure that they could have that comeback. This is a team that has the resilience, despite the fact that this core is pretty new to the international stage. The players are quite experienced, and I think they showed that yesterday.
They've got absolutely bucketfuls of ability. They just need to show us. It was clearly nerved yesterday. You know, you and I, Anne, have watched these a lot in EML. We know what they've been capable of, particularly in the second half there when they've really settled down into their game. That wasn't what they showed us yesterday. It was a little bit wobbly to begin with, but I think the nerves settled. They got themselves, and I think it'll have done them the world of good. Rarely have I seen a team all as quick to be up out of their seats as these guys were yesterday when they won that game. They were all up on their feet. Ask was grinning ear to ear when he came into that interview with Laxing. It was brilliant to see, and hopefully it's going to have settled them down, because they need to be more settled today, because Furia will punish them if they play like that.
Yeah, you hope so. Once again, we have similar implications as our first match. Winner qualifies to the playoffs, gets a few days off, and now for both these teams, that'd be a very positive situation, because actually Vulps and Yaga both have their birthday tomorrow. They would like to celebrate that one in peace, not having to go through the lower brackets in that one. Loser would play against the winner of Fnatic versus Edward Gaming. So I think it's fair to say there are definitely possibilities. Would they get to the lower bracket? But that is a plan B, of course, and neither of these teams want to have that happen. I want to see the map veto. I'm really curious to see what 3 maps are selected for this matchup because both these teams showed us a bit of Cafe yesterday.
Yeah, we got to see some Cafe from both these squads. We saw Cafe just in our last game as well, so we'll be interested to see if it comes on back.
Ooh.
It does, actually very similar map veto to the previous series here on Stream B.
Yeah, we're going to see Lair, Nighthaven, and Cafe. 2 of my favourite maps there at the minute to watch, Lair and Nighthaven. Both really, really fun. Plenty of space to play in. We can talk at length about top floor when we get onto Nighthaven, Jesse. I'm absolutely sure about it, coming from different angles. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think we could see 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like these two teams are somewhat evenly matched. If we get to see the highest potential from both of them, it definitely could go the distance. I think for GK especially, like coming in here on Lair, I'm hoping to see a strong start from them. They've chosen this map. It's maybe a bit of a surprise pick coming out because we know Furia like to play it as well, but they can make all the difference if they walk away with a victory.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You can learn a lot from your opponents in a map that they've shown us before. You say it's very possible that we get all 3 maps. I want to know it. I don't want to hear any sitting on the fence. Who takes it, though? Should we even... Furia, okay. And that's coming from an email representative.
It is.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
I just feel like Furia have had that game to settle down yesterday. And like I say, watching them through SAL, they're my favourites to the tournament quietly, Furia. If they can show us what they've done in SAL, because... I don't know how to put it into words almost. There is a meta of Siege, there always is, and most teams, yes, you have a Brazilian style, an NA style, an EML style, but I just look at Fury and they're doing something different right now. Very difficult to contain.
And I think Tim doesn't always talk about, so I'm going GK.
Thank you. Oh, I'm glad to at least get somebody backing up the EML team here in this matchup as well. A big one for both of them. The winner gets to go through the playoffs and has a few days off, but a best of 3 stands between them, and that's...
Thank you very much, Anne. Let's get on into it then. We've got Furia, GK, everybody's in their seats, everybody's in their server. The only thing left to do, Jesse, is have a bit of fun with this one.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a really interesting game, Tim, because again, both of these teams, there's such new rosters coming onto the scene this year. They've really kind of gotten spicy with it. They brought some players in that nobody really expected to see, and now they're finally getting to show their stuff at an international level. It's going to be really exciting to see which of these 2 teams qualifies into top 8, and it's kind of an exciting time too, because so far we've seen Wildcard make top 8. Great, everybody kind of expected them to make top 8. They made it in Salt Lake City. Then we saw DZ make top 8. Okay, they're literally the major champions. We kind of anticipate them getting there. Not many people had GK or Furia into top 8. A few people had Furia, but GK, I think especially, are a huge underdog coming into this tournament. So the fact that one of them will be representing their regions on the biggest stage here at the Esports World Cup is a real statement.
Straight away up to the top floor then, as we said. I'd kind of jokingly hinted at there might be some discussion about top floor. Extension of what we spoke about yesterday. Jesse, Lair was one of the few top floors that I picked out as being one that is probably a little bit more viable than the others. I'm not a big top floor fan across a lot of the maps, and the reason that I was talking about was it restricts your layering of the site. You can't play underneath as a roamer as effectively as you can play above. So generally, if you think of classic sites like maybe Church and Arsenal on Clubhouse, there's plenty of opportunity to get out into the map, to stretch the attack, to give them lots to do. Whereas when you're up on these top floors, there is less opportunity for that, and the attackers get more time to focus on site specifically. I think that's a little bit less the case on there because of the size of that top floor. There is opportunity to get out onto Skybridge, get out into R6 room, and kind of play those areas, and the staircases as well are really well located for flanks.
Yeah, peek about those staircases here on Missile. We're starting to see some early pressure. Grubby might want to be going aggressive here with a shotgun on Ying. Indeed, he does, but he loses the first fight to Volps. That's full white now on the SAS operator of Volps. He does get taken out for the trade, but there are still lots of frags happening here on the middle floor. Loira is going to go for a swing and loses his head because of it. He did get one pick before he died, but the kills are just flying in for Furia. It's all Yaga up in a 1v3 versus Boxera, Hers, and DS. It'll be his former teammate to put the final nail in the coffin. A beautiful shot there to close things out, and the perfect start to our story on this map.
Well, That is going to get us underway. I think that's message sent and message received for GK there. They are not going to be in for an easy game. They need to get themselves settled into this one as quickly as possible. Fury are getting loud, letting them know all about it. And as I said, you're probably already starting to see what I've been talking about with Fury there, that they just feel like out of all the teams in the world right now that I watch, and I watch a lot of Siege, I watch Fury and they feel the least predictable to me. When I see them load into a round and I see their operators, or I see, whether it's attack, whether it's defense, and I see the setup and I think, right, normally I'll look at them and I think, right, this is how it's going to play out. This is how they're going to play it. This is where the focal points are going to be. And Fury are the ones that I'm wrong with the most at the minute because they look, and I just think, I'm never really confident in exactly how they're going to play it. And I love that. I love that. They are shifting things. They are changing things. It's great.
Well, it's a great job shutting down that early rush from GK. I thought their trade game was fantastic there in that first round. That's something they kind of struggled with back at Salt Lake City. This is a new roster as of March of this year. This season, they took 5 players who had very little experience with one another, and they put them all on one somewhat super roster. For that reason, Tim, I call this the potential team because they've got so much potential with these individuals. We know the skill of all 5 players on Furia, but they haven't really been able to put it all together at this point. So they're kind of waiting for that moment, and I thought that first round was a great example of how well they can play as a unit. The trade game was so good over towards Rocket Stairs. Now they're going to be trying to do a very similar thing here on the basement. Early frags fighting over towards Uport here on the garage side of things. There's a slight extension upstairs from Boxzera and Herds, but most of these defenders are down here on the bottom floor.
I think we will see a little bit of warehouse attention. We've got Fury defending in there for that reason. Absolutely beautiful from Loira. Starts spraying the softball. Oh, I tell you what, make it 2. Why not make it 3, Loira? He's just absolutely unstoppable at the minute. The Vector, just the way that he controlled that recoil up onto the upside down rappel. He gives himself away a little bit there. I'm going to say it, Loira. I'll let you off. You've had 2 kills, but he sees Ask on the thermite, and then he goes back for a really slow peek into his ADS. Ask will happily mop that up, but the damage is largely done. They've lost the Twitch, lost the Grim. The Grim particularly big part of those final executes.
Yeah, the Demon has caused his chaos. He's given his team that massive man advantage, and now you can see all the guys on GK doing their best to try to put together this push on the locker side of things. They went quite fast once again, trying to make their way in through this bottom floor. Keep in mind, they do not have control up above. That's still being held by Boxzera inside of Armory, so this push is going to get a little bit awkward, trying to funnel their way in through these doorways. It's being read really well by Furia. I want to see GK use their time here, Tim. I want to see them start to push some other angles and get some pressure in on the site.
Just holding a real skinny angle there, Yoga, trying to find his man, but I don't think they're going to give him anything here. It's the Fenrir of Volps that's on the other side, but they do. There's no real reason to keep challenging that. Yog does take a bunch of damage there. 3 versus 3. GK have got themselves not only back into this, but back into the lead. Sarks onto Herds, and GK are here to play. There was a little bit of a concern at the beginning of round 2 that maybe Furia would start running away with things, but absolutely not. 2 versus 1. Boxzera is going to take a ton of damage there as he has to relocate through that fire.
These Goyos continue to get popped. They might not know that Boxzera made that rotate, but they're holding his cross back in, and they will indeed pick up that final frag. Nicely done by Sarks to cover the angle. And Tim, I think this is leaning into that unpredictability of Furia that you were talking about. You never know what they're going to do, and sometimes they're going to overpeak back into those angles. They're going to take those fights. They're going to play aggressively because they're feeling so confident. This is a very talented team. All 5 of the guys on Furia are used to being the main star of their squad. Herds, a SI champion, playing some of the most aggressive roles in the game. Boxzera, one of the most talked about young rookies in the game. Loira has had some massive moments back on G2, but you're starting to see now when you go for these swings, you're being hard punished. I thought Yaga did so well in that round to just bait out some swings, force them to come forward, make sure that aggression comes to you, and they did a really good job shutting it down when it did come forward. GK are going to need to play into that, I think, more throughout this game if they want to walk away with the victory. They have to force that aggression out of Furia and be ready to punish it.
Third defensive round will see us on the mid-floor. Watchers would expect no major surprises. We have seen 1 or 2 teams so far here at the Esports World Cup who've been happy to just kind of completely reverse the normal order of things and kind of go backwards. Wildcard particularly did it on Fortress yesterday, as I recall. They'll start downstairs and then work their way back towards everybody else's first choice. That's not going to be the case here today. We're going to be going to Bunks and Briefing, just having a look at Furia. How many have you got up on the top floor, Furia? Well, everybody is the answer, Jesse. Usually we'd leave at least one inside a side, but Furia say, nah, we don't need anybody inside a side. They don't really do much down there, so we're going to get them up on the top to help us out.
Yeah, Diaz is playing right by that hatch. Hertz could maybe drop down the hatch as well if they face some early pressure, and certainly the pressure's coming. It's going to be an opening pick from Loira over here towards the ops side, just going to take down the player on Ashes. Sark's is trying to make his way in towards the building. Ask is following up, but that's that maybe lack of coordination that we see coming through. Sark's in front of his shield player and going to pay the ultimate price going down early on this round. You lose a lot with Sark's dying on the Ash too. That's going to keep a lot of that utility still up on the pocket of Furia.
Upo just going to be trying to get established inside of the map on the top floor. I mean, this is they're not attacking the top floor, but it's the top floor site that GK got absolutely slammed on in round 1. So, you know, taking over that top floor control is not going to be any easier than it was necessarily the first time around. There's a ton of utility up there for Furia to play behind as well. You can see the barbed wire on Rocket Stairs. They've almost got a top floor setup.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, right? Lock down this top floor. Loira's done an amazing job so far, and he will continue that. A big shot into Yaga. There's the Nitro into U4. I mean, it is really just GK struggling to get any map control here. Furia are fighting for their food. They're playing around with it, and they're getting some really good picks in this round.
Sneaking down the stairs here, Loira knows there's a man there, but misses his shots. Grubby does not. Hits him with a headshot straight off the rip. 4 versus 2. Still Furia in control here. Asks such low health on the Blackbeard makes it very difficult. One hit from this shotgun, and it will be good night for him. He really needs Grubby to come up here and do some work, back him up, and he will do. Manages to find a second headshot in the round. Takes down Diaz. Volps onto Ask. 1 versus 3 for Grubby. Sees his man, but the keeper barricade being deployed will prevent him landing too many shots. Puts that DMR to use to clear out the utility. 45 seconds left to go. There's the shotgun. Hertz picks him up. And that is going to be round for Furia. 2-1. I think they'll be happy with that as a defensive start on there.
For sure. Yeah, no, I think this is a really good start from Furia. I think that could be a 3-0 as well. They had a heavy advantage back in that second round before it ended up going away from them. And I mean, it almost feels like GK have a bit of a misread here on the round so far, Tim. It feels like they're trying to slow down and stall after some of those early frags don't go their way. What we're seeing is GK, they'll lose that opening fight, often to Loira, making some crazy aggressive play to get that back. And then they stall out a little bit. They sit and they hold their angles and they're waiting for Furia to give up that map control. The Furia are not giving up anything. They're just happy to aggress into you, fight for every little bit of inch, and even if you wait 60, 90 seconds outside or waiting just with a little bit of map control, it feels like Furia are not giving anything up for free. So GK, they've got to find ways to continue to move after they lose that opening pick. It sucks when Loira styles on you and gives up that opening frag, but you've got to find some way to bounce back from it.
Back up to the top floor we go then. Our extra bands have come in. The Blackbeard's been taken away and the mirror. Not too much of a surprise there. See whether we get the blitz being brought along or not. Not in the lineup at the minute. We have seen some Blackbeard play. We saw it in the last round from Ask. We'll see if we get any more of that as we go, but for the time being, it's actually 2 rounds out of 3. Round 1, round 3, they brought the shield, they brought the Blackbeard, but deciding to take a different attack, a bit of a different attacking strategy here on the top floor this time around. Not too much of a surprise given how badly it went wrong last time.
Yeah, last time really did not go the way they were hoping for. Without the mirror windows, it might be a little bit easier for them, especially pushing in towards that ops side of the map, but they've just got to be careful about where they start to put this pressure on, right? They went for the Ying rush strategy towards the bottom of Missile. Didn't really go their way. I like that from teams sometimes. You know, you'll see squads try to get something sneaky under their opponent early in the game for round number 1, and if it doesn't pay off, it's a 1-0 lead. Who cares, really? Now you can try to reset, go for a bit more of a standard push. I'm expecting to see a lot of pressure on this bathroom side from Sarks, and Ops still going to be a popular place to push as well.
Oh, just trying to get away from that nade there. Barely does. Look at the health left on Balls. I think he must have got away from that like 101%. It was, you know, whatever the distance is, he was about 10 centimetres over it. And takes an awful lot along the way. Does go to the shotgun here. Knows there's somebody around the window, but does not want to be peeking this because he has got somebody on the rappel. There's no way he wins that fight with the shotgun. I think it's the Sens of Yoga that is out there at the minute. And definitely not one that Volks wants to be challenging. He knows he's in trouble here. He actually relocates, gets himself out of that position. I think that's a good move from him.
Grubby is so tight on the staircase. This is not going to be expected by Volps, surely. This is a really powerful angle that he's holding with the shotgun as well. The same shotty in both hands, but Volps has got the SMG. Sees him walking up now. The time is a little bit off, so through the smoke, Grubby walks up and gets the kill.
3v4, 2v4, it's all falling apart for Furia here. A better top floor attack this time coming out of GK. It's all up to Diaz. We've seen him do this before. We've seen him do it yesterday to rescue them against Weibo. He's on the Tachanka this time. Can he find himself 3 more? It is a huge ask. Grube, low health. He's definitely 1 shot for the LMG. Ask probably 2. Upor, he's going to be a little bit of a problem given that he's on a full complement of health right now. Out goes some Shamika launchers, but the track is on him. Takes a little bit of damage along the way as well. Diaz, he's got to be asking an awful lot here. The plant is going down. Will not be stuck as they've left themselves exposed. Jesse, 1v3 becomes 1v2, becomes winnable.
He is one of the most clutch players in the entire world. He wrecked the North American League with his late round plays. He's going to try to do so one more time, but against the Deimos, it's really tough to find these picks.
Yeah, just having that track coming in, they've got his number at all times. They know exactly where he is. He goes into a smart position there to get a little bit of cover, but well worked from GK. Grubby just takes that opportunity to move around behind him. The fight comes from the other side. It's a classic pinch. Really nice crossfire, and they get themselves around. It's 2-2, top floor secured.
Yeah, I think Grubby really the MVP of that round from start to finish. His positioning to kind of find that gap to insert himself on the missile stairs was absolutely critical to be able to get that opening pick onto Volps. You could see how GK were firing all of their focuses just on clearing that bathroom position, and after it took some util, it took some time, they managed to walk away with that space. Really nice from Grubby to be able to get that happening. Here with the shotgun again, found that pick onto Volps, continued to make the space for his team. Loira goes down to him as well with the shotgun, so it just feels like after that, things are good. Little messy here in the 3v1 post plant. They really left their planter in a bad spot. Diaz gets a freebie onto Ask, but the coordination tightens up at the end there. They win the 2v1 without any problems.
Okay, then round 5 we will go. Furia moving us down to that basement again, just continuing through the same rotation. Looking at the lineup that they've got. Volps on the Ella is the one that jumps out to me at the minute. Going to be looking to prepare for any shield player that comes along, and that is exactly what they are going to get. Rather than us this time, it's going to be Grube bringing along the shield. Last time they attacked onto Lab, he was the Twitch. They were obviously concerned about the mirror. That's been banned out now, so it frees him up to be able to go across that shield up. I've said all that, and it looks like we're probably going to have a Yost.
Well, Boxzera is not in the game, so we will not be playing out this round. We'll kind of do a rehost to make sure he gets back into things. And, you know, Tim, I think it's good that we saw GK get a big round on the board there. It's 2-2 here. This could have been, I think, honestly, a 3-1 with how close round 2 ended up being. That felt like the first round where GK were finally able to step up and take control of a round. They finally got the opening pick. It was the first time this game that they managed to get one. They finally shut down Loira on the entry as well. He has been by far the biggest issue, I think, for GK to deal with through this game. So we're starting to see GK load up into this and start to showcase what they have on a map like Lair. Given that this is their map pick, you really want to see them getting away with like 3-3 split here ideally. 2-4 I think would be fine from them, then moving on to the defense, but you always want to start yourself off with the best foot possible.
I think we're going to have everybody in just as soon as we can do. The lobby's being rebuilt as we speak, so hopefully not going to be a long one. I mean, having a thing... I quite like the defense on Lair. I think we see generally, you know, a reasonable performance from the defenders on Lair. So right now, I'd have to kind of say that I feel like GK are coming away with this. If we look at Furia's position, normally they're about a 67% win rate on Lair. It is a map that they like. And yeah, I think right now, GK are kind of on top of that. They're stepping up to them well, and it's It was the question yesterday. Both of them had, I think, a little bit of a wobbly start, it's fair to say. Furia, you know, being taken to overtime by Weibo. If this is a team that we genuinely think could go on and win this tournament, I'm, you know, not playing down Weibo's ability, but we would have expected them to be maybe getting a clean win there and moving on through. But they were pushed right to the line. GK, exactly the same. And so definitely two teams that are still showing a little bit of shakiness here. They've both stepped up their game a little bit, I think, and it's ultimately GK coming out on top of things right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy to think we very easily could have an all APAC matchup on our hands right now, Tim. It could be Weibo versus Enterprise, if not for some crazy clutches from DS and a really nice comeback from GK as well. It just felt like the tides weren't there for the APAC fans, unfortunately. They weren't able to battle things back at the top level, but that's okay. They were still able to show a good performance, and they exist still down in the lower bracket. They'll both be playing tomorrow here on both streams, A and B, but for now, we've gotten back into the lobby. Boxzera has loaded back in, so thank you all for your patience. We're getting back into it. And I mean, I do kind of agree, right? Especially with the operator, where with the bomb sites getting weaker and weaker for the defenders. You got to go to the secondary site now. Could be back to the primary, maybe the tertiary after this one. GK feel like they're in a good spot. Again, with that previous round, I think it's the best round we've seen from GK so far. It's still very early, and there's lots of time for adjustments, but I think I'd rather be GK in this spot than Furia.
Okay then, let's get on back into it. 2-2, and we move into round 5, and we still have Groovy on the blitz. So, what I was saying wasn't wasted. Excellent stuff. And we still have Volps on the Ella. Phew! So that's going to be a little bit of a battle that we will see through this one. How did they get Groovy into that position? Obviously avoiding any of the danger coming in from those Gushmot mines. That's something that Fury have looked towards, is the possibility of having this shield pushing them. So they've brought that utility. Some of the best utility in the game for challenging the shields at the minute. The Razor Bloom's pretty good as well, so bringing Diaz is going to help there. The only other option you've really got is the Clash, you know, but otherwise all good stuff, I think, from Furia in terms of the setup.
Very different game plan now coming through from GK. Rather than just trying to force it through Garage, they're going to take this top floor control, this position over towards the top of the filter stairs can be really powerful. We've seen some great defense strategies come through here, especially from Dark Zero in that previous game. If you were watching a few hours ago, there were some really nice holds. That is so ratty from Herds, but he's just going to be playing inside of Medical underneath the little bay there. It's going to be okay, but for now, Box Zero is just doing his best to stall out Groovy.
And he's going to be doing a good job at the minute. Toxic Babe canister will just hold him back for a good 20 seconds. They could see another one following through. We do see that actually being deployed, but Groovy's actually managed to get ahead of it here. There is the fire on the floor, which is just going to prevent him moving forward kind of immediately. But yeah, I like that. That's good play from Groovy. That aggression just getting him beyond that utility, and it forces Boxzera a little bit deeper back.
D4 from Loira a little bit late. That's what I was talking about from DZ through the floorboards, but now we're starting to worry about this blitz. He's getting deep on a Hertz, who was that other roamer on the top floor who was really trying to rat his way through this map. Feels like they might have caught him on a drone there or something, Tim, because the intel was really good for Groovy, just running straight towards that player to force him out. But now it's going to be a man advantage for GK, trying to work their way in towards the site.
Spinning around the corner here, knows that there's somebody there, Ask, but just can't quite find the angle onto his man, doesn't want to over-aggress that corner, doesn't really need to. He's chased him away, and that was the main aim there. He'll get back onto his drone and his radar. He really should have got back onto his radar because Volps is going to take himself an absolute freebie, and just like that, I feel like this has been round after round in Lair so far, Jesse. You have this like great kind of 30, 40, 50 seconds where it's really back and forward in the middle of the round, and then one of the two just comes out and goes bang, triple kill. Yeah. And like pretty much win themselves the round. So this time it's Furia. Boxzero picks up the last of those kills, and Furia take themselves another round. It's 3-2.
And we're seeing the individuals really step up here, Tim. Of course, it's great aim coming out from everybody on Furia, but particularly Volps on that flank up through yellow, and Boxzera never giving up those filter stairs. It really felt like Furia were continuing to play to their playstyle. This is not a team who want to fall back to site. This is not a squad who want to give up map control, and that's kind of the mistake that GK continue to make. Ask was there inside of lobby, and he just kind of gives up after fighting Volps. He's like, listen, we're the advantage. We can probably just focus towards site. Like, I'm not going to over-worry about this guy going on my flank, but worry about them because they're not giving up on these angles. Furia consistently have shown that we want to fight you for map control. We want to play aggressive. We believe in our individual mechanics to be better than yours, and so far I think they have been.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think a little bit of a differentiating factor at the minute, but certainly not a big one because we've only got one round in between us at the minute. 3-2 in favour of Furia, but this could honestly easily end 3-3. And I would say at this point, I would argue that 3-3 would be a very fair split. Yeah. Given what we've seen so far. I think both of these teams deserve a little bit of something out of this half, so I think coming away with a nice even split would be a fair representation of what we've seen so far. So we go to bunks and briefing. Last time around, Furia went completely top floor, and it completely worked for them. GK were unable to get themselves established inside of the building. That's going to be a big part of this time. How did they get themselves established in there for that top floor fight? Because they lost 3 players trying to do so last time around. That can't be the case here. You spoke about those individual gunfights. This is the round where they've got to be winning them.
They're extending even farther this time, Tim. They're playing quite heavily towards Skybridge. You really don't see teams pulling this, but they've committed the barbed wire, the Kiba barriers, the Goyo canister as well. I love Volps' spot here. You can use some of these toxic babes to stall things out if he starts feeling pressure as well. So really interesting hold to come through from Furia. It makes taking green almost impossible until you start clearing out this utility. It's going to be really slow if they want to take that space, but so far a lot of the attackers, they've not really engaged with it. Sure, they're cleaning these Kibas, they're holding the windows, but they've got a lot more to do to get past the Toxic Babe, the barbed wire, and the Vulcan canisters before they clear this position.
Yeah, it's really been a key facet of Furia's game so far as the denial. Looking back through each of the rounds, there's usually at least 2 denial operators in terms of time, whether it be something like the Ella preventing that movement through until they're cleared, the Goyo, the smoke, the Tachanka we've had. You know, we've had all sorts of stuff being brought along just to slow GK down, force them into that late round, force them to problem solve. But I tell you what, GK have been doing a pretty good job of it so far on the whole, and they're not doing bad here either. A minute 30 into the round, they haven't lost anybody yet. Ooh. They've lost somebody now. Hertz is going to get a kill with a nitro. We might as well call it a double. Sarks is down as well, and I don't think if you were going to pick 2 operators to lose to 1 nitro that you could have picked a worse combination than Zofia and Dokkaebi.
Well, good news, it's not Zofia Dokkaebi, it's going to be Striker Dokkaebi as they do pick up Sarks, but Ask immediately eats the bad end of a shotgun, and he will drop the fuse kit as well, so that might be even worse coming through for GK. Volps a double, why not? The SMG-11 sings for the head of Groovy, and now the shotgun's not done either. It's 3 for Volps, a 4-2 surely on the table.
Yeah, GK again, just struggling to get this top floor control, and it comes down to those gunfights, comes down to that nitro at the beginning. Sarks, he's been got back on his feet, he's 20 HP. It makes it a lot less likely that he's able to turn this one around. And Furia, I like the management of the round from them here. They've actually dropped 2 players back down to site now as well. They know they don't need to overcommit to that top floor. A 4-2 half comes in with a flawless round, and that takes us into our 2-minute tactical timeout at the half, and that's going to give the coaches a little opportunity just to interject here.
Huge round from Volps coming out on top of that one, of course, playing so well with the smoke. I love that strategy from Furia. We really don't see that from teams extending into Skybridge, and it just makes it that much more difficult to take the map control. They didn't hold on to it for their lives, right? After they used some toxic babes, they burned the Goyos. They decided to fall back. They played just above the bomb site, and I thought they did a really good job of slowing down GK, forcing them to take these bad gunfights. Volps should be very proud of him. That's the guy that you're seeing on your screen right there, talking with his coach. Anne mentioned it earlier, but Volps, of course, celebrating his 25th birthday tomorrow. If they can win this game, he'll have a stress-free birthday, able to take that victory and just wait for the top 8s. If they lose, they still won't have to play a game on his birthday because they will be waiting for the next set of lower bracket matches, but they would have to play an elimination game right after. So Volps hoping to avoid some of that birthday stress and walk away with a victory today.
I will say, whoever gets the days off, they've got a wonderful opportunity at the minute here in one of my favourite cities in the world. I absolutely am head over heels, truly, madly, deeply in love with Paris. I genuinely, I'm not being sarcastic. Okay. I genuinely am. Absolutely love the city. Life just keeps seeming to bring me back to Paris, Jesse. Over and over, I seem to come back, and I'm happier every time I do. But the weather is absolutely fantastic at the minute really here in Paris. So whoever gets a couple of days off, assuming that they don't go and be typical gamers and, you know, they get themselves out and go and see a little bit of sunshine, there is an absolute wealth of stuff to see in the city, and it looks even more beautiful than it normally does in the weather that we're having. And the good thing is the heat has actually dropped off a little bit. Yeah. So one of the problems with Paris, and one of the few problems, I don't really like Paris in the heat. It sounds stupid, but it's a really hot heat in Paris. When it gets hot, oh boy, does it get hot. You really know about it. And it was like 35, 36 the day that we got here. It's like the first couple of days were really, really hot. Now the sun has stayed, but the temperatures dropped right down to about, I think it's about 26, 27 today, maybe a little bit more. And it's just really comfortable to go out for a nice walk and check out the city. It's a beautiful place. So one of these two teams is going to get the chance.
Quite a pleasure it will be.
That's not something to play for. I don't know what is, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, top 8 at the Esports World Cup, a massive prize pool bump, and some club championship points. That's all well and good, but exploring
a pan
Paris
in the sun, walking around, you know, one of the jardins. Come on.
Doesn't get much better than that. And of course, Furia off to a good start to achieve such a goal, and this is going to be their golden opportunity now. Moving over to the attacking side here on Lair, their opponent's map pick. This could be a really good start to come through from Furia. Again, just feels like they've been the much better team in terms of the individuals. GK have not really been able to get some of those trades back as well. A couple of players were still waiting to get online. Upor in particular, not really finding much success so far, despite being, you know, a player who can be relied on at times to find those big kills. I want to see a little bit more from him on the defensive side. He's going to start the Azami, likely over towards that ops position, and I'm excited to see what he can do with it.
Okay then, let's get into it. That's our halftime timeout done, and GK, I feel like this is, I spoke to Iconic yesterday about these, as I call them, swing grounds. And it's largely dependent on the score. It's not always the same. It's a bit of a moving target, but at a 4-2 half, I feel like round 7 becomes one of those swing grounds. And
for sure.
Iconic was saying, as a player, you know, yeah, absolutely. Having that 3-round deficit versus a 1-round deficit is the absolute world of difference. And that's the situation that GK find themselves in here. If they can get this first round, it breaks that momentum that Furia have built up over the last couple, and it just gives them that feeling that they are still within touching distance, the game is still in their reach, and that they can start getting something going on the defense. So really important round for the EML team.
Kind of strangely, you'd often see Herds rocking the Blackbeard on this attack for Furia. They're going to move it over to Volps, the ag.al instead this time around. Herds can play so many different operators, but as an entry fragger, typically you want to see him kind of as the tip of the spear. He's going to be kind of working over towards this storage side as Volps and the Blackbeard moves his way from Ops over towards Skybridge instead. So poking around where they want to commit to this push. I think seeing the mirror window inside of Ops, they're thinking Skybridge and storage might be a little bit of a better angle, but they'll still have options as it's early in the round.
Yeah, it's a really tough mirror to clear out, is that one. I mean, they've got the Zafira of Loira. It's on a soft wall, so they could kind of peek around the corner and blast the soft wall, and it'll at least give them something to work with. But still, not an easy pick. You risk even in doing that. You risk losing your Zafira as you go around the corner. So yeah, definitely choosing to push from this top side instead at the minute. Loira's actually working around underneath. I think he's looking for one of those triple Zafira strikes that we see. Nitro goes out, not going to be successful. Does do a bit of damage to Volts, but doesn't manage to find the kill.
Here inside of storage, we see those triple stuns coming out from the Zofia, trying to get that kill through the vert, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to find its mark. Stark's doing a really good job standing up on some of that elevated surfaces so that he doesn't get killed by the Zofia below. This is nice tech, and now that you've heard those Zofia charges come through, you don't have to worry as much about what might be coming in from the below.
I don't actually like Zofia as the vertical option here, I will say that. I'd much prefer to see a Deimos or a Buck. Deimos is banned out, but Buck, you've still got the option. Sarks absolutely slams Volts. Just stands straight up in his face. We've seen the SS shotgun doing great work against the shield recently. Ask manages to pick up Loira. That's the Zafira off the board, so they've got little to no value out of bringing the Zafira along here. Herds manages to pick up Sark, so it's a very late trade, but still GK in command. 40 seconds left to go. 4 versus 2 as Ask picks up the IQ.
Shocking, he gets that frag on a Herds. It's a massive pick back onto one of the most devastating players on the side of Furia. Diaz needing to have some value here on the glass. Boxer is going to move over to try to support him as they're looking in towards the bomb site. He doesn't have any more smoke, so this is going to be a really tough fight, and he loses it to Upor.
The big problem that they were facing there on the attack was that GK had set themselves up really well. They had 2 aggressively right up towards R6 room to be able to take that fight, looking to get aggressive, but then there was 2 that had just sat way deeper, 1 in display, 1 by mask wall, and they were just there to mop up any problems should those gunfights be lost. So it was a really nice setup from GK there, not overcommitting to the kills, not chasing the numbers, and they win that swing round and they get themselves back within 1 round. So I think GK are going to come out confident following that in round 8.
Only gets 1 kill, but I think Sarks is my MVP here, Tim. He wastes so much time inside of storage, and killing the Blackbeard is such an important pick to be able to take down onto that push. Furia a little bit one-dimensional on that execute. You know, really good pressure on the storage side, but they really just gave up on ops immediately. There was a bit of pressure display, but it was given up on pretty early, so it just didn't feel like there was that second dimension. I guess the Zofia below was probably the goal for that second dimension, but as you said, you know, once those charges go out, that's kind of all you have in the pocket for Zofia. So if they had a buck or something, maybe a little bit more success, but unfortunately that push doesn't really go the way Furia wanted to. And good to see Upor as well, getting on the board. I mentioned him before that round started. 0 kills for the first half, but finds 2 in that second.
Yeah, no, you know, quite often we'll see this where a player maybe on the attack doesn't really do the business, but gets on the defense and switches. You know, it happens frequently. Whether we'll see him get on a roll or not, time will tell. But yeah, I don't want to labour the point about that book really, but looking at the problems that beautiful from us there, just absolutely making that SMG-11 sing at the minute. Takes down Moira, and a great start as well with the Snake. You don't get to choose them. I always say that about the spawn peaks. You don't get to choose the operator, but I think if you'd looked across this lineup beyond maybe the Blitz, you'd have said, yep, we'll take the solid Snake off the board. So great stuff. The Raura's just going to create a little bit of space there to get Volps on in. Does take a bit of damage from a Toxic Babe as he moves his way through, so will be slowed down. Groovy picks up his teammate Box Zero, so that's the Raura off the board. There's going to be no more of that. Here comes the Blitz. No, they don't.
Oh boy.
Calm as you like.
Tim, this is a very sorry excuse for a rush coming out from Furia. It started off on the wrong foot with the spawn peak, then you immediately lose Bogzera trying to follow up the Blitz. You run straight into an Elo, the worst nightmare for Volps, and they will lose the final kill too. I like that they're going for something fast, something cheeky, catch your opponent off guard, but that couldn't have gone any worse for Furia.
No, it really couldn't. I think Furia maybe just needs to dial back a little bit here. You know, they maybe need that chat of like, oh, let's just focus on the basics, let's tick the boxes. They were winning the gunfights in the first half. They were showing that superior skill.
Yep.
And I think that's maybe something that you lean into and say, look, we're actually, you know, we're giving them opportunities to take rounds by serving ourselves up on a plate here in many cases. So let's just take our foot off the gas. Let's make sure that we're covering boxes like spawn peaks. You know, we can't be giving them opportunities like that. But let's make sure that we've got all that covered. Let's tick our boxes. Let's make sure that our basics are good. And then we can go in and we can take the gunfights and we can back ourselves in those. And they will win at least some, if not most of them. So I think, yeah, go with it and see what they can do.
Well, we're all tied up here on map number 1 of Furia versus GK, 4-4 now, and clearly feels like GK have that momentum, but on the tertiary site, everything can change up. Of course, the game plan here is going to be play up above. Usually we'll see a 4-man roam. I think it's probably just going to be Groovy sitting himself down towards that bottom floor to try to lock down site while everybody else holds from the top floor. Over on the side of Furia, this is what we often see from them, is trying to use these shields to clear out these top floor players. I don't expect to see a direct site hit coming out just based on these operators. They've got Bokzera now playing on this shield again. It feels like everybody can play a shield on Furia, so excited to see how they want to take this top floor push.
Sure, they can't get away with it again. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case. There's no blue silhouettes in front of us he's going to get an opportunity for at the minute, but give it a little bit of time. They certainly don't want to be losing the entry. The last 2 have gone in the direction of GK. Furia will want to get themselves on that best foot forward. Just having a look at the lineup, it's a little bit more of a classic top floor lineup here from the defenders. We didn't see the Solis brought out by Furia. Ask will be on the Solis, so it's all going to be about that electronic denial down into the bottom floor. No sense on the side of Furia either. This is something we've seen once or twice. Get all those sense gadgets out to basically create an absolute ton of clutter visually, but electronically as well for the Solis. Make it difficult for them to spot which gadget is actually the diffuser, but that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, Furia don't love the sense strat. They've only run it once this season. They're not going to be pulling out here at the Esports World Cup. Upor, a great opening pick. We talked about him not having as much value in that first half, but takes down Bokzera. That's the shield player. That's the tip of the spear that you wanted to remove. Really nice play over towards those missile stairs. He's going to get that opening advantage for his team.
Furia could be walking into a little bit of a problem here, because when we look at Nighthaven Labs as the second map, I don't want to get too far down the road, but it's GK's favourite map. They're 2-0 on it recently. It's a map that they really do know how to play, so Furia need to make sure that they're coming away with something here if they want that map pick in the second to pay off for them. It's not a map that we generally see from Furia, so granted it's going to be difficult to prepare for, but Upor does continue his improvement here in the second half. Manages to take down Lyra. That's going to be the Snake off the board forward once again. Snake and Blackbeard both lost both key operators in the attack, particularly when it comes to creating space.
No, that's a really important pick. Now it forces Furia to make a really tough choice. They're going to have to give up on the top floor and head straight towards that main floor push. They'll leave Herds as the one player to pressure. It'll be Herds' job to be a distraction, to take the attention away from these defenders so that when they go for this plant, everybody's focused on Herds and they're not watching Volps plant the defuse kit. Okay, Volps is dead. That's tough.
Upo manages to get him. Yoga is going to pick up hers 3 versus 1 now. It is all up to Diaz. We keep talking about his antics as a savior. Yesterday, they're going to need it again today. There's still Vulcan canisters. They're going to start getting detonated. They're going to make things as difficult as possible. Sarks steps down, does what Sarks does, picks up a kill onto Diaz, closes out the round. And that's 5-4. GK now into the lead for the first time today.
Yeah, it's a massive round to come through from GK, all off the back of that triple entry from Upor, the young 22-year-old from Peterborough, England, as he's been having some success now here for GK, finding some of these opening frags on the Azami, playing towards that missile side. The fact that he gets those 2 kills and then also kills Volps before Hertz finally gets the trade was absolutely huge.
Can I teach you how to pronounce that like a native?
Please.
So it was a good attempt, Peterborough.
Yeah.
We don't really pronounce the borough.
I see.
It's Peterborough.
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 Peterborough. There you go.
Peterborough.
Peterborough.
Thank you. I will remember that going forward.
No problem. Just like Shire, like Lancashire. I'm from Lancashire.
Right.
Lancashire. The North Americans tend to pronounce the Shire. That's more of a sh.
Sure.
So Lancashire. Yorkshire.
Okay.
There you go. You're going to turn up in the UK,
like
Jesse,
the pudding.
and exactly like the pudding, Yorkshire pudding. You're going to turn up in the UK. They're going to think you're from there.
Beautiful. Well, we are seeing a Fury attack timeout after this second half has gone disastrously for them. Tim, 3 straight bomb sites, all of them being won by GK. It just feels like these attacks are not being able to put together in the way that Fury had hoped. I mean, there's still time to turn this around, right? But going down 3-0 on the second half, even with a 4-2 lead that they'd gathered, I mean, it just feels like it might be a little bit too late coming through from Furia.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the conversation, hopefully, that I spoke about. You know, Redux has had his opportunity as the coach there to have a chat with them, and I think what it needs to be is like, look, guys, back yourself in the, give yourself the opportunity to win the gunfights. Back yourself here. Let's make sure that we're just focusing on those fundamentals and putting ourselves in good positions. But right now, this is much more the GK that I'm used to seeing over the last few weeks particularly. They were not great yesterday. They've really settled into this tournament now today. Here at the Esports World Cup 2026, they are starting to look much more like they have done in Stage 1 of EML, and honestly, Furia could be in a little bit of trouble here. I know it's early to start calling it, but do not be surprised if an hour and a half's time GK sat in the quarterfinals. Furia, and I'm saying that because Furia need to wake up, and they need to wake up quickly.
Well, I do really like the Mira ban coming through here, Tim. Of course, we saw that Mira was a real deterrence for Furia taking that operations control back in the previous time they attacked this bomb site in round number 7. So I want to see a bit more of a focus here on the op side of things for Furia. It's all about getting that multi-dimensional push going, right? It can be difficult sometimes to coordinate a push from the north and the south and the east and the west, but they've got to find some way to pressure multiple different points of this map at the same time. Last time it was really just the storage hallway where we saw that pressure coming through from Furia. This time we're already seeing a bit of a change up. Pressure on the outer mask wall, maybe some players over towards the op side of things. Some pressure still Skybridge, but it's just important they have something else with this.
Just taking out the default cam there, so there won't be any eyes on the ground should they choose to move in that way. I do like the Ying pickup. I do not like the Diaz going down. That's going to be the Grim taking out another part of that execute. They keep looting. I was almost going to say it's not really their fault, you don't want to shoot, but it is a little bit their fault because they need to start being more careful with these key operators. It is continually the key operators being picked up. It's the Solid Snake, it's the Grim, it's the operators that you're either looking for on an execute or to get you in on an entry and create a little bit of space, and it's just not going well. Sarks, brilliant stuff from him. Nice nitro onto Lyra. By the flip side, GK, what a start they are having to these rounds. We've got to take our hats off to them with that. They're getting aggressive, they're taking the fights, and they're winning them. This is brilliant.
Close with the shotgun, another one for Starks. I mean, the Panthers in the pool, but there's blood in the water. GK can smell it. They're playing so aggressive, Tim. They're going for runouts. They're tossing these nitros. They're swinging with their shotguns. They can tell they have Furia on the back foot, and that's why they're playing so heavily into this aggression. I love it seeing that come through from GK. It feels like they know their opponents are weak. Now it's just about finishing the job. Volps with this Candela is going to do all that he can, but up against Sarks and the Warden, no hope at all. It's flawless for GK as they take map point.
And a story of Yoga versus Diaz and Ask versus Brazil. It is Yoga and Ask that are coming out on top at the minute. You got to say it. And like I keep saying, this is the GK that we have seen more frequently in EML. They are willing to back themselves. They are willing to take gunfights. They are willing to be aggressive, and they are willing to surprise teams. And right now, I think Fury would have to say that they are well and truly surprised.
Got a bit of a trivia fact for you about these two teams, Tim. The last time Diaz and Yaga played against each other, of course, they spent most of their careers with one another through 2022 and 2024 on the same teams, but in 2023, they found themselves on opposite sides, Diaz on M80, Yaga on Oxygen. It was just a regular season game for the North America League, and Yaga not only won that game, 7-5 on Cafe, but MVP'd, dropping 17 kills against his good friend Diaz Lucas BR. So now to see him finding that success once again. Not quite the same MVP performance, but I think he's had his moments for sure in this matchup. It's a bit of history coming back to repeat itself, and Diaz battling these demons that continue to follow.
Okay then, let's get into what could be our final round. 6-4, GK lead, round 11. We'll see them going down to the basement on defense. Just having a look across the lineup, we've got the Ella, we've got the Fenrir. That's going to be the answer to the shields. We've got the Smoke and the Goyo for denial, and we've got the Azami for, well, a little bit of everything, as we know Azami is great at. As it stands, Furia just looking to get into, I would imagine, filtration here. Straight in through the window. They're looking to make sure, I love this, by the way, from GK. Yeah. Look, all the rotations open upstairs. They've made it an absolute playground for themselves up there, and they've just run all over Furia as they've tried to go in and get aggressive. That is, again, I'm gonna mention the key operators, Jesse. It is Blackbeard and Grim that they've lost. It is such essential parts of this attack.
And now, I mean, GK can do exactly what they wanted to on the strategy. They've given themselves the advantage, and they can play behind their utility, popping that Goyo canister. Ask can still play with 3 Toxic Babes in the filter stairs. This is going to waste so much time, over a full minute, just on this one position alone. And for Furia, they really have to find some way to get themselves back in this game, back in this round to start. 2 are needed, but I mean, it just feels like they're not able to. They're kind of rushing these early rounds, and they're paying so heavily because of it.
Yeah, it's like they're snatching at it. Ask manages to take out Bot Zero. It is ultimately the Toxic Babe that does it. He gets a second onto Herds as well. Almost certainly wins the round for his team. It's up to Diaz. I was just about to say, Furia, it feels like they need a magic moment from somebody. They need one of those supers. You can't rely on the hero plays, but sometimes you just need one. Diaz, I keep saying he did it yesterday. Is he able to today? It's not looking likely at the minute. He sprays some shots in through filtration. Doesn't manage to find anybody. GK are just going to sit on their hands now. They don't need to get aggressive here. They don't need to do too much. There's a minute left on the clock. They have the crossfire. They can just wait for Diaz to push in from somewhere.
He was the most clutch player in North America for quite a few years, but this is going to be tough. If GK don't overswing this, if they don't give him the opportunities, it's going to be really awkward to stop him from falling here. I mean, trying to make his way into the site and get the plant down, but it's so awkward.
They've got him on a bulletproof cam as well. They just literally see everything that he's doing at the minute, so there's absolutely no need to concern themselves. They'll know if he's going for the plant, they'll hear it, and GK just playing it perfectly. 30 seconds left to go. Diaz knows that he needs to find kill. He can see this bulletproof camera off in the corner. He's just constantly getting pestered by it. There it is. Eventually it was going to happen. Upo manages to find that kill, and it's going to be the first map going to GK, and I tell you what, there are no slouches on Nighthaven Labs. Furia could be in a bit of trouble.
Absolutely fantastic game coming out, and it really felt like they were able to read Furia. You saw that play coming out from Ask as well. Type in the chat a little bit. He's waited many months to be able to trash talk a Brazilian team in his native language, and now he's able to do just that, breaking double digits on Lair.
He was not only just typing, he was also clapping when that happened. And we talked about him going up against, his former friends, his Brazilian brethren. And it is firing him up, absolutely. And so is it with all of GK. My favorite thing with this match is that they're showing their ferociousness. In EML, some teams will say, GK are only lurk. In this match, we see them contest map control. And as you were saying as well, Ace, they're getting really important kills with that. That throw an absolute spanner in the works of the strats of Furia on these attacks here. So incredible stuff that we're seeing on this first map, and a great map point really to send themselves off to playoffs.
Every single round. There wasn't a single entry kill for Furia in the second half of that game, by the way.
Wow.
Every single entry in the last 6 rounds went to GK. And it was on big operators. It was Grim. It was Blackbeard. It was Snake. It was always somebody that was going to affect the round. It was never, one of those kind of... If you lose a Twitch, you can get away with it. It's not the end of the world. There's usually other opportunities. If you lose a Sophia, it's not the end of the world. But it was always those ones that you look at and you think, oh, God, right, what are we going to do now? Brilliant stuff. Like I said, GK don't necessarily get to choose those operators. Maybe a little bit of Siege luck has been on their side as well, but you got to take it.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones who are getting bold enough to go for those peaks in the first place,
you
right?
Your own look, right?
Those are not free frags, absolutely not. And I really do like how we saw GK improve throughout this game. This was something in their match yesterday versus Enterprise where they started off quite weak. They eventually grew into the match and got a lot better by the end. I think they grew into it, but they grew into it a lot faster this time. Earlier on the attack, Fury were going for a lot of aggressive swings. They weren't able to trade that back. They weren't able to maybe take that map control for free that they might have wanted to. But as soon as they swapped to the defense, they said, fine, we can contest map control too. We can fight really aggressively. We can start swinging for some of these angles. And I thought especially after attack timeout, that just ramped up all the way to 11. Everything Furia were trying to grab, every map control piece that they were trying to acquire, GK were fighting them for it. They were battling back, and they were doing a really good job playing confidently to shut down those pushes.
Yeah, the confidence is a big thing with that as well, right? Because not often will you see a player like in Operational, for example, stand in a tiny corner with the doorway there. There's a lot of pressure that can be on you there. But Sarx is willing to do that. He's willing to contest that map control, the very first point of entrance. And I'm glad to see this confidence from GK. I think that's a big thing inside of this matchup as well. Quite evenly spread performance between the players as well. And even Ask was signaling, like, you guys need a technical timeout. I like this confidence that I'm seeing from them. And if we talk about momentum and then talking about streaks, because it was a 4-2 half, right, for Furia. Where is that? Where is that now? They didn't win a single round on the attack here. That could really help momentum switch into GK's favor.
Yeah, certainly, especially with this being a best of 3. Like, Furia need to get their mental on point. They might be getting some flashbacks of Salt Lake City where they didn't win a single map. Obviously, they've already got one here at the Esports World Cup, but their expectations are so much higher.
And they will need another one if they want to stay in this upper bracket or if they want to qualify themselves towards the playoff. We're going to go to the second map. Nighthaven is with us after this. We're gearing up for our second map in this final best of 3 here on the B stream. Nighthaven Labs is our map of selection. This is Furia's map pick, so GK have won their own one, but I feel like we still had a few question marks with the way that this map veto played out.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams are kind of leaning into the footage they've seen from their opponents, right? Their opponents have kind of played these maps, and I don't think we're going to expect to see maybe a map veto that has got 2 maps that are very lopsided towards one team or another. So far, we've seen GK find that success on their own pick. Now, Furia might have that same opportunity.
Yeah, look, it's not a map that we normally associate with Furia, isn't that, Nighthaven Labs? I think that's fair to say. It's one that they normally ban out. But look, if they've been doing some work on it, maybe that's why they brought it out. They've thought, right, you know, nobody's going to assign this against us, and they're backing themselves on it. And you know what? That's absolutely fine. Like I say, it is a good map for GK as well. It's their #1 preference. They've got, I think, 2-0 recently on it, so they certainly can play here. And if Furia may well find it backfiring at this point.
Who knows? That's the big question mark that we have. And for Furia, if they don't want to make sure that this backfires towards them, I'm looking towards what we want to see from them on this map. You mentioned it briefly, just they need to fix their mental, some things with that there. I feel like being careful is something that you mentioned as well during that game, Ace, when it comes to these openings, that you don't let these important operators slip away so early in the round, and such pivotal parts of your strategy fall apart before you even get to contest anything on the map. What else could we hope to see for the likes of Furia? Maybe a player in particular that needs to step it up, or anything else that needs to change?
I think they really just need to slow down, to be honest with you. Like, so many of those rounds, on both the defense and the offense, they were making really fast plays. They were rushing to the building. They were getting punished by spawn peaks. They were losing a lot of those opening gunfights because they were going a little bit too quickly. So I want to see them, particularly on the attack, try to pump the brakes a little bit. Use a little bit more of that information, the solid snake, the Dokkaebi, the Grim, whatever it might be, even just drones, right? Finding some of these players' positions early and making sure that you don't run into a trap is going to be critical to winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they could improve aim, game sense, you know, strategical
communication,
you know, yeah, absolutely. They could. No, look, Furia are a great team. It was a tough map for them. There's no two ways around it. They did struggle on layer. GK were really on top of them. There wasn't really many areas of the gameplay there in the second half where I would say that Furia were on top of it. They were getting hit in every gunfight. They were getting hit in every entry. GK was strategically on top of them. So yes, there is a number of things that they need to change. But like I kept saying, I think it's just, let's bring it back to basics. Let's stop overcomplicating it, and let's wrap those important operators in bubble wrap at the beginning of it. Let's just keep Blackbeard out of it. Let's keep Grim away from it, and let's, you know, prevent that early loss that's really hurting them.
I feel like that's a good point that you're making, and even though the players had a few minutes now, of course, to chat in between these maps, we're still seeing a fierce discussion with the Furia players as they are sitting back down on their seats. But Jesse, you put the objective quite clear. Furia, can you hit the brakes only to then accelerate and push us all the way to a decider and potentially even have a chance of qualifying to the playoffs? Nighthaven Labs is our second map.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we will get into it here and now. Furia versus GK. If you're just joining us, GK have taken map 1. You heard me right, 7-4 on layer. The winner will qualify to the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup, which will mean they are guaranteed top 8. Not just big for the team, it can be big for the club as well in terms of that club championship. Depending on what other titles you're involved with here, you need 2 top 8 finishers at the Esports World Cup in Siege, in COD, in whatever it might be, to get yourself eligible for that club championship. So whoever wins here gives their club at least one of those top 8 finishers.
Yeah, absolutely. And you start acquiring those points as well, which can be so critical just to get yourselves on the board, get yourself some opportunity to earn some of that cash for the club championship. There is so much on the line. So plenty to play for here between Furia and GK. We go through to Nighthaven Labs, and defense bans pretty much as you'd expect. Kaid Bandit, the most common set of operators banned out for the defenders, but going to be Grim and Monty taken off the board for GK. That should mean that these walls will have no problem getting opened up. If there's ever a time where we're seeing the IT wall staying closed, that's going to be a huge red flag, because everything is on the board for Furia. But watch out, because without that Monty and without that Grim, some of the actual executes and map control might be a little bit tougher to take.
I'm not sure about the Grim ban. They kept killing him on the entry in the last map, I think, and maybe left him up. He seemed to be a bit of a bullet magnet on layer. It could have continued through here to Labs, but in all seriousness, yes, a good operator to take out in terms of the executions. But look, GK have got a real opportunity, I feel, here on the defense. Right, okay. So obviously, I cannot be overheard from the casting desk when I said, let's pick out those important operators and wrap them in bubble wrap.
Yeah.
Furia at the beginning of these rounds. Only hard breach option, by the way, gone.
That is genuinely as bad as it gets here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs. That's probably going to be the round. It's not impossible for Furia to recover from this, but again, you literally banned out both of the wall denial operators here, Kite and Bandit. You didn't lose any of your hard breachers in the operator ban phase, and instantly Groovy takes down Loira as the only hard breacher, not even can openers in the pocket of Volpser or Diaz. So this is going to be a really tough task now.
Yeah, that's no redundancy for it whatsoever. And such a big loss early on. It just seems that they haven't learnt the lesson from what happened on Lair. Great start from GK as well. I don't want to put it all onto Furia. That is, great play from Grubby to take that initiative and get that done. Yoga will be downed, probably be collected here actually. Yupo manages to go in and pick him up. He's back onto 20 HP. That's not bad. And it leaves us now still in a 5 versus 4 halfway through the round. We're going to have the Deimos trying to work from below. We'll be able to take out the mirror window. Sarks tries for a play there. I don't hate it, but Boxera is just that little bit quicker. Spins 180 and finds his man with the vendetta. They're getting it done here, Jesse. Somehow they are forcing their way through into kills. Herds picks up Yaga as well. 20 HP is gone. And that's going to leave us now 4 versus 3.
So this is not plan A, B, or C. This is plan let's just throw everything into the bomb site and see if it works. They've taken control of electrical and connector, but now the shotguns are going to rear their ugly heads. Ask so well to play with that on the close range gunfight. Again, there's no crossfire into Ask over towards the VIP position because, well, they weren't able to open up that IT wall. That's going to make things really awkward. Now, we continue to swing. We're having a good time, and Herds is eating them all up for breakfast. Tim, somehow it's Groovy in a 1v2.
I was just about to say from Ask, there we go, Groovy manages to find Herds, becomes a 1v1. I'll come back to that point about Ask, because this is the focus right now. Big advantage for the Deimos, but Boxera gets caught out moving into connector. You gotta remember, when you use the track, you give your location up as well. Yes, it's more pinpoint for you, but still, it is a risk. And that time, there was no reward. Groovy with a brilliant kill to start the round and to finish it. I thought Ask had overdone it a little bit almost. I was just about to say it was such a Brazilian play from him. And who better to counter that Brazilian aggression than the Brazilian on the side of GK, taking the shotgun, a double fight into connector and winning them both, but then he got a bit too Brazilian with it and he went for a third inside of electrical and he gave himself up. But look, it did a job. It got his team back into it, and Grubit finishes it brilliantly. GK 1-0, Furia. Got to be wondering what they can do here.
Where do we go from round 1, Tim? I mean, that's just the most
just a disaster.
Ridiculous start. I mean, credit to Furia, honestly, with how bad that round started. The fact that they just said, okay, screw it, we lost our hard breach. Let's send everybody into electrical with 1 below and see what happens. And it almost worked for them. I mean, Herds was making a montage on that position, just playing close with the F2, having a really good time with those guns, but it just feels like
they're going to get away with this. I'll tell you now.
They just droned it. They droned it. You can't get away with it. They droned it, and he's reinforcing. Thank God.
Go on then. A Furia. But is this Furia learning?
Tim, did we not say right before this game that we wanted to see Furia pump the brakes a little bit, slow down? In round 1, they could not have gone faster. They could not have done more of the opposites. And again, credit, it almost works out for them, but they really have to be careful with these opening deaths. They cannot be so loose with their lives.
No, they absolutely can't. And they've done better that time. Credit where it's due. That's exactly what we're talking about. If you're wondering, maybe you're a newer Siege viewer and you say, well, how can you stop them just looking out of a window and getting a kill onto you? That's how you stop it. For 30 seconds. Grubit manages to find Volps, Ask onto Loira, and again, GK are just well on top of this. I'm kind of starting to feel for Furia almost. I've been critical of them, but I'm now looking at it and I'm saying, you know what? They droned out that attempt at an entry. They are kind of doing what they need to do to slow things down and be careful. But GK are just on a downhill. They are just like a boulder rolling towards them, and they will not be stopped. This is so impressive from the EML side.
One thing that we've noticed in 2026, Tim, is the meta has really shifted so that roaming is quite a bit more difficult than it previously has been. You know, with the introduction of Snake, the Dokkaebi reworks, even Deimos on the board, it really has forced a lot of defense teams to try to stick more together, to play more by themselves. And that's why I think it's so brilliant that GK have traveled back in time and made it so that those operators just don't work anymore. Apparently, we've got every single intel operator that we could have possibly wanted on the side of Furia, and still, they're losing gunfights at the bottom of Garage to players they don't know that they exist. They're rushing into the building in terms of Animus and losing their bodies to players that are just having fantastic times on the roam. Like, GK are doing a really good job of playing together and being aggressive on these roams to make sure that they can shut down the individuals on Furia that they are finding. But I really just think we should be seeing more out of Furia in terms of the information gathering. Like, it's always them running into the building, getting into fights before they have the information or the advantage to take those engagements. I just want to see them slow down. I want to see them take it one at a time, try to isolate a pick rather than feeling like the round is only 30 seconds long.
Activated. Into round 3 we go then. It's going to be storage and control this time around. So we're onto the mid floor for GK. Furia need a round here. They need a round and they need it quickly, because otherwise this is going to get out of control and they might find themselves going into the second half with, quite frankly, too much to do. With the way that things have gone for GK at the minute, honestly, if I were them, I'd just be shooting at every barricade I could see, because at this point I'd feel like they'd just hit somebody on the other side of it. It doesn't seem to, you know, no matter what they do, it just seems to be working at the minute. And it is, you know, partly, of course, management and the way that they are planning to play this, but everything is just coming together for them. We're going to have a top floor roam here from Gruby. He is supported by Upo. He's also got Sarks up there as well. So a heavy top floor presence to try and slow Furia down.
Makes sense. I really like this setup with the Denari, of course, all towards the top floor. They've got these tripwires set up. Usually you'll see them kind of over towards the connector side, but he's used some of them towards IT, some of them towards Rafters. It's another opening pick on a critical operator. I mean, it feels like a given at this point, Tim, every single round. There's one followed up by Upor finds the head on the Herds, and there's no trade back coming through from Furia. It's all individual plays where you're not able to power one person.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from GK once again. How do they manage the round here? That's what I'm looking at. Do they now start dropping back to site? Lyra manages to get the kill onto Yoga. Given that it's mid-floor, I don't actually think that they will do, and I don't think that this should do. Try and keep hold of this top floor. Don't let them gain any superiority. They won't know that there's no sledge, that there's no ram, for example. Yeah. So I think, yeah, keep a hold of this. They've still got 3 players up there. Sarks, Gruby and Upo are going to be the ones to try and hold on. Ask is the only one inside of site. If Furia recognise that, maybe there's an opportunity for them to actually play downstairs and see if they can just get something a little bit direct. But right now, I like what GK are doing, making it very difficult for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, I mean, force them to use their drones, force them to clear you. Like, everybody on GK is just standing up on this top floor. Nobody from Furia wants to go down below, so instead you're just going to see them walking into crossfires. Gruby and Ask on the east side of the map, Upor and Sarks on the west. Like, they've just got a really good hold on this angle that DS is trying to walk through, and they just can't really get into the building. That's why you're seeing them rotate back, because this is just not a favorable position.
Does manage to find a shot through that glass scope, Lyra, but Upo takes him down, and Diaz is also down, but not out elsewhere. Sarks picks up the kill. It's all up to Box Zero again. They see him through the mirror window. They know exactly where he is. He's having to play into that utility. A smoke grenade will allow him to at least bypass that and start pressuring towards the actual room itself, rather than having to try and fight through the utility. But look at this, it's just a hail of bullets every time he goes near this door. Upo switches to the shotgun, comes around the corner, finds his man. It's 3-0 GK, and it's big trouble for Furia. I fully expect to see a tactical timeout here from Reduct.
Yeah, we see Shepard put down his microphone. He understands what's going on here. Furia will need to call attack timeout after these 3 rounds. And again, it's the same thing. They're losing so many bodies so early. And part of that's how GK's playing, right? I do want to give huge credit to how GK have read this matchup, understanding that Furia, they're going a little fast and loose with some of these opening picks, so they're running aggressively into those spawn peaks. They're trying to swing these windows, and they're playing really confidently too. I mean, GK look like the better team by a mile, and you go back to the start of that first map, you go back to the start of Lair, it felt like it was Furia with all the confidence, and now we've really seen the pace change up. Ever since GK moved over to the defense, it just feels like they've been unbeatable. They have now won, what, 5+3? They've won 8 straight defenses here against Furia from the last map coming into this one. every single one has kind of been the same story where they've gotten an opening pick within the first 60 seconds. It's been on a critical operator. There's been no trade. There's been no information on the side of Furia, and they're just not able to put themselves in a position where they run things back. And if you've got to isolate one player, and I'm going to, you got to give it to Groovy. He's gotten all 3 of the opening picks so far through this game, and for a guy who has been on international teams before, who's played at the highest level, who's sometimes been dropped off of those highest level teams and has had to grind his way back now on a team like GK, it's really inspiring to see that success story. And Furia have to find some way to shut it down, or we're going to be out of here in the next 20 minutes, Tim.
It's now 8 kills in a row, 8 entry kills. If we look at Lair as well, they got the final 5, they've got the first 3 here. I feel like that could be a real. You were saying about Shepard putting his mic down. I feel like that could be a really good opportunity for some mind games from the coaches. You know, rather than getting loud, if you're just absolutely slamming a team, predicting that tac, you know, eyeballing, because they're facing each other here, so it's a setup where they can see each other. I think like if you just eyeball the other coach and just, you know, bring the losing coach and just bring your microphone down before they've called the time.
Literally.
Like, I know what you're going to do because you don't have a choice because we're absolutely hammering you. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Right, let's get back into it then. Round 4, we've got the other bands have come through. Mira, not surprised to see that taken away. It has been a little bit of a problem for Furia. We saw it very well displayed at the end of that final round. Boxera really struggling to work his way in towards site. So that's going to go by the by, and it's going to be Demos on the other side.
And Groovy is spawn peeking. In other news, the sky is blue. We're seeing just how successful
this
water
play I'm drinking's wet, Jesse.
It just feels like the same thing over and over again. Groovy will not be rewarded with a pick this time around. It feels like maybe in that tac timeout, the coach of Furia was able to say, guys, let's stall things out a bit. Let's try to pump the brakes before we get into these early gunfights. Now we're seeing Furia start to go at things one step at a time. But again, they've lost every single attack through this series. They've lost every single attacking opening pick. Bird's thinking he might find a gap, but this Raptors position is still so locked down by Groovy.
I think just managing to find the angle there onto the default cam to take it out. Groovy does take a little bit of that. This is better from Fury. We've got to, you know, I've got to say it is better from Fury. They've gone in, they've taken some ground immediately. They've got catwalk cleared out. They haven't lost a critical operator yet. Brilliant stuff. We've got the book of Boxera just working. He will eventually try to work in underneath. They get themselves the entry. First one in 9 rounds. Herds takes down Ask. That's where am I gone? So there's going to be some magnet loss there as well. 4 versus 5 now. Furia's really got an opportunity in front of them.
That's fine. GK have been playing quite aggressive throughout these defensive sides. Finally, Furia do something to shut it down. They take care of Ask. They notably keep Groovy alive. Groovy was in a really tough spot with those Capital bolts forcing him back out of Raptor. So the fact that Groovy survived was a little scary. Here's a good angle that Volps is just staring into. Finds Upor, maybe not aware that that breach had gone over, but it's immediately traded back by Groovy, and Yaga finds one back as well.
GK showing us something different again here, Jesse. We haven't really seen them been behind in mankind very often over the last few rounds, but this time they are 5 versus 3, and it becomes a 3 versus 3. They managed to get those 2 kills, level it up, and even get themselves back in front. Sarks takes down Boxera, 2 versus 1 now. It's all up to Diaz, but look at Groovy and Sarks, both low health, 55 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's that man again. I said it yesterday coming into the game. Watch out for Groovy. He's been putting up numbers in EML, and he's putting them up here at the Esports World Cup as well. Phenomenal. We've seen him around Siege for a good long time now, and it's wonderful to see him performing at this level on this kind of stage.
And you won't see it as we're on the player cams, but Volps has just typed a novel into chat, all in Portuguese. I don't know what it said, but it's certainly going to be messing with the heads of Furia. And let me just say, this has really been, I think, the first round where we've seen some life out of Furia. They finally slow down. They use their utility to clear a position. They force Groovy out, and he still styles on them. He still steps up and kills them in the late round. They finally managed to avoid his spawn peaks and to avoid his early pressure, but what is it worth?
It's just him.
Nothing. Exactly. He is him. Groovy's playing out of his mind at the moment. He's hitting every shot that's required of him. He's 8-0 now, and I'm just so impressed with how he's playing.
16-6 on the series. He's just taking Furia apart. Absolutely dismantling them. Coming in here, I'll hold my hands up. I would have had Furia as the favourites for this matchup. Not massively. I would have said, you know, I know if GK play to their best, they can give anybody in the world a game. I would not, however, have predicted this, if I'm being honest. This has been brilliant stuff from the EML side, and night and day different from yesterday. That's the big thing. They really struggled at the start yesterday with Enterprise, and I think this just goes to confirm what I was saying. It was nerves. It was just that, you know, big stage, getting into it, big tournament, big prize money, everything else that goes along with it, and they have completely settled down now, and they really are showing us their best. They're showing us that great fusion that they play with. We've had the Brazilian aggression out of Ask. We've had the organisation of that NA EML kind of hybrid of strategy. Just brilliant, brilliant stuff. Loving seeing it at the minute.
So finally, it feels like GK are stopping the spawn peaks. They're not going for anything crazy aggro here. It's a bottom floor defense played mostly with this anchor setup. They do have a lot of players here on the mid floor trying to lock down positions like storage, like cargo, these critical map pieces that you need to be able to hold this bottom floor, but they're not going for an extension all the way to the top. And in fact, they've used a lot of these castle barricades to block off some of those positions like the bottom of Aqua Stairs, as we're seeing here from Groovy. So they're going to take this kind of slow, and they're going to force Furia to try to execute.
Smoke canister comes in, but Yogg again plays that really well. Toxic Babe canister goes out to slow down the push that he knows is going to come. Sarks manages to pick up the Solid Snake. Loyra taken out again. He's been kept very quiet, by the way. Most of Furia have, but Loyra struggling to get into this one as well. Diaz, 0 kills so far in 4 rounds. Tough day for Furia at the office at the minute. Sark's half health, but still running around on top floor. So again, another. It's like playing with a wasp in the room.
Yeah, no, it's really annoying just having this player constantly on your backside, constantly trying to pressure you from different flanks. I mean, Lawyer is a great example, Tim. I thought through the first 6 rounds of this series, Lawyer was the best player in the server. And since those 6 rounds have passed, he has not really been in the server. He was completely absent through the second half of Lair, and now here on Nighthaven, he's not being able to find value on the critical operator of Solid Snake. So we have to see something better coming through. Here's the plant attempt from Fury. They're starting to smoke their angles.
Yeah, definite opportunity for them here as Herds manages to find the kill onto the smoke. They bait out the Nitro as well. That's going to be the go signal for Volps. They've got the cover that they need, and Diaz picks up Sarks. He's been quiet, as we said, but now gets moving. Comes off the plant for a moment, Volps, and does aggress onto this door. Yupa is low health as well, so needs to be careful there. This is actually a little bit of a problem for them because they're having to rely on Groovy above, but once again he finds the answers, puts the diffuser down on the floor. They need to get in there and get the kill onto the castle.
Ruby's going to win him another round. I mean, he's just completely stopped that push with Volps going down. He might get another one here, but no, not quite. They finally shut down Groovy and give themselves an attack in this series. It took them ages to get there, Tim, but they put a good push together. They don't get overconfident with how those early rounds went, and they're managing to focus the site for an execute.
Yeah, 4-1 it is then to GK. If Furia, honestly, if Furia can come away with a 2-4 here, it sounds crazy, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Given how this one started, I don't think that'd be a very fair representation of the half. I think 5-1 would be, you know, much more tell the story. Yeah. But if Furia can come away with 2-4, it's daylight robbery, it's a steal, and they can go into the defensive half of Nighthaven, then feeling fairly confident, I think, that you can get a 4-2. You know, it is definitely possible, but right now, I would not go against GK getting this 5th round here on the board for them and going 5-1 on the half. They've got the mid-floor as their final site choice. They're not going to go back to basement again. That would have been an option for them, having just lost it, but they decided to just continue on through. Storage and control. They won it last time around. They won it confidently last time around. Yep. It was a great top floor hold. It was a serious presence up there. Sarks, Groovy, and Yupo were the 3 that particularly held on to it, and they're going to be trying more of the same. They don't have the mirror to play behind this time, though.
The one player who I think has been solid so far from Furia on this map in particular has been Herds. Is the one player that was with them when they won their World Championship back when they were W7M, and of course has found so much success. He's been the face of this organization for a really long time. He had a really impactful pick earlier on in that round, of course, and we're starting to see him come alive here on Nighthaven as well. Hoping that we can start to see Furia spiral that into more now, right? If Herds can get in and get you some aggressive picks, you can start to get yourselves that man advantage. If you're not dying to spawn peaks for 5 straight rounds, then hey, you start to give yourselves a bit of a lead. Just do something with it at this point. Find a way to convert it to execute just like they did in that last round.
There's always a chance there, Jesse. There's always a chance. Okay, we're going to see the prep work continuing as the rotations get opened up, but this is quick from Furia as well. 45 seconds in, Selma charge on the wall, opening up Garage. That's going to just change the dynamic a little bit for the defenders in terms of rotations later in the round. Diaz manages to get an entry again. It's something that Furia have been struggling to come by, but trade is there. Loira again, still quiet, gets taken out. Solid Snake lost. A lot of intel, a lot of space clearance is gone with him. 4 versus 4.
Got to be really careful with how much map control is being held by GK right now, Tim. Of course, you got Upor up on the top floor, and then everybody else really spread across this mid floor, whether it's Yaga over towards the cafeteria side or the rest of the players closer towards the site. Fury are trying to make some kind of a push in on this cafeteria side. They are in up above as well, trying to work on some of this vert, but they're always so careful about where these players are positioned. You can't be too cautious because Upor is just creeping around this top floor. The rest of these players have done a good job staying alive.
Keeper barricade is going to be deployed just to give a little bit of extra space. Don't shoot that one, Upor. He's yours. He's yours.
We're good.
Look at how they've got this nailed down at the top of Aqua as well. There's going to be no pressure coming in from there realistically. Just helps the rest of the players that are trying to keep themselves active and alive on that top floor. Ask manages to take down Herds. That's Ram off the board. Boogie drones have done a little bit of work so far, I think. 50 seconds left to go, and that's Ask on his way out of the round.
Nice little trade back, take down Ask, make sure you're in a strong position. They've actually given up some critical map control on the side of GK. They're not trying to hold up above this bomb site, so if Starks goes down, storage could be, or control could be a really good position to try to go for the plant, and as Volps takes him out, this is exactly the opportunity they spot on the side of Furia.
Yeah, real chance. It's all going to come down to Yogg from underneath, really. He's the win condition at the minute, and he needs to move quicker because Volps is putting this down. He's going to be successful. Nothing Yogg can do to deny it. Back upstairs in a 1v3, finds the first, cannot find the second. It was Diaz that he took down, Volps that he couldn't, and that's going to be Furia stealing a 2-4 half there. They've really woken up in round 5 and 6. They look much better. They looked a little bit slower, like we've been asking for. Kind of the fundamentals, making sure that they're the ones getting the kills, they're the ones in the lead and going through and taking the rounds. That gives them something to build on. They are actually right back in this one now.
Yeah, I want to give a lot of credit over to Redux because whilst this game was quickly spiraling out of control, I think his TAC timeout really did reset things. Yeah, they lost round 4 after the TAC, but it just felt like a different style of pace coming through from GK, where all of a sudden they were capable of getting opening picks. They were using utility to clear those early positions. They were getting map control and trying to play a little bit closer together in those early engagements. It felt like for almost 10 straight rounds across both maps, we were seeing Furia really struggle in the opening few seconds, constantly going down early to some aggressive moves, but they fixed that issue. And while it took them a long time, they're still in this game because they solved those problems. And I'm really excited to see what they can do now on their defensive side of things. This is a team who dominated on the offense yesterday up against Weibo. It was a very attacker-sided cafe, so I'm quite surprised to see Furia struggling as much as they did on the attack, but the attack is over. You can move to the defense now, lock down your own map pick here on the defensive side of Nighthaven Labs, try to make some kind of an impact here. GK have, I think, still the much better position. Groovy continues to be a huge problem for this team. Even when he's not getting those opening picks, he has been a master player here in the map, so they've got to find some way to get around Groovy, but if they can start finding some value on the defensive side, get Loira more involved, get Diaz more involved, they have every capability of winning this map.
I think, yeah, that's one of the key factors for Furia. If they can start getting those players online, at the minute they've got Herds and Boxera that are really doing the work, the heavy lifting. If they can get everybody else into it, they need to start facilitating Diaz and Loira a little bit, you know, creating some kill opportunities for them, because it's just a confidence thing more than anything. As soon as they start getting a couple, it'll break the seal and they'll start rolling forward. They're fantastic players, which we know, and they just need to be able to show that. And yeah, Furia getting them online could be a real difference maker, but we're in the same situation we were on Lair, where I'm going to be talking about round 7 as one of these swing grounds. If they can come away with it, then I think GK really put themselves in the driving seat. Last time around, it was GK who were able to win that 7th round. It was actually the opposite way round. Furia were 4-2 up, and it just goes to show how important this round is. Furia were 4-2 up, GK get the win on it, they go 4-3, they then just go through and sweep the rest of the game and take the map. So Furia, don't feel like you're out of this. This is your opportunity. It happened to you last time around. Get round 7, get by within touching distance, get in the heads, and come back and win some rounds.
I'm going to focus back in on the entry, Tim. This is something the GK did an incredible job of yesterday in their matchup against Enterprise, where we saw GK finding that success on the opening duels, winning 73% of their opening gunfights. And so far today, it's been much the same story. I mean, anytime GK's been on the defense, they've been almost guaranteed to find that first frag, and they've got a few on the attack back in map 1 as well. So if that trend continues, if GK continue to have the opening pick and continue to put themselves in man advantage situations, it's going to be really hard for Fury to battle back from this 2-round deficit they find themselves in. While I didn't like it as much on the attack, I don't mind seeing Furia play aggressive. This is their play style. They like to contest map control. They like to get in your face early. Play into that, because it honestly was working well for you on Lair. Their defenses looked good when they played aggressive. They can keep that confidence up. If they can have their mental not rocked after the rounds that they've just ended up losing, this could still be a strong position. I want to see them getting aggro like GK did.
Top floor it is then. That's going to be our starting point for Furia. GK, I think we need to see them a little bit more multi-dimensional here. It was a criticism you made of Furia in that first half. It was all very one-sided was the push. I'd liken this site in many ways to Church and Arsenal, apart from the verticality is obviously reversed. But Church and Arsenal on club, you always want those multiple angles of attack. It's exactly the same here. You want a presence on catwalk. You want something in connector. If you can have maybe a little backstab towards the end of the round through Aqua, you just make it so difficult. Erds takes out his mirror window, finds a kill onto Groovy as well, but there's a response. Yoga manages to pick him up immediately with the triple detonation from the Zofia underneath.
That's okay. That's value for Herds. I said I wanted to see them get aggressive, get that opening pick. That's exactly what they do. They start off on the right foot, finding Groovy. It was a really nice play with the mirror window. He had him on the drone. He was like, this guy is not getting on drone in the proper position. I've got a freebie, so really nicely played. Ask can now open this wall without any issues. There might be an impact, but nobody's really near enough. That wall gets opened up so they can walk through it without any problems.
Taking out the default cam and the keeper barricade, just trying to soften up that catwalk position a little bit. I feel like it's probably one of the strongest positions that Azami plays in all of Siege, to be honest. The corner of that catwalk is an absolute nightmare to move her from. If she is playing out there, she can also challenge in towards connector as well. Really, really versatile role. Volps manages to find Ask 4 versus 3. Furia looking much more like themselves now, I must say. They really seem to have woken up and come back into it, but GK don't care who they are. 2 kills come in. Yoga, Sarks managed to turn that man count in their favour again. 3 versus 2. It's up to Loira and Diaz. We've been asking for more, Jesse. Now's the time to deliver.
This is the time to step up, of course. Loira being close, of course, on this IT side of things. 2 SAS operators trying to lock down these angles. There's players Aqua, there's players Rafters, there's players IT. That multi-dimensional push is coming out in full force from GK, just like we wanted. Toxic Bay is being fumbled a little bit. Gonna throw it over to the Aqua side instead so they can isolate these picks, but Sarks is winning the fights.
Sarks does manage to find Diaz. Upor onto Loira. GK take the swing round of round 7 again. And this time, rather than getting themselves back within 1, they take themselves 3 ahead. It is 5-2 now, and they are cruising towards a win.
I honestly think Yaga is such an important part of this team, Tim. I know I'm just going to be accused of NA bias, but the pressure he has and the extra dimension that he applies to these pushes, he's down below getting that trade onto Herds early in the round. Then he's pressuring Aqua size, and he's punishing that aggression to come out from Furia. We said it earlier, Furia are an aggressive team. They're going to make these swings happen. It's this play from Herds, which is really nice, but then Volps gets quite aggressive swinging on Aqua. This is his kill, and then I don't think we catch it, but Volps really swings the Aqua door and goes down to Yaga, which exposes that second angle. It allows GK to have another dimension to that push, and it really just makes it impossible for those site players to win out.
I'm not going to allow any accusations of NA bias, Jesse, because I'm going to back you up on it. Yaga is very important to this team, and something that we saw with GK, when Yaga first came in at the beginning of stage 1, it took a little bit of time to kind of settle him into the team, which is understandable. Sure. New players coming in. It was getting caught out in kind of little solo plays for the first couple of weeks. But I think they've done some work, obviously, to, mesh him into the team a lot better. And that's when we've seen them improve through that second half. And that shows how important Yaga is and how much that value is there from him. Because as they've been able to integrate him better, we've seen their performances on that upward trajectory just keep climbing and climbing and climbing. And it's continuing to happen here as well. Brilliant backstab from him on Aqua side. Really opened up the round. And yeah, he's had a fantastic day today and continues to. In the Yoga versus Diaz show-off, it's certainly all coming up Yoga at the minute.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Sark's on the IQ. I love this pick. He might be able to get himself into an opening frag too, as Boxzera is up on the top floor, but seemingly not aware of how many attackers share this space with him just inside of IT. You know what? He's got himself boxed in with that castle barricade, so that's why he can play so safe. They're committed to holding IT and Raptors, but they actually don't care to hold the rest of the top floor. It's an interesting little setup to come through from Furia. We have to see how it works out for them as they now start to fall back, layer themselves towards the bomb sites, not giving up any of those free picks. Again, Sark's on this IQ should be able to spot any of those Valkyrie cameras that Furia will no doubt hopefully try to play around.
Volps is low health, needs to be a little bit careful, but Boxzera manages to win out the fight against Sark, so that certainly gives Furia something to build off. They've also got Lyra still playing up on the top floor. He's out in Warehouse, so they're still very much spread throughout the map here. GK with a minute and a half left on the clock have got some work to be doing. Groovy does send out the track onto Boxzera, but it's not really going to help them clear him too much. I actually like this team play coming in from GK. Rather than chasing him down with the Deimos, who gives his own location away, he's sending somebody else after him. But it's going to be Ask who is the next to go. Lyra manages to find that kill. But here come GK.
Here comes GK, here comes Groovy. He will get traded out by Lyra. Finally coming down off that Raptors position that you mentioned, Tim, taking the second gunfight. If he loses it, they might be opening the door for GK to sneak back into this round, but I think he recognizes how important it is to stay alive, knows that his life is more valuable than getting one of these picks. If they can fall back to site, that would be totally fine. Does eventually die to Yaga, so now things get a little bit scary. Hurge remains on this middle floor. He's inside a cafeteria. He doesn't really have to go for a flank here. I don't mind his passivity, but they're trying to hunt him down from GK.
Yeah, they definitely know. Yog comes around the corner, but so does Herds. Picks up his man, knows where the last is, but again, he doesn't need to overcommit to this fight. He can just kind of disappear into the depths of Kitchen, just hold them at bay. 30 seconds left on the clock. Don't give them the opportunity. Yubo takes him down, but Volps is there. Herds has bought that time for Volps to be able to get up the cargo stairs, be in a position to challenge, to trade off his death. Good round from Furia. GK, though, can just play this round for round at the minute. The Brazilians need to chain a couple together, and that's not something that we've seen them be able to do so far on Native. And they had 5 and 6 next to each other. Other than that, it's been all GK, so we need them now getting 2-3 rounds to get back into this.
I think that bottom floor side is always going to be really tough for GK because as we saw back on map 1, this is not a team that do a great job at finding players when they're spread so wildly across the map. Furia contested all 3 floors in that round, and they never really got a handle of what that roam clear was looking like. It felt like everybody was focused on Boxzera inside control, but at the same time, Lyra was in Rafters, eventually came down for a flank for a kill. Storage was being controlled. There was a player in cafeteria. All these other positions, maybe 1 or 2 players on GK were focused on, but they never really were able to use their utility and force one player into a bad death. So I like to see Furia extend themselves around the map like that. They can try to do so one more time as they come here to the storage bomb sites. Holding this top floor control is going to be critical. I want to see GK working together to force these players back.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Razor wire up.
GK just slowed down on the entry a little bit, it's worth noting as well. It's an area of the game that we've spoken about pretty heavily so far, and it has been very, very influential. GK able to take out real key operators at the beginning of rounds, but the last 3 now have gone in favour of Furia. They're certainly starting to dig deep and win those early gunfights, not giving anything away, but I'm looking straight away at Yog on the Monte, bringing it along, and maybe GK using the big shield, maybe try and buy around, get themselves in there. We know how difficult it is to deal with, and it could be that it just gives them that match point opportunity if they're able to get this one.
The Yog dog on the Montaigne. We don't see this too often. He's usually more of a Blackbeard guy on this site, but Monty can be so good as well. This was a potential kill if they knew about Ask's position. That was placed low enough that Hertz might have been able to find the heads of his fellow Brazilian, but not going to be such a kill as this round comes to a beginning. 60 seconds deep now between Furia and GK, and we're seeing the same thermite tech where you start by opening the top of this wall so you can't get tricked out by that mirror window, then Ask rotates back around so they can walk through this breach. It takes 2 exothermic charges, but when you got 3 of them, that's kind of okay.
Yeah, Yogg still being held at bay down at bottom warehouse at the minute. He's going to start walking upstairs now. He's going to need a little bit of support, though. As you can see, there's a couple of guns trained immediately. Nitro goes out as well. Not going to do much damage to him. Volps does find Sarks elsewhere. GK needs to be careful. Yogg does find one. Ask another. Upo there. And that is a great maneuver from GK to take all that attention with Yogg and then bang, bang, bang. Kills elsewhere. Take Furia down. 4 versus 2.
That's exactly the game plan. He was the focal point of the attention, and while everybody was worried about Yogg walking up those Raptor stairs, everybody else on GK was making moves. This is the thing. They might not play together, but when they manage to coordinate, it looks so beautiful on this offensive side. It puts Diaz and Herds in a really difficult position now in the 2v4. This Nitro Cell might be able to get themselves a free pick. Herds is going to be able to hold on to this angle. He's trying to bait someone into his direction so that they can push forward into this Nitro Cell. They know how important it is to get one back. They are desperate for a freebie, so Herds goes hunting.
Yeah, sometimes you've just got to take the risk. Will there be a reward? No, there will not. Upo was ready and waiting. Diaz, 1 out of 4. 3 more to go if they want to hold on to this one. Ask does not have the diffuser. He's transferred it across to the Montagna. Yogg is going to be tasked with getting that one down. Must be an opportunity now. I think he gets himself in behind the pillar, but he doesn't need to. That's exactly what they were looking for. Send the Monty in behind the pillar and give him a choice. Diaz, you either let the plant go down or you move into Gruby's angle that he's holding from above. Beautiful stuff. Great example of teamwork from GK that round. All working for each other. Brilliant stuff. Really impressive. GK get themselves onto match and series point. A place in the quarterfinals. A top 8 finish minimum on the line. Who would have thought that at the beginning of Stage 1 EML from this GK time? In reality, who would? And yet here they are. Absolutely smashing it.
The improvements have been phenomenal to watch so far from GK. They've put themselves in a dominating position. Furia will have to go flawless through 3 different defenses on 3 different sites as well. That's a tough spot about where Furia is at. They can't play the same site twice. They're going to have to win 3 different bomb sites for these next 3 rounds. Then they've got to win overtime. Then they've got to win map 3. It is a long road ahead for Furia, and I just think GK, they've got such a solid attacking identity, you know? The pushes that they go for and the clears that they are attempting, they're not easy to coordinate. They're not grouping up and giving themselves potential for easy trades. So when it goes poorly, when the coordination's not perfect, it looks a little messy. The round kind of falls apart. But in that previous round, you saw the potential of it, right? One player draws the attention, everybody else makes moves off of it. Nobody on Furia knows the correct place to look at, and because of it, they just get slammed on those easy fights. GK just have to put together those pieces one more time, and they're top 8 at the Esports World Cup.
One thing that's really interesting to watch for here is it's something I've been focusing on over the last couple of days, and that's teams' ability to close games out. We've seen it a couple of times. Shopify Rebellion. They were, I think it was 6-2 up at a point, didn't win the map, and ultimately ended up losing to CAG. We also had Falcons earlier. They were 6-3 up with an opportunity against Wildcard to close out map 2 and take it to map 3. They lost 3 rounds in a row, went to overtime, and Wildcard ended up winning. Wildcard are one of the few teams that I've seen, virtus.pro as well, I don't know how they've done against FaZe, but virtus.pro yesterday, that were able to close out these games at the first time of asking. Just get it done. That's what the best teams are able to do. GK, how do you stand in there? Are we going to have you now mentally struggling to get over the line? Or do they carry on their momentum and just smash this one out of the park here and now?
Yaga might be getting another freebie. Herds is standing still. He does so much damage, but he just misses with that third. I think Yaga repositioned on that final stun to try to be able to get Herds as he rotates away. If he had just stuck to the same spot, that might have been a kill, but a swift breeze will knock over Herds at this point. He is on so little HP, and Herds has been, no doubt about it, the best player on Furia here on Nighthaven Lab. So if he goes down, that might spark the beginning of the end for Furia.
Another Rotero drone likely going to be needed in there to clear out that Vulcan canister as well. They don't want to be delayed too much, but Boxzero certainly feeling the heat there up at the top and deciding to pop one himself and just start playing a little bit deeper inside the side. There's very much the possibility that he may well rotate himself back out onto there, but he's certainly not giving it quite as much attention. They know somebody's at the top of Aqua here. Do they go chasing this kill? That's going to be the question. Volps is tasked with holding on.
Yeah, Volps needs to play really nicely here. If he gives his life away for free, that's going to be a really strong second dimension to this push. Here he comes peeking the wall, just barely gets some damage down onto Sarks. There is a Vulcan canister there that will get popped, so really smart play from Volps. Does not go down in that position. Groovy tries to get some space over towards IT, pops that Thorn charge. This push is clearly going to come towards Raptors and Aqua. They have to be ready for that on the side of Furia.
Yogg has been influential so far. Is he able to be so again? Herds takes down the low HP. Groovy 5 versus 4. 45 seconds left to go. Furia are looking good here. GK really struggling to break them down this time on this top floor. They've not had that opportunity where often in the rounds they've had a quick double kill and it's really got them into it, but not here. Herds sitting deep, finds Upor. 5 versus 2 now. 25 seconds left to go, and it's time for GK to roll the dice, to take a chance to try and push, but no, they're able, Furia, to play off each other nicely. Loira off Herds' contact, manages to get the second as well onto Yogg, and that's going to be Furia taking 1 of 3 rounds that they need in a row to keep themselves alive here at the Esports World Cup, and with a hope of getting that quarterfinal spot.
Tim, we briefly mentioned this before the series began. I want to touch on it before this series comes to an end, as it is potentially about to. But this top floor on Nighthaven Labs, the reason why it's so strong for defenders is because if you can manage to lock down Aqua and Connector, if you don't give up either of those 2 angles, the push all has to come through one direction, funneling through really 2 doorways. It's the IT door in towards site, and it's the Raptors rotate that almost all defense teams will make. And what we saw there was exactly that. GK, they lost the opening gunfight over on the Aqua side. Volps won his 1v1 duel, and the second Volps wins that 1v1, the entire push is one-dimensional. They're just coming from IT and Raptors, and there's so many strong spots where Fury can set up those crossfires. They can wait for them to push in, and at the very end there, we did see somebody on GK, I think it was Upor, rotate from Connector over towards that IT side. Not sure if it would have made enough of a difference given the man deficit they were in, but I just would have liked to see more of that pinch play coming in from GK. It felt like once they committed to just pushing in from that south side of the map, it was all wraps and favorable for Furia.
I will certainly concede, Jesse, that it is one of the more defensible top floor sites. It is one that I have less of an issue with, I will say that, but I would still argue much the same as a lot of the other top floor sites. Those areas that you're talking about, Aqua, Connector particularly, are very, very quick and very easy for a lot of attackers to take control of. So whilst it's necessary, and if you can hold them out, yes, it does make it a strong site, but you've just got those external entrances straight on in, and I'd say not taking those areas is often more of a failure on the attacker's side rather than a success on the defender's side. But
sure.
We'll agree to disagree. Or partly agree. Right, here we go. We're in round 11. GK have 2 more opportunities to close this one out. They're going to take us down to the basement, and this time we're going to have Furia with the pulse. I actually love this pick from Furia, just really upping their intel game.
Yes, information is flowing on both sides. You see the pulse from DS, and also, of course, the drone inside the site from Ask. This is a really solid drone. You've got the Deimos, you've got the Snake, you've got really good opportunities to find these players, and there's a lot of roamers here on the top and middle floors. GK needs to be able to isolate these picks. They can't just walk in and take 1v1s. I want to see them use their utility to gather information and find a favorable fight.
Upo's got himself into Garage, but it's going to be Groovy taking that initial fight. Does some damage to Loira, can't find the kill. Upo circles round, beautiful teamwork again. Is there another in the offing? Herds has been big so far, 11 and 8. Can he get in here and level things up? 5 versus 4, early advantage GK.
Yeah, Herds is playing really close here on the top of this cargo stairs. This is what I said. Use your utility and find a favorable fight. They pinched onto Loira and they got that freebie because of it. That's exactly what they had to do to get that man advantage, but there's still more work to be done. Find Herds, find Volps, find one of these players out in the aggressive position before you can go for one of these plays, and that will be your key to victory.
See damage being taken there by Herds through the drone hole. Ask manages to cut him down. Here we go. Ask with a double. Is he about to end his Brazilian brother's hopes of getting into the quarterfinal today? Furia will have another shot at it if they lose, but GK, they will be there here and now if they're able to close this round out. 3 versus 2 though, as the fight back is on. Volps finds Sarks.
Yeah, he's got to make his way back towards the bomb site, loses the fight to Upor immediately. Now Diaz in the 1v3.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. On the pulse, he's not going to really have an opportunity to get that heartbeat scanner out, but he might not need to. He gets one kill. Yogg, it is. Could it have been any more poetic? We were focusing on them as the former teammates, and it is Yogg taking down Diaz in that final kill that puts GK into the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup.
It was the same 3 years ago, Tim, when Yogg bested one of his best friends and former teammates. Now he will do so again on a much bigger stage at the Esports World Cup. Furia have shown that they cannot quite find that final level. GK from absolutely nowhere have secured a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, unbelievable scenes here. We see GK celebrating together, and they're another one of those teams that they're just so happy to be playing.
Yep.
You can see the enjoyment. You can see how much it means to them. Furia, they get another shot in the losers bracket. Not the end of their world, but still a tough blow for them to take for what should be one of the top teams in the world.
It is a great result for JK, and massive congratulations to them. They will move into the playoffs, get a couple of days off to rest up and prepare for those important matches. More importantly as well, will be eligible to get points for the Club Championship. And for an org like GK, that is absolutely huge. The club currently find themselves in 32nd. With this victory and the playoffs locked off, they moved up to 20th.
Wow.
Just with that. And we know how important it is for this club and this roster here as well. And honestly, going into the second map, I felt like when it rains, it pours. We talked about those important entries that GK were getting and securing on this first map. It continued in the second. Again, important operators getting kicked off. And then we're looking at a player like Grubby. He managed to get the most MVPs inside stage 1 of EML. And he was, again, putting up solid numbers for his team.
Yeah, there was no doubt that the MVP of this match had to be Gruby. I mean, the way he was able to explode onto this map at the very start, find opening pick after opening pick after opening pick. You're right, when it rains, it pours. And listen, maybe when it rains, it you pours, because he was also having a great game the second half of Lair. It just felt like a whole team effort coming through from GK and Furia. There were some strong moments, no doubt, but I just think on the attacking side, they looked way too weak. We saw them with some great pushes yesterday, but it took so long to find those great pushes today.
Yeah, well, as we said, Nighthaven is not a map that they normally play, and coming in there, we always ask that question, is it something they've been prepping, you know? And I just feel like, yeah, they were still behind the curve on it, and being that it is one of GK's favourite maps, it was no surprise to see them come and run the show. Absolutely brilliant stuff from them. Like I said, a pleasure to watch the ML side today. It's been so enjoyable to watch, just, you know, almost unbelievable at times.
Yeah.
That run of 8 entries, and it was just, it was unbelievable. The next right, oh, that's the Blitz gone. Next right, oh, that's the Hibana gone. The first one on that, you were like, surely this can't continue.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff.
It's we may have the reigning EWC champions, apart from that's a little rough on the side of EML in regards of trophies in recent history, but at least we have really entertaining Siege, and we see that here again. And again with GK, these fundamentals of the teamwork and having each other's backs, it is just all working out. We're looking at an attack where they have a solo Monty walking up the warehouse, so they're like, oh, that's very dangerous. That's really, really risky. And somehow they have him covered. They got it sorted out, and you're seeing it here once again on these faces. Look how much it means to them.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they have been working for this for so long. This is a roster that so many people counted out, right? Even in EML, this is a squad that struggled at back through kickoff. You said it, Tim. Back at the start of stage 1, who would have expected them to be here?
No, honestly, that's how we've got to look at it, because we came in saying in EML we don't really know what to expect to this team with all these different styles. How are they going? It's not just even now about how are they going to get it all to work. It's how quickly they've got it to work to this level. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, in case you haven't been watching any EML or any of the interviews, there is a certain player with a very contagious smile, and I'm sure he's smiling. It is Grubby standing by with Lexing for a chat.
Gruby definitely has me smiling. I want to say congratulations to you and the boys getting it done in a 2-0. No need for a third map. You were also the MVP in that series. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling amazing, to be fair. Like I think we expected the game to be like hard and it was hard, but we managed to close it pretty easily, like on only 2 maps, like Lair and Lab. So we are all happy, and I'm happy with my performance. I think I still could do a bit better as always. But yeah, I mean, being the MVP, I don't think it really matters for me. Like the main thing that matters is that when we perform as a team and we close the games and we play like this on the maps against really good team, which is Furia, but they are a really tough opponent to play, and you guys can only imagine that. And I'm just happy of that. I'm happy of the whole team performance, like the mindset, the mentality that we showed, and the prep that we done paid off at the end, you know?
Gotta love a humble ag.al. Well, I do want to talk about, obviously, with you guys being a very brand new team, they were talking about on the desk, there was a lot of question marks about this roster, how fast you guys were going to gel, how quick things would come to fruition. Did you expect that not only would you be able to qualify for an event like this, but now be able to be on the main stage with a real shot of getting an Esports World Cup Championship title underneath your guys' belt?
Yeah, so starting with this thing at the beginning, like when we started the EML, like we didn't really look really good because we lost so many games in a row. But then I think we bounced back. As I said many times, like I think the Heretics game was kind of a breakpoint for us when we won in the overtime. And since that, we won so many games in the overtime. We gained the experience. We played the small tournaments, we played against many teams. We gained the experience, and about like overall making the main stage, about the expectations, I don't think we set up any expectations on ourselves. I think we are just enjoying our time that we are there. We know we can go far, but it's only in our heads, but we don't have really expectations. Now we are just enjoying every moment of the game. Main stage, not main stage, we are just like we are just doing it for the love of the game, you know, as you would say. And yeah, everyone is happy. Obviously made it work. People are now happy, but we have 4 days off, and I think I'm not happy with that, you know, 4 days off is too much. But yeah, I mean, we're all happy. I don't think there's much to say, you know, there's like no pitchy, no expectations. We are just happy that we made it, you know.
For the love of the game. Well, before I let you go and celebrate with the team, is there anything that you want to say to your future opponents heading into that main stage?
Well, I wish them good luck, because it's gonna be hard.
All right, well, he wishes them good luck. Groovy and the rest of DK are going to be on the main stage. That breaks everything down here for the day. I'll send you back to the desk for one last breakdown.
We love to see Groovy putting out the threats there to his opponents for that playoff stage, because I feel like it's worth it as well, right? They are really going to be a good competitor going into that. Seeing the teams who've qualified today to the stage, maybe they are still a bit of an underdog in the situation, but they came into EML as an underdog, and this is where I got them.
Yeah, I mean, underdogs have had a really good time here at the Esports World Cup. We've seen some really miraculous stuff coming out from guys like CAG, of course. Some of the other APAC teams have had some success. Now to see it from GK as well. I think a roster that people had high expectations from, given the names on their team, but with how well they're playing, they're going to be a real threat in top 8.
Honestly, the way they played, I think I'd rather play FaZe. Right
okay,
now.
Well,
I'd rather take FaZe on, you know, bring it out. They're doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
They're out here just enjoying themselves, and that's a difficult team to play against.
Yeah, and FaZe also got pushed to a 3rd map by virtus.pro, because that first map was really dominant for the side of virtus.pro. So you're looking over. FaZe did eventually win that game out. It got close. It needed a 3rd map, but hey, are we surprised with that? virtus.pro, a worthy contender. Another EML team that we're seeing here. Maybe Ace is the time to be an EML fan right now, except if you're a Falcons fan or a G2 fan.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of feels that way, and I like that. You know, people often, I get asked a lot, do you support a team? And the answer is no. I just like to see the winners kind of rotate and everybody get their opportunity. All the fans get, Mr. Nice, I like everybody to have a chance to win it. But I love seeing it, not just a switch in region, but a switch in those team names as well. Let's have the unexpected. Let's, have virtus.pro and GK doing it. Let's mix it up a bit. Let's have Furia having a little bit of a comeback instead of it just being FaZe. Let's have it spread around a bit. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Even within EML, right? Change up the names that we're used to seeing. I know there's a lot of G2 fans out there who are sad their team didn't make it, but pick another EML team to support. I think GK are such a fun squad to root for. Fnatic have been such a blast to watch play here at the Esports World Cup. Virtus.pro are deadly as ever, and Falcons, of course, one of the best teams in the world. So there's so much talent inside of EML, and it's good to see some of that on display.
It might just take Jesse to watch a few EML games that we're slowly converting him into an EML enjoyer. It is working out well for us here. But tomorrow's schedule, well, Jesse, if you're with us, you get to watch more EML teams. Secret will go up against All Gamers, and Fnatic against Edward Gaming. Which game in particular are we looking forward to more? Which one will really bring us that fireworks?
I think Edward Gaming played better than all gamers yesterday. I casted both of their matches, and I thought that Edward Gaming definitely put up far more of a fight in their best of one. I also think Fnatic, I mean, they've proven themselves to be better than Secret in terms of the online stage 1 play, so that's the one I'm more looking towards, but all gamers Secret, I mean, that could be a spicy one too.
I think what I'd say about that, and I'm not putting either of these two teams down, but, you know, they've not had the best performances from what we've seen of them so far, but I've always said, if you've got two teams that are kind of level pegging, coming in with a similar level of performance, and there's something to play for, which they're trying to avoid elimination, you can have a fantastic game of Siege, and I think that's going to be a fantastic game of Siege because they're both fighting for their lives. I think they've, you know, both had a tough time of it, and they're going to be coming in probably at about a similar level, and I think that's going to be really competitive.
It's been a wonderful day for us here on the B Stream, but it does come to an end. We'll be back again tomorrow with two very important do or die games for our teams. We thank you so very much for watching. For now, to relive all the action of the day, we're going to send you to the STC highlights of the day.